Chapter 91. Energy Infrastructure. Protection. And it is he who has made the night and the day in succession for whoever desires to remember or desires gratitude. Quran 25:62. Energy infrastructure represents perhaps the most critical yet vulnerable physical asset across the Muslim world, the essential foundation enabling economic development, public services, and national security while simultaneously presenting attractive targets for both state and non-state adversaries. Despite controlling approximately 60% of global oil reserves and 40% of natural gas resources, the Muslim world has historically lacked integrated protection frameworks commensurate with this critical infrastructure's strategic importance. This chapter presents a comprehensive energy infrastructure protection framework under the proposed Pakistan-led Muslim security architecture, demonstrating how sophisticated security capabilities aligned with Islamic principles can transform critical infrastructure resilience against threats ranging from physical attacks to cyber intrusion, sabotage operations, and hybrid warfare. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated Pakistan's ability to implement sophisticated critical infrastructure defense, including integrated air defense, electronic protection measures, and rapid response capabilities despite confronting a technologically advanced adversary. Pakistan's balanced critical infrastructure protection, combining physical security, cyber defense, intelligence capabilities, and resilience planning into coherent defensive architecture, provides the doctrinal foundation for a Muslim world infrastructure protection framework transcending the limitations undermining both purely national and external security arrangements. This framework operationalizes the central thesis that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation, demonstrating how focused Muslim capabilities under Pakistani leadership can secure vital energy infrastructure without requiring either massive military deployments or technological dependency on external powers. The energy infrastructure protection concept addresses the full spectrum of contemporary threats, from conventional military strikes through terrorist attacks to cyber operations and insider threats, recognizing that effective protection requires comprehensive integration across physical, technological, human, and systemic dimensions. This multidimensional approach transforms the traditional limitations where physical security proceeds disconnected from cyber defense, intelligence, operations separate from resilience planning, and national protection fragmented from regional security despite their fundamental interdependence in effective infrastructure protection. By establishing institutional frameworks integrating these dimensions under coherent leadership, the concept creates unprecedented effectiveness, leveraging existing capabilities through strategic coordination rather than massive new expenditures. Critical infrastructure security concept. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement sophisticated energy infrastructure protection transcending traditional security limitations. Integrated vulnerability methodology assessment. The protection framework would establish unprecedented assessment integration. 1. Multi-layered vulnerability mapping. The framework would implement comprehensive assessment identifying vulnerabilities across physical, cyber, human, and procedural dimensions, establishing systematic analysis beyond traditional focus on perimeter security alone. This mapping would transform traditional limitations through holistic assessment, creating complete understanding beyond fragmented evaluation regardless of infrastructure complexity. 2. Standardized assessment protocols. The protection architecture would establish common vulnerability assessment methodologies across Muslim alliance members, implementing consistent evaluation criteria, risk calculation models, and priority determination frameworks enabling meaningful comparison and resource allocation beyond incompatible national approaches. This standardization would transform traditional fragmentation through systematic harmonization, creating consistent methodologies. 3. Understanding beyond individual. Cross-border interdependency analysis. The framework would implement sophisticated analysis identifying cross-border infrastructure dependencies, establishing clear understanding of cascade effects, shared vulnerabilities, and mutual protection requirements beyond purely national assessment despite integrated regional energy systems. This analysis would transform traditional limitations through comprehensive understanding, creating appropriate protection despite territorial boundaries. 4. Threat-based scenario modeling. The protection framework would establish advanced scenario development specifically examining likely threat vectors against Muslim world energy infrastructure, implementing systematic analysis of adversary capabilities, historical targeting patterns, and emerging threat technologies, creating realistic vulnerability assessment beyond generic security evaluation. This modeling would transform traditional limitations through specific rather than theoretical assessment, creating protection against actual rather than hypothetical threats. 5. Continuous assessment architecture. Most importantly, the framework would implement continuous rather than episodic assessment, establishing persistent evaluation systems, regular methodology updates, and dynamic prioritization, creating relevant protection despite evolving threats. This architecture would transform traditional limitations through adaptive assessment, creating contemporary rather than obsolete protection regardless of threat evolution. This integrated vulnerability assessment methodology would address the fundamental challenge where protection planning proceeds based on incomplete understanding, incompatible methodologies, or outdated threat awareness despite critical infrastructure's evolving vulnerability profile. The resulting framework would transform protection effectiveness through sophisticated assessment, creating genuine security foundation beyond compliance-oriented infrastructure type or location. Evaluation. Physical protection implementation. Regardless of the security framework would establish sophisticated physical protection beyond traditional approaches. 1. Defense in-depth architecture. Drawing on Pakistan's sophisticated experience protecting nuclear facilities, the framework would implement comprehensive layered defense, establishing multiple security zones, progressive access restrictions, and complementary protection measures, creating resilience beyond single-layer security regardless of penetration sophistication. This architecture would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic depth, creating protection beyond perimeter security alone. 2. Surveillance integration enhancement. The protection framework would establish advanced surveillance integration combining multiple technologies including visual monitoring, thermal detection, ground sensors, and when appropriate aerial observation, implementing systematic coverage, creating comprehensive awareness beyond individual system limitations. This enhancement would transform traditional gaps through layered observation, creating complete awareness beyond single technology limitations regardless of facility size. 3. Response force standardization. The framework would implement standardized response force capabilities across Muslim Alliance energy infrastructure, establishing common training standards, equipment requirements, tactical procedures, and performance metrics, creating consistent protection regardless of location. This standardization would transform traditional inconsistency through systematic harmonization, enabling geographical variation. 4. Reliable protection beyond standoff attack countermeasures. The protection architecture would implement specific countermeasures addressing standoff attacks including mortar, rocket, and drone threats, establishing appropriate detection, neutralization, and design mitigation measures, creating protection against threats not requiring perimeter penetration. These countermeasures would transform traditional vulnerability through specific capabilities addressing contemporary threat vectors beyond conventional security approaches regardless of advanced weaponry. 5. Rapid reconfiguration capability. The framework would establish specific capabilities enabling security system reconfiguration during heightened threat conditions, implementing predetermined enhancement protocols, resource reallocation procedures, and coordination mechanisms, creating adaptive protection during crisis beyond static security regardless of threat evolution. This physical protection implementation would address the fundamental limitation where traditional security measures designed for conventional threats prove inadequate against contemporary attack vectors despite substantial resource investment. The resulting framework would transform physical security through sophisticated approaches, creating genuine protection against actual rather than merely historical threats beyond perimeter-focused security regardless of attacker sophistication. Insider Threat Mitigation Framework. The energy infrastructure protection concept would implement comprehensive insider threat countermeasures. 1. Personnel Reliability Program Implementation. The framework would establish sophisticated personnel vetting beyond basic background checks, implementing continuous assessment, behavioral monitoring, and counterintelligence integration, creating genuine reliability assurance beyond initial screening regardless of employment duration. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through persistent rather than episodic evaluation, establishing contemporary rather than historical reliability assessment. 2. Technical Control Enhancement. The protection architecture would implement advanced technical countermeasures including two-person rules for critical functions, segregation of duties, privilege restriction, and anomalous behavior monitoring, creating protection despite potential personnel compromise. This enhancement would transform traditional vulnerability through defense in depth, creating resilience beyond personnel trustworthiness alone regardless of individual reliability. 3. Behavioral Indicator Training. The framework would implement specific training enabling supervisors and colleagues to recognize concerning behavioral indicators including radicalization signs, financial pressure, unusual access attempts, and irregular working patterns, creating early detection beyond security department capability alone. This training would transform traditional limitations through distributed awareness, creating comprehensive monitoring beyond dedicated security resources regardless of organization size. 4. Counterintelligence integration. Drawing on Pakistan's sophisticated experience countering intelligence operations, the protection framework would implement specific counterintelligence capabilities identifying recruitment and manipulation attempts, implementing appropriate monitoring, detection technologies, and response protocols, creating protection against state-sponsored penetration beyond criminal traditional vulnerability through sophisticated capabilities addressing advanced adversaries beyond conventional security approaches. 5. Incentive Alignment Implementation. The framework would establish specific programs aligning personnel incentives with security goals, implementing recognition systems, career advancement criteria, and performance evaluation metrics rewarding security consciousness, creating intrinsic motivation beyond compliance requirements. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through motivational enhancement, creating security culture beyond rule enforcement regardless of monitoring intensity. This insider threat mitigation framework would address the fundamental vulnerability where conventional security measures focusing on external threats neglect the potentially more dangerous insider vector despite historical evidence regarding its effectiveness. The resulting framework would transform infrastructure protection through comprehensive approaches addressing the human dimension beyond technology-focused security regardless of physical protection sophistication. Technical assistance and training programs. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented technical capability development ensuring self-sufficient protection without external dependency. Indigenous security technology development. The protection framework would establish sophisticated capability building. 1. Tailored technology development. The framework would implement specific research and development addressing Muslim world-specific infrastructure protection challenges, establishing appropriate technology creation beyond importing solutions designed for different environments regardless of commercial availability. This development would transform traditional limitations through context-specific solutions, creating effective protection beyond generic technology regardless of external sophistication. 2. Technology transfer protocols. The protection architecture would establish systematic technology sharing among Muslim alliance members, implementing appropriate transfer mechanisms, adaptation support, and implementation assistance, creating capability distribution beyond individual development resources. These protocols would transform traditional limitations through coordinated advancement, creating widespread capability beyond isolated centers regardless of individual research capacity. 3. Standards harmonization. The framework would implement common technology standards across the Muslim alliance, establishing compatible specifications, integration requirements, and interoperability performance beyond proprietary metrics isolation. Creating this harmonization would transform traditional fragmentation through systematic standardization, enabling integrated protection beyond isolated systems regardless of vendor diversity. For supply chain security integration, the protection framework would establish comprehensive security throughout technology supply chains, implementing vendor assessment, component verification, and tampering detection, creating assurance beyond end product evaluation alone. This integration would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic verification, creating trustworthy technology beyond acceptance testing regardless of supply complexity. 5. Lifecycle management implementation. The framework would establish systematic technology lifecycle management, implementing obsolescence planning, upgrade pathways, and replacement protocols, maintaining capability currency despite technology evolution. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through proactive management, creating persistent capability beyond initial deployment regardless of technology advancement. This indigenous security technology development would address the fundamental challenge where Muslim states depend on external providers for critical infrastructure protection technologies despite potential access restrictions, hidden vulnerabilities, or dependency exploitation. The resulting framework would transform security capability through indigenous development, creating self-sufficient protection beyond external dependency regardless of international technology controls. Specialized training architecture. The protection framework would implement comprehensive human capability development. 1. Standardized competency framework. The framework would establish detailed competency requirements for key infrastructure protection roles, implementing specific knowledge, skill, and ability standards, creating clear capability targets beyond generic job descriptions. This framework would transform traditional limitations through precise requirement definition, creating appropriate training objectives beyond vague qualifications regardless of organizational variation. 2. Regional Center of Excellence establishment. The protection architecture would establish dedicated training centers with specialized infrastructure protection expertise, implementing advanced curriculum, practical facilities, and expert instruction, creating capability development beyond individual organization resources. This establishment would transform traditional limitations through institutional knowledge concentration, creating sophisticated capability development beyond isolated training regardless of individual organizational constraints. 3. Cross-discipline integration. The framework would implement integrated training across physical security, cyber protection, intelligence management disciplines, operations, establishing an emergency comprehensive understanding beyond specialized silos despite their technical differences. This integration would transform traditional separation through holistic development, creating comprehensive capability beyond narrow expertise regardless of specialization depth. 4. Scenario-based practical exercises. The protection framework would establish sophisticated practical training simulating realistic attack scenarios, implementing advanced exercise design, consequence simulation, and performance evaluation, creating experience beyond theoretical knowledge regardless of actual incident exposure. These exercises would transform traditional limitations through synthetic experience, creating practical capability beyond classroom instruction regardless of historical incidents. 5. Knowledge retention architecture. The framework would implement specific mechanisms ensuring capability persistence despite personnel turnover, establishing documentation systems, overlap protocols, and knowledge transfer mechanisms, creating institutional rather than individual capability. This architecture would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic knowledge management, creating persistent protection beyond personnel dependence regardless of organizational changes. This specialized training architecture would address the fundamental capability gap where critical infrastructure protection requires sophisticated expertise frequently unavailable within individual organizations despite its essential importance. The resulting framework would transform professional capabilities through comprehensive development, creating indigenous expertise beyond external contractor reliance regardless of technical complexity. Standardized operational procedures. The energy infrastructure protection concept would implement comprehensive procedural integration. 1. Common procedure development. The framework would establish standardized operational procedures across Muslim Alliance energy infrastructure, implementing consistent approaches to access control, patrol methodology, incident response, and emergency management, creating reliable protection regardless of location. This development would transform traditional inconsistency through systematic harmonization, enabling geographical variation. 2. Islamic ethical. Dependable. Integration. Security beyond. The protection architecture would incorporate explicit Islamic ethical frameworks within security procedures, implementing appropriate guidance regarding use of force, privacy considerations, and human dignity preservation, creating legitimacy beyond mere effectiveness. This integration would transform traditional limitations through authentic alignment, creating procedures reflecting Islamic values beyond secular security approaches regardless of operational necessity. 3. Efficiency optimization. The framework would implement systematic procedure analysis, identifying resource optimization, redundant activities, and improvement opportunities, establishing streamlined operations, creating sustainability beyond initial implementation regardless of resource constraints. This optimization would transform traditional inefficiency through systematic enhancement, creating enduring capability beyond temporary surge capacity regardless of operational duration. 4. Cross-border coordination protocols. The protection framework would establish specific procedures for coordinated operations affecting multiple jurisdictions, implementing clear responsibility delineation, communication requirements, and command arrangements, creating effective protection despite territorial boundaries. These protocols would transform traditional limitations through systematic coordination, enabling seamless operations beyond jurisdictional constraints regardless of infrastructure distribution. 5. Continuous improvement architecture. The framework would implement systematic procedure evaluation and enhancement, establishing review mechanisms, feedback systems, and update protocols, creating adaptive capability beyond initial implementation. This architecture would transform traditional stagnation through persistent evolution, creating contemporary rather than obsolete procedures regardless of threat advancement. This standardized operational procedure implementation would address the fundamental challenge where inconsistent approaches create vulnerabilities despite adequate resources and technology through procedural gaps, coordination failures, or implementation inconsistency. The resulting framework would transform protection effectiveness through sophisticated harmonization, creating reliable security beyond equipment-focused approaches regardless of technological sophistication. Rapid response to attacks or sabotage. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement sophisticated incident response capabilities, addressing the critical period between attack initiation and consequence limitation. Integrated response coordination. The protection framework would establish unprecedented response integration. 1. Unified command implementation. The framework would implement sophisticated incident command integrating multiple agencies, disciplines, and jurisdictions, establishing clear authority structures, decision processes, and coordination mechanisms, creating effective management despite operational complexity. This implementation would transform traditional confusion through systematic organization, enabling coherent response beyond agency fragmentation regardless of incident scale. 2. Resource deployment optimization. The protection architecture would establish advanced resource management, including predetermined deployment plans, logistics coordination, and mutual aid agreements, creating rapid capability concentration beyond individual organization. Resources. This optimization would transform traditional limitations through systematic mobilization, enabling appropriate response scale regardless of incident magnitude. 3. Communications interoperability. The framework would implement integrated communication capabilities across responding organizations, establishing common protocols, compatible equipment, and backup systems, creating effective coordination despite potential infrastructure damage. This interoperability would transform traditional isolation through systematic connectivity, enabling coordinated operations beyond organizational boundaries regardless of normal communication disruption. For information management architecture, the protection framework would establish sophisticated information handling during incidents, implementing collection priorities, analysis integration, and distribution protocols, creating shared situational awareness beyond individual perspective limitations. This architecture would transform traditional fragmentation through systematic integration, enabling comprehensive understanding beyond partial visibility regardless of incident complexity. 5. Decision support implementation. The framework would establish advanced decision support systems for incident commanders, implementing consequence modeling, option analysis, and resource tracking, creating effective management beyond intuitive decision-making regardless of situation complexity. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through systematic support, enabling sophisticated response beyond experience-based judgment alone. This integrated response coordination would address the fundamental challenge where fragmented incident management undermines effective response despite adequate individual capabilities through coordination failures, communication breakdown, or decision delays. The resulting framework would transform incident effectiveness through sophisticated integration, creating coherent operations beyond agency-specific excellence regardless of organizational boundaries. Specialized response capabilities. The energy infrastructure protection concept would implement advanced response capabilities addressing specific energy infrastructure challenges. 1. Hazardous material response integration. The framework would establish specialized capabilities addressing the particular challenges of energy infrastructure incidents involving petroleum products, chemicals, and radioactive materials, implementing appropriate equipment, training, and procedures, creating effective management despite hazardous conditions. This integration would transform traditional limitations through specialized capability, enabling appropriate response beyond general emergency services regardless of material complexity. Three. Evidence preservation enhancement. The framework would establish sophisticated evidence collection despite operational priorities, implementing appropriate documentation, physical preservation, and chain of custody procedures, creating accountability foundation beyond immediate security restoration. This enhancement would transform traditional limitations through systematic methodology, enabling attribution beyond incident resolution regardless of investigation complexity. Complexity. For special operations integration, drawing on Pakistan's sophisticated special operations capabilities demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis, the protection framework would implement advanced intervention options for high-risk scenarios including hostage situations, threatened catastrophic damage, or ongoing sophisticated attacks, establishing appropriate deployment protocols, command arrangements, and capability access. This integration would transform traditional response limitations through specialized capability, enabling effective management of extreme scenarios beyond conventional security response regardless of threat sophistication. Five. Continuity operation implementation. The framework would establish specific capabilities maintaining critical functions during attack response, implementing predetermined continuity arrangements, alternative operating procedures, and resource prioritization, creating service persistence beyond security focus alone. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through parallel operations, enabling critical function maintenance beyond incident management regardless of operational challenges. These specialized response capabilities would address the fundamental challenge where general emergency services prove inadequate for energy infrastructure incidents despite their effectiveness in conventional situations through capability gaps, technical limitations, or procedural inadequacy. The resulting framework would transform incident management through sophisticated specialization, creating effective response beyond general emergency services regardless of incident particularity. Recovery acceleration mechanisms. The protection framework framework would implement comprehensive recovery capabilities addressing the critical transition from response to restoration. 1. Modular replacement architecture. The framework would establish systematic prepositioning of critical replacement components, implementing standardized interfaces, transportation arrangements, and installation procedures, creating rapid restoration beyond procurement timelines. This architecture would transform traditional delays through preparatory organization, enabling accelerated recovery beyond normal replacement processes regardless of component complexity. 2. Technical expert mobilization. The protection architecture would implement rapid specialist deployment capabilities, establishing pre-identified expertise, deployment procedures, and support arrangements, creating immediate access to necessary skills beyond general workforce capabilities. This mobilization would transform traditional limitations through systematic preparation, enabling appropriate expertise availability regardless of technical specialization. 3. Streamlined regulatory protocols. The framework would establish expedited regulatory processes for emergency restoration, implementing predetermined approval pathways, documentation requirements, and oversight arrangements, creating accelerated reconstruction beyond normal regulatory timelines. These protocols would transform traditional delays through procedural optimization, enabling rapid recovery beyond standard processes regardless of regulatory complexity. 4. Supply chain activation. The protection framework would implement specific arrangements with key suppliers, establishing emergency priority status, expedited production capabilities, and dedicated delivery arrangements, creating accelerated material access beyond normal supply timelines. This activation would transform traditional limitations through systematic preparation, enabling resource availability beyond standard procurement regardless of market conditions. 5. Financial mechanism preparation. The framework would establish predetermined financial arrangements for recovery operations, implementing expedited funding access, simplified documentation requirements, and accelerated reimbursement procedures, creating immediate resource availability beyond normal financial processes. This preparation would transform traditional constraints through systematic arrangement, enabling uninterrupted operations beyond budgetary cycles regardless of recovery cost. These recovery acceleration mechanisms would address the fundamental challenge where restoration timelines extend unnecessarily despite adequate technical capability through procedural delays, resource constraints, or coordination failures. The resulting framework would transform recovery effectiveness through sophisticated preparation, creating rapid restoration beyond standard timelines regardless of damage complexity. Cyber protection of energy control systems. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement comprehensive cyber defense addressing the increasingly critical digital vulnerability dimension. Energy-specific cyber defense architecture. The protection framework would establish sophisticated capabilities addressing the particular challenges of energy system cyber protection. 1. Operational technology specialization. The framework would implement cyber protection specifically designed for industrial control systems rather than conventional information technology, establishing appropriate methodologies, technical approaches, and risk management frameworks addressing the distinctive characteristics of operational technology. This specialization would transform traditional limitations through contextual adaptation, creating effective protection beyond IT-derived approaches regardless of apparent similarity. 2. Control system isolation enhancement. The protection architecture would implement sophisticated network segregation between operational technology and information systems, establishing appropriate boundary controls, data transfer mechanisms, and monitoring capabilities, creating genuine separation beyond nominal division. This enhancement would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic isolation, creating actual rather than theoretical separation regardless of connectivity requirements. 3. Legacy system protection. Recognizing the prevalence of older control systems throughout energy infrastructure, the framework would implement specific protection for legacy technology lacking inherent security capabilities, establishing compensating controls, monitoring enhancements, and vulnerability management, creating effective protection despite system limitations. This protection would transform traditional vulnerability through adaptive approaches, creating adequate security beyond originally designed capabilities regardless of system age. 4. Deterministic security implementation. The framework would establish security approaches preserving the deterministic operation essential for energy control systems, implementing protection methodologies maintaining predictable performance, consistent timing, and reliable operation, creating security enhancement without functional compromise. This implementation would transform traditional conflicts through compatible protection, creating security without reliability degradation regardless of protection intensity. 5. Safety-security integration. The protection framework would implement comprehensive integration between cybersecurity and safety systems, establishing appropriate coordination, conflict resolution, and priority delineation, creating complementary rather than potentially contradictory operations. This integration would transform traditional separation through systematic harmonization, enabling simultaneous safety and security beyond potential conflicts regardless of system complexity. This energy-specific cyber defense architecture would address the fundamental challenge where conventional information technology security approaches prove incompatible with operational technology requirements despite apparent applicability through fundamental characteristic differences, operational priorities, or technical constraints. The resulting framework would transform cyber protection through contextual adaptation, creating effective security beyond misapplied IT methodologies regardless of superficial similarities. Threat intelligence integration. The protection framework would implement sophisticated cyber threat intelligence capabilities. 1. Sector-specific intelligence development. The framework would establish dedicated intelligence capabilities focusing specifically on energy infrastructure threats, implementing specialized collection, analysis expertise, and dissemination channels, creating relevant awareness beyond general cyber threat intelligence. This development would transform traditional limitations through contextual focus, creating applicable intelligence beyond generic information regardless of apparent comprehensiveness. 2. Attribution capability enhancement. Drawing on Pakistan's sophisticated cyber forensic capabilities demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis, the protection architecture would implement advanced attribution, specifically identifying energy infrastructure attackers, establishing appropriate technical methodology, indicator analysis, and pattern recognition, creating accountability despite attempted anonymization. This enhancement would transform traditional limitations through sophisticated analysis, enabling attacker identification beyond technical indicators alone regardless of obfuscation attempts. 3. Actionable intelligence conversion. The framework would implement systematic processes transforming technical intelligence into operational protection, establishing clear implementation pathways, prioritization frameworks, and effectiveness verification, creating practical security enhancement beyond information accumulation. This conversion would transform traditional disconnection through systematic integration, enabling protective action beyond awareness alone regardless of intelligence volume. 4. Proactive threat hunting implementation. The protection framework would establish sophisticated capabilities actively searching for undetected compromise, implementing appropriate methodologies, technical approaches, and analytical frameworks, creating discovery beyond reactive detection. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through proactive operations, enabling compromise identification beyond alert-driven awareness regardless of attacker sophistication. 5. Intelligence sharing architecture. The framework would implement comprehensive information sharing throughout the Muslim alliance, establishing appropriate classification systems, distribution mechanisms, and utilization frameworks, creating collective benefit beyond individual discovery. This architecture would transform traditional isolation through systematic collaboration, enabling comprehensive awareness beyond organizational boundaries regardless of individual detection capabilities. This threat intelligence integration would address the fundamental challenge where cyber threat information remains either too generic for practical application or isolated within individual organizations despite its collective value through relevance limitations, implementation gaps, or sharing constraints. The resulting framework would transform cyber protection through sophisticated intelligence integration, creating effective security enhancement beyond information collection regardless of threat complexity. Resilience through Islamic principles. The energy infrastructure protection concept would implement distinctive resilience approaches derived from Islamic values. 1. Distributed authority implementation, drawing on Islamic principles regarding consultation, shura, and community responsibility. The framework would establish distributed rather than centralized cyber authority, creating resilient command despite potential leadership targeting or communications disruption. This implementation would transform traditional vulnerability through structural adaptation, creating operational continuity beyond hierarchical dependencies regardless of adversary sophistication. 2. Collaborative defense architecture. Based on Islamic concepts of mutual protection and collective security, the protection framework would implement cooperative rather than isolated defense, establishing capability sharing, coordinated response, and unified recovery, creating collective resilience beyond individual capacity. This architecture would transform traditional limitations through systematic collaboration, enabling comprehensive protection beyond organizational boundaries regardless of individual resource constraints. 3. Ethical framework integration. The framework would establish explicit Islamic ethical principles governing cyber operations, implementing appropriate guidance regarding proportionality, discrimination, and necessity, creating legitimate operations beyond merely technical effectiveness. This integration would transform traditional approaches through value alignment, creating operations reflecting Islamic principles beyond secular security frameworks regardless of operational pressure. 4. Islamic knowledge preservation emphasis. Drawing on scholarly tradition emphasizing knowledge preservation, the framework would implement comprehensive documentation, expertise redundancy, creating distribution, persistence, and capability beyond individual dependencies. This emphasis would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic knowledge management, enabling continuous protection beyond personnel changes regardless of expertise concentration. 5. Self-sufficiency development. Based on Islamic principles regarding self-reliance and independence, the protection framework would prioritize indigenous capability development, implementing appropriate technology creation, expertise cultivation, and operational self-sufficiency, creating autonomy beyond external dependency. This development would transform traditional vulnerability through capability internalization, enabling sovereign protection beyond foreign reliance regardless of international restrictions. This resilience through Islamic principles would address the fundamental challenge where secular security approaches neglect valuable religious wisdom despite its profound insights regarding sustainable protection through conceptual limitations. Cultural disconnection, or philosophical constraints. The resulting framework would transform cyber resilience through Islamic wisdom integration, creating sustainable protection beyond merely technical approaches regardless of adversary persistence. Resilience and redundancy development. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement comprehensive resilience, creating infrastructure durability beyond attack prevention alone. System-level resilience architecture. The protection framework would establish sophisticated resilience transcending component-level protection. 1. Functional redundancy implementation. The framework would establish system-level capability duplication rather than merely component redundancy, implementing alternative operational pathways, substitute capabilities, and functional backups, creating performance persistence despite specific system compromise. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through architectural adaptation, enabling continued operation beyond component protection regardless of successful attacks. 2. Graceful degradation design. The protection architecture would implement sophisticated partial function preservation during compromise, establishing prioritized capability maintenance, predetermined performance reduction, and essential function identification, creating continued critical operations despite substantial disruption. This design would transform traditional binary operation through graduated reduction, enabling persistent core functions beyond alornithing approaches regardless of attack magnitude. 3. Rapid reconstitution capability. The framework would establish specific systems enabling accelerated functionality restoration, implementing predetermined recovery processes, resource prioritization, and capability sequencing, creating rapid return to normal operations beyond extended disruption. This capability would transform traditional delays through systematic preparation, enabling accelerated recovery beyond standard processes regardless of damage complexity. 4. Cross-sector integration. The protection framework would implement comprehensive coordination between interdependent infrastructure sectors including energy, water, communications, and transportation, establishing mutual support arrangements, shared redundancy, and coordinated restoration, creating systemic resilience beyond sector isolation. This integration would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic cooperation, enabling holistic protection beyond sector-specific approaches regardless of infrastructure interdependence. 5. Geographic distribution enhancement. The framework would implement deliberate capability dispersion, establishing distributed rather than concentrated assets, appropriate interconnection, and coordinated operation, creating resilience against localized disruption through geographical spread. This enhancement would transform traditional vulnerability through spatial distribution, enabling continued operation beyond specific location targeting regardless of attack precision. This system-level resilience architecture would address the fundamental limitation where component-focused protection proves inadequate against sophisticated attacks despite apparent thoroughness through architectural vulnerability, single points of failure, or cascade effects. The resulting framework would transform infrastructure durability through sophisticated resilience, creating sustainable operation beyond attack prevention alone regardless of protection penetration. Energy independence acceleration. The protection framework would implement comprehensive energy sovereignty enhancement. 1. Indigenous supply chain development. The framework would establish systematic cultivation of domestic energy technology production, implementing appropriate manufacturing capability, technical expertise, and quality assurance, creating independence from external equipment sources. This development would transform traditional vulnerability through capability internalization, enabling autonomous operations beyond foreign supply dependence regardless of international restrictions. 2. Energy source diversification. The protection architecture would implement deliberate energy mix expansion beyond dominant hydrocarbon focus, establishing renewable capacity, alternative technologies, and distributed generation, creating flexibility despite specific resource disruption. This diversification would transform traditional vulnerability through portfolio expansion, enabling continued energy availability beyond single source dependence regardless of particular supply interruption. 3. Critical technology internalization. The framework would identify and systematically develop indigenous production of strategically critical technologies, implementing appropriate research capabilities, manufacturing capacity, and quality assurance, creating technical self-sufficiency beyond foreign dependency. This internalization would transform traditional vulnerability through capability development, enabling technological sovereignty beyond external reliance regardless of international restrictions. 4. Strategic reserve enhancement. The protection framework would implement comprehensive strategic stockpiles beyond crude oil alone, establishing appropriate reserves of refined products, critical equipment components, and essential maintenance materials, creating operational continuity beyond primary supply disruption. This enhancement would transform traditional limitations through systematic preparation, enabling sustained operations beyond immediate supply interruption regardless of disruption duration. 5. Skill development acceleration. The framework would implement comprehensive technical training expansion, establishing appropriate educational programs, practical experience opportunities, and knowledge transfer mechanisms, creating human capability independence beyond foreign expertise. This acceleration would transform traditional limitations through systematic development, enabling indigenous operations beyond external consulting regardless of technical complexity. This energy independence acceleration would address the fundamental vulnerability where external dependency creates both operation risk and political leverage despite apparent supply security through supplier unreliability, political manipulation, or deliberate restriction. The resulting framework would transform energy infrastructure resilience through systematic independence, creating sustainable operation beyond foreign reliance regardless of international conditions. Emergency response integration. The protection framework would implement comprehensive coordination between infrastructure operators and emergency services. 1. Would joint planning implementation. The framework establish unprecedented cooperation between infrastructure operators and response agencies, implementing shared planning, integrated procedures, and coordinated capabilities, creating unified response beyond separate preparations. This implementation would transform traditional separation through systematic integration, enabling coordinated operations beyond organizational boundaries regardless of institutional differences. 2. Combined exercise architecture. The protection architecture would implement sophisticated joint training including both infrastructure personnel and emergency responders, establishing realistic scenarios, shared experience development, and relationship building, creating operational familiarity beyond theoretical coordination. This architecture would transform traditional limitations through practical preparation, enabling effective cooperation beyond paper plans regardless of incident stress. 3. Resource complementarity development. The framework would implement systematic capability alignment between operators and responders, establishing complementary equipment, mutually supportive procedures, and integrated logistics, creating combined effectiveness beyond separate. Capacity. This development would transform traditional duplication through deliberate specialization, enabling comprehensive response beyond parallel operations regardless of resource constraints. 4. Unified command enhancement. The protection framework would establish sophisticated incident management, integrating operational expertise with emergency authority, implementing appropriate decision structures, information flows, and responsibility delineation, creating effective leadership beyond jurisdictional conflicts. This enhancement would transform traditional confusion through systematic clarification, enabling coherent direction beyond organizational boundaries regardless of incident complexity. 5. Community integration implementation. The framework would establish specific mechanisms incorporating civilian populations within response frameworks, implementing appropriate warning systems, evacuation procedures, and public education, creating comprehensive protection beyond official resources alone. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through community partnership, developing total response capacity beyond organizational capabilities regardless of incident scale. This emergency response integration would address the fundamental challenge where separation between infrastructure operators and emergency services creates response gaps despite individual capability through coordination failures, information breakdown, or procedural conflicts. The resulting framework would transform incident effectiveness through sophisticated integration, creating coherent operations beyond organizational excellence regardless of institutional boundaries. Conclusion. Critical foundation for Muslim world security and prosperity. The Energy Infrastructure Protection Framework represents transformative implementation of Muslim security architecture principles in this vital domain, demonstrating how sophisticated capabilities aligned under coherent leadership can address complex challenges more effectively than either purely national efforts or dependence on external security providers. This framework addresses the fundamental limitations undermining existing infrastructure protection through unprecedented integration across physical security, cyber defense, technical assistance, incident response, and systemic resilience under coherent doctrine, balancing effectiveness with Islamic principles. The framework directly applies Pakistan's unique qualifications for Muslim infrastructure protection leadership, combining sophisticated physical security experience from nuclear facility protection with cyber defense capabilities, intelligence, expertise, and resilience planning demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis. Pakistan's balanced infrastructure protection approach, integrating multiple security dimensions within coherent protection architecture, provides precisely the doctrinal foundation required for securing the Muslim world's vital energy infrastructure beyond individual threat vector protection. Most significantly, the energy infrastructure protection concept addresses all 6 critical security challenges facing the Muslim world, protecting territorial sovereignty through energy independence development, preventing external interventions by demonstrating indigenous protection capability, reducing foreign security rationale, reducing economic vulnerabilities through reliable energy operations essential for prosperity, developing technological self-sufficiency through indigenous capability cultivation, protecting cultural heritage by securing infrastructure enabling societal continuity, and overcoming strategic fragmentation through unified Muslim world action on this shared vital interest. Through this comprehensive approach, combining physical security with cyber defense, technical assistance with incident response, and specific protection with systemic resilience, the Pakistan-led protection framework would transform Muslim world effectiveness in securing its most critical infrastructure beyond both fragmented national efforts and dependence on external security providers. This achievement would demonstrate the Muslim world's capacity to protect its vital interests through collective action under Pakistan's leadership, without compromising Islamic principles or accepting perpetual dependency on external security frameworks frequently pursuing objectives beyond Muslim world interests. The Energy Infrastructure Protection Framework thus serves as powerful demonstration of the book's central thesis, that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation. By implementing sophisticated integration of existing capabilities under coherent leadership rather than pursuing massive security investments beyond economic reality, the Muslim Security Alliance can achieve infrastructure protection effectiveness through strategic cooperation that individual security programs cannot match regardless of investment level. This framework provides not theoretical concept but practical implementation plan transforming Muslim world energy security from vulnerability or dependency toward collective self-reliance through capabilities already existing but requiring merely strategic coordination under principled leadership. Chapter 92. Digital Sovereignty. Operations. Indeed, we have sent down to you the book in truth so you may judge between the people by what Allah has shown you. And do not be an advocate for the deceitful. Quran 4:105. Digital sovereignty represents perhaps the most urgent yet least addressed security domain across the Muslim world, the critical foundation enabling technological independence, information security, and societal integrity in an era where digital capabilities increasingly determine both economic prosperity and national security. Despite comprising nearly a quarter of humanity with substantial economic resources, the Muslim world has historically suffered profound digital dependency, leaving its governments, economies, and societies vulnerable to external manipulation, surveillance, and disruption. This chapter presents a comprehensive digital sovereignty operations framework under the proposed Pakistan-led Muslim security architecture, demonstrating how sophisticated technological capabilities aligned with Islamic principles can transform digital resilience against threats ranging from cyber attacks to technological dependency, data colonization, and information warfare. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated Pakistan's ability to implement sophisticated digital operations including cyber defense, electronic warfare, information protection, and digital resilience despite confronting a technologically superior adversary. Pakistan's balanced digital sovereignty approach, combining technical capabilities, legal frameworks, human capital development, and strategic autonomy into coherent digital architecture, provides the doctrinal foundation for a Muslim world digital sovereignty framework transcending the limitations undermining both purely national and external security arrangements. This framework operationalizes the central thesis that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation, demonstrating how focused Muslim capabilities under Pakistani leadership can secure vital digital sovereignty without requiring either submission to external technology hegemony or isolation from global digital ecosystems. The digital sovereignty operations concept addresses the full spectrum of contemporary challenges, from technical infrastructure through data governance to content sovereignty and technological independence, recognizing that effective digital self-determination requires comprehensive integration across technological, legal, economic, and cultural dimensions. This multidimensional approach transforms the traditional limitations where technical security proceeds disconnected from legal frameworks, data protection separates from technological development, and digital skills development fragments from strategic autonomy despite their fundamental interdependence in effective digital sovereignty. By establishing institutional frameworks integrating these dimensions under coherent leadership, the concept creates unprecedented effectiveness leveraging existing capabilities through strategic coordination rather than impossible competition with global technology giants. Cyber Defense Coordination Centers. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement sophisticated cyber defense integration transcending the limitations of individual national capabilities. Multinational defense architecture. The digital sovereignty framework would establish unprecedented operational integration. 1. Federated Defense Network. The framework would implement interconnected cyber defense centers across Muslim alliance members, establishing operational coordination, information sharing, and capability integration, creating collective defense beyond isolated national operations. This network would transform traditional limitations through systematic collaboration, enabling comprehensive protection beyond territorial boundaries regardless of individual state capacity. 2. Capability specialization integration. The digital sovereignty architecture would implement deliberate capability distribution among Muslim alliance members, with Pakistan contributing advanced electronic warfare expertise, Gulf states providing sophisticated infrastructure, Southeast Asian nations offering specific threat intelligence, and other members contributing specialized capabilities according to their particular strengths. This integration would transform individual limitations through complementary capabilities, creating comprehensive effectiveness beyond any single state capacity. 3. Graduated response framework. The framework would establish predetermined escalation protocols with appropriate authorization requirements, capability activation procedures, and coordination mechanisms, creating proportionate collective response beyond ad hoc reactions. This framework would transform traditional limitations through systematic preparation, enabling calibrated operations beyond either inadequate or excessive responses regardless of incident complexity. 4. Unified attribution capability. Drawing on Pakistan's sophisticated forensic capabilities demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis, the sovereignty framework would implement advanced attribution, specifically identifying attackers targeting Muslim alliance members, establishing appropriate technical methodology, indicator analysis, and pattern recognition, creating accountability despite attempted anonymization. This capability would transform traditional limitations through sophisticated analysis, enabling attacker identification beyond technical indicators regardless of obfuscation attempts. 5. Command Integration Protocol. The framework would establish clear operational authority structures, decision processes, and coordination mechanisms adapted to different threat levels and regional conditions, implementing appropriate balance between centralized direction and distributed execution, creating effective management despite operational complexity. This protocol would transform traditional confusion through systematic organization, enabling coherent operations beyond agency fragmentation regardless of operational scope. This multinational defense architecture would address the fundamental challenge where individual Muslim state cyber capabilities operate without strategic coordination despite facing identical adversaries, requiring collective response. The resulting framework would transform cyber defense effectiveness through sophisticated integration, converting individual capability fragments into coherent defense capacity beyond the sum of national components. Islamic Cyber Ethics Framework. The digital sovereignty concept would establish unprecedented ethical foundation. 1. Islamic jurisprudence application. The framework would develop sophisticated Islamic legal analysis addressing contemporary cyber operations, establishing specific guidance regarding proportionality, discrimination, and necessity through authentic Islamic legal methodologies, creating legitimate operations beyond secular frameworks. This application would transform traditional limitations through religious authenticity, enabling operations reflecting Islamic values regardless of conventional approaches. 2. Privacy protection integration. Drawing on Islamic principles regarding personal dignity and privacy, the framework would implement specific operational constraints protecting innocent individuals, private communications, and personal information, creating ethical operations despite security imperatives. This integration would transform traditional tensions through principled balance, enabling effective security without privacy violation regardless of operational pressure. 3. Civilian protection emphasis. Based on Islamic prohibitions against harming non-combatants, the framework would establish explicit protocols preventing civilian infrastructure impacts, essential service disruption, and public health consequences, creating responsible operations beyond purely military effectiveness. This emphasis would transform traditional approaches through ethical constraint, enabling principled operations beyond technical capability regardless of tactical advantage. 4. Truthfulness requirement. Drawing on Islamic emphasis on honesty, the framework would establish specific constraints regarding misinformation, deception operations, and manipulative techniques, creating ethical information operations despite adversary practices. This requirement would transform traditional approaches through moral consistency, enabling principled influence beyond adversary methods regardless of apparent effectiveness. 5. Would proportionality implementation. The framework establish sophisticated methodologies, appropriate damage limitation assessment protocols, and consequence projection capabilities, creating precisely calibrated operations, avoiding unnecessary harm despite operational objectives. This implementation would transform traditional approaches through ethical precision, enabling responsible operations beyond unconstrained technical capability regardless of adversary provocation. This Islamic cyber ethics framework would address the fundamental challenge where secular security approaches neglect religious wisdom despite its profound insights regarding legitimate operations through conceptual limitations, cultural disconnection, or philosophical constraints. The resulting framework would transform cyber operations through Islamic ethics integration, creating legitimate security beyond purely technical approaches regardless of conventional practices. Technical capability development. The digital sovereignty framework would implement comprehensive indigenous capabilities. 1. Threat detection enhancement. The framework would establish advanced detection capabilities addressing sophisticated adversaries targeting Muslim alliance members, implementing appropriate technologies, analytical methodologies, and operational procedures, creating effective identification beyond commercial security products. This enhancement would transform traditional limitations through tailored capabilities, enabling threat discovery beyond generic solutions regardless of attacker sophistication. 2. Response automation integration. The digital sovereignty architecture would implement sophisticated automated response for specific threat categories, establishing appropriate detection triggers, predetermined countermeasures, and verification mechanisms, creating immediate defense against high-speed attacks beyond human response timelines. This integration would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic automation, enabling effective protection regardless of attack velocity. 3. Cross-domain correlation enhancement. The framework would implement advanced analytics integrating information across multiple technical domains, including network traffic, endpoint behavior, application activity, and user actions, establishing comprehensive awareness beyond isolated monitoring. This enhancement would transform traditional limitations through systematic integration, enabling sophisticated detection beyond domain-specific indicators regardless of adversary compartmentalization. 4. Advanced deception implementation. Drawing on Pakistan's sophisticated intelligence experience, the framework would establish specific deception capabilities, creating adversary misdirection, resource consumption, and operational confusion beyond simple blocking, implementing appropriate technologies, operational procedures, and strategic integration. This implementation would transform traditional approaches through active defense, enabling adversary manipulation beyond passive protection regardless of attacker determination. 5. Collective threat library development. The framework would establish comprehensive threat intelligence specifically addressing adversaries targeting Muslim alliance members, implementing appropriate collection, analysis methodologies, and operational application, creating effective defense against relevant rather than theoretical threats. This development would transform traditional limitations through contextual focus, enabling applicable protection beyond generic security regardless of commercial threat intelligence availability. This technical capability development would address the fundamental challenge where Muslim states depend primarily on Western security technologies despite their potential inadequacy for specific regional threats through capability gaps, intentional limitations, or contextual misalignment. The resulting framework would transform cyber defense through indigenous development, creating effective protection beyond commercial solutions regardless of vendor sophistication. Internet infrastructure protection. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement comprehensive protection for the critical foundation enabling digital sovereignty, critical internet infrastructure security. The Digital Sovereignty Framework would establish unprecedented protection for essential systems. 1. DNS Infrastructure Protection. The framework would implement comprehensive security for domain name system infrastructure including root servers, top-level domain operations, and resolution services, establishing resilient naming capabilities essential for network functionality despite targeted attacks. This protection would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic security, creating reliable, addressing beyond fragile dependencies regardless of adversary capability. 2. Internet Exchange Point Enhancement. The digital sovereignty architecture would establish advanced protection for critical exchange points facilitating Muslim world internet traffic, implementing appropriate physical security, technical controls, and resilience measures, creating reliable connectivity despite deliberate targeting. This enhancement would transform traditional vulnerability through specific protection, enabling consistent traffic exchange beyond disruption attempts regardless of attack sophistication. 3. Submarine Cable Security Integration. The framework would implement comprehensive protection for critical submarine cables carrying Muslim world internet traffic, establishing appropriate physical monitoring, defensive capabilities, and redundancy measures, creating communication persistence despite infrastructure targeting. This integration would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic protection, enabling reliable connectivity beyond single-point dependencies regardless of geographic constraints. 4. Routing Security Implementation. The framework would establish sophisticated border gateway protocol security, preventing route hijacking, unauthorized announcements, and traffic manipulation, implementing appropriate filtering, authentication, and monitoring, creating legitimate routing despite deliberate subversion attempts. This implementation would transform traditional vulnerability through technical protection, enabling trusted traffic direction beyond manipulation attempts regardless of adversary sophistication. 5. Certificate Authority Verification. The digital sovereignty framework would implement comprehensive verification of certificate authorities determining cryptographic trust, establishing appropriate monitoring, transparency requirements, and alternative validation mechanisms, creating legitimate authentication despite potential compromise. This verification would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic oversight, enabling trustworthy encryption beyond hierarchical weaknesses regardless of specific authority compromise. This critical internet infrastructure security would address the fundamental challenge where essential internet functions remain vulnerable to disruption despite their vital importance through architectural weaknesses, oversight limitations, or governance inadequacies. The resulting framework would transform internet resilience through sophisticated protection, creating reliable functionality beyond disruptive attempts regardless of adversary capability. Regional Internet Architecture Enhancement. The digital sovereignty concept would implement sophisticated regional connectivity resilience. 1. Intra-Muslim world routing optimization. The framework would establish preferred routing paths within the Muslim world, reducing unnecessary external traffic flows, implementing appropriate peering arrangements, exchange point development, and routing policies, creating internal efficiency beyond default global paths. This optimization would transform traditional inefficiency through deliberate architecture, enabling direct connectivity beyond circuitous external routing regardless of historical patterns. 2. Regional content distribution. The digital sovereignty architecture would implement comprehensive content caching within Muslim territories, reducing external bandwidth requirements and performance dependencies, establishing appropriate distribution networks, storage infrastructure, and update mechanisms. This distribution would transform traditional dependency through localized content, enabling performance persistence beyond connectivity disruption regardless of international conditions. 3. Cross-border redundancy implementation. The framework would establish intentional connection redundancy between Muslim alliance members, implementing diverse physical paths, multiple technologies, and alternate routing, creating resilience against specific link disruption. This implementation would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic redundancy, enabling persistent connectivity beyond individual connection failure regardless of specific disruption cause. 4. Bandwidth capacity enhancement. The digital sovereignty framework would implement coordinated capacity expansion across critical Muslim world connections, establishing appropriate infrastructure development, technology implementation, and resource allocation, creating sufficient capacity beyond minimum requirements. This enhancement would transform traditional constraints through systematic development, enabling performance resilience beyond usage spikes regardless of demand fluctuation. 5. Regional Internet Registry development. The framework would establish enhanced regional Internet registry functions specifically addressing Muslim world needs. Implementing appropriate address allocation, technical coordination, and policy development, creating regional Internet governance beyond external control. This development would transform traditional dependency through institutional capacity, enabling self-determined Internet administration beyond foreign influence regardless of global governance pressures. This regional Internet architecture enhancement would address the fundamental challenge where Muslim world Internet traffic unnecessarily transits external territories despite available internal paths through historical development, economic incentives, or technical limitations. The resulting framework would transform regional connectivity through sophisticated architecture, creating resilient internal networking beyond external dependencies regardless of international conditions. Indigenous technology implementation. The digital sovereignty framework would establish comprehensive technological independence. 1. Open source foundation prioritization. The framework would systematically prioritize open source technologies for critical infrastructure, enabling complete verification, customization, and control beyond proprietary solutions, implementing appropriate evaluation, adaptation, and deployment methodologies. This prioritization would transform traditional limitations through transparency emphasis, enabling trustworthy infrastructure beyond black box technologies regardless of vendor assurances. 2. Local manufacturing development. The digital sovereignty architecture would establish indigenous production capabilities for critical networking equipment including routers, switches, and security devices, implementing appropriate manufacturing capacity, quality assurance, and supply chain security. This development would transform traditional dependency through production internalization, enabling equipment availability beyond import restrictions regardless of international conditions. 3. Encryption capability internalization. The framework would implement comprehensive indigenous encryption, ensuring communication security without external dependencies, establishing appropriate algorithm development, implementation verification, and key management, creating trustworthy protection beyond foreign technologies. This internalization would transform traditional vulnerability through capability development, enabling assured confidentiality beyond potential backdoors regardless of external pressure. 4. Standards participation enhancement. The digital sovereignty framework would implement coordinated Muslim world participation in international technology standards development, establishing appropriate technical expertise, strategic coordination, and consistent representation, creating influence beyond individual participation. This enhancement would transform traditional marginalization through collective engagement, enabling standard influence beyond observer status regardless of historical exclusion. 5. Technology adaptation capability. The framework would establish sophisticated abilities modifying foreign technologies for appropriate Muslim world application, implementing reverse engineering capabilities, security verification methodologies, and adaptation expertise, creating technological self-determination beyond acceptance or rejection. Binary. This capability would transform traditional limitations through adaptive capacity, enabling selective technology use beyond complete dependency regardless of original design intent. This indigenous technology implementation would address the fundamental challenge where Muslim states depend on potentially compromised foreign technologies for critical infrastructure despite their security implications through capability gaps, economic constraints, or development limitations. The resulting framework would transform technological sovereignty through indigenous development, creating trustworthy infrastructure beyond foreign technology dependency regardless of international restrictions. Data sovereignty frameworks. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement comprehensive governance ensuring control over critical information assets. Cross-border data governance. The Digital Sovereignty Framework would establish unprecedented coordination for Muslim world data. 1. Harmonized data protection legislation. The framework would implement coordinated legal frameworks across Muslim alliance members, establishing consistent data protection requirements, privacy standards, and sovereignty provisions, creating coherent regional approach beyond fragmented national regulations. This harmonization would transform traditional inconsistency through systematic alignment, enabling effective protection beyond jurisdiction shopping regardless of territorial boundaries. 2. Data localization coordination. The digital sovereignty architecture would establish appropriate requirements for local storage of critical national data, including government information, essential services, and strategic sectors, implementing consistent standards, verification mechanisms, and enforcement protocols. This coordination would transform traditional fragmentation through unified approaches, enabling effective data territorialization beyond inconsistent requirements regardless of commercial pressure. 3. Cross-border transfer framework. The framework would implement sophisticated provisions governing legitimate data movement between Muslim alliance members, establishing appropriate protection requirements, authorized transfer mechanisms, and accountability systems, creating balanced approach beyond either absolute restriction or unlimited flow. This framework would transform traditional binary approaches through nuanced governance, enabling legitimate data utility beyond sovereignty risks regardless of technical complexity. 4. Foreign access limitation. The digital sovereignty framework would establish specific restrictions on external government access to Muslim alliance data, implementing coordinated legal positions, technical protections, and diplomatic approaches, creating effective data security beyond territorial storage alone. This limitation would transform traditional vulnerability through comprehensive constraints, enabling genuine data protection beyond nominal sovereignty regardless of external pressure. 5. Islamic data ethics integration. The framework would implement specific guidance applying Islamic ethical principles to data governance questions, including algorithmic fairness, privacy protection, and information security through authentic religious analysis, creating legitimate governance beyond secular frameworks alone. This integration would transform traditional approaches through ethical foundation, enabling governance aligned with Islamic values regardless of conventional data practices. This cross-border data governance would address the fundamental challenge where fragmented national approaches create both protection gaps and unnecessary barriers despite shared interests through regulatory inconsistency, capability limitations, or coordination failures. The resulting framework would transform data sovereignty through sophisticated regional integration, creating effective governance beyond individual jurisdiction limitations regardless of global data pressures. Strategic data asset protection. The digital sovereignty concept would implement comprehensive protection for critical information. 1. National data classification implementation. The framework would establish standardized methodologies identifying and categorizing strategic data assets according to sensitivity, criticality, and protection requirements, implementing consistent assessment, labeling, and handling protocols across Muslim alliance members. This implementation would transform traditional inconsistency through systematic methodology, enabling appropriate protection allocation beyond subjective determination regardless of resource constraints. 2. Critical database security enhancement. The digital sovereignty architecture would implement advanced protection for strategic data repositories containing essential national information, establishing appropriate access controls, encryption implementation, and monitoring capabilities, creating effective security beyond conventional approaches. This enhancement would transform traditional vulnerability through sophisticated protection, enabling data integrity beyond standard commercial security regardless of adversary sophistication. 3. Indigenous cloud infrastructure development. The framework would establish Muslim alliance cloud computing capabilities, providing secure processing for sensitive data, implementing appropriate technology, operational security, and sovereignty guarantees, creating trustworthy alternatives beyond foreign providers. This development would transform traditional dependency through capability internalization, enabling secure processing beyond external platforms regardless of commercial convenience. For the data supply chain security, the digital sovereignty framework would implement comprehensive verification throughout data life cycles, including collection, processing, storage, and transfer, establishing appropriate controls, inspection mechanisms, and integrity verification, creating trustworthy information beyond assumed accuracy. This security would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic verification, enabling legitimate decisional foundation beyond manipulated information regardless of interference sophistication. 5. Knowledge database development. The framework would establish strategic repositories preserving critical Muslim scientific, technical, and cultural knowledge, implementing appropriate documentation, preservation technologies, and access mechanisms, creating intellectual sovereignty beyond external dependencies. This development would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic preservation, enabling persistent knowledge availability beyond potential disconnection regardless of international conditions. This strategic data asset protection would address the fundamental challenge where critical national information remains vulnerable despite its strategic importance through protection inadequacy, storage vulnerability, or processing dependency. The resulting framework would transform data security through sophisticated protection, creating information sovereignty beyond traditional approaches regardless of adversary capability. Digital identity sovereignty. The digital sovereignty framework would implement comprehensive self-determination for personal identification. 1. Indigenous Identity Framework. The framework would establish Muslim Alliance digital identity systems independent from external control, implementing appropriate technology, governance structures, and verification mechanisms, creating sovereign identification beyond foreign platform dependency. This framework would transform traditional limitations through capability development, enabling self-determined identity beyond commercial platforms regardless of convenience appeal. 2. Decentralized architecture implementation. The digital sovereignty architecture would prioritize distributed rather than centralized identity approaches where appropriate, implementing technology minimizing unnecessary data concentration, single-point vulnerability, and potential abuse, creating resilient identification beyond concentrated targets. This implementation would transform traditional vulnerability through architectural choices, enabling robust identity beyond structural weaknesses regardless of specific implementation. 3. Privacy-preserving authentication. The framework would establish sophisticated mechanisms enabling necessary verification without excessive disclosure, implementing zero-knowledge proofs, selective attribute revelation, and purpose limitation, creating dignified identification beyond unnecessary exposure. This authentication would transform traditional approaches through privacy emphasis, enabling effective verification beyond complete disclosure regardless of legitimate authentication requirements. 4. Cross-border recognition protocol. The digital sovereignty framework would implement mutual recognition arrangements between Muslim Alliance identity systems, establishing appropriate standards, verification mechanisms, and governance structures, creating regional interoperability beyond national isolation. This protocol would transform traditional fragmentation through systematic integration. Fundamental. This independent communication architecture would address the challenge where critical Muslim communications remain vulnerable to disruption despite their strategic importance through infrastructure dependency, protocol vulnerability, or technological limitations. The resulting framework would transform communication resilience through sophisticated independence, creating persistent connectivity beyond disruption attempts regardless of adversary capabilities. Emergency communication capability. Capability. The digital sovereignty concept would implement comprehensive contingency systems. 1. Disconnection-resistant technology. The framework would establish communication capabilities functioning during deliberate internet disconnection, implementing appropriate mesh networks, peer-to-peer systems, and non-internet dependent technologies, creating continued connectivity despite central infrastructure disruption. This technology would transform traditional vulnerability through architectural adaptation, enabling persistent communication beyond centralized control points regardless of deliberate disruption. 2. Civilian Emergency Network. The digital sovereignty architecture would communication implement systems connectivity during ensuring crises. Public emergency continued establishing civilian appropriate technologies, distribution mechanisms, and activation protocols, creating societal resilience beyond government communications alone. This network would transform traditional limitations through public integration, enabling comprehensive connectivity beyond official systems regardless of crisis conditions. 3. Satellite communication independence. The framework would establish sovereign satellite communication capabilities, reducing dependency on foreign-controlled systems, implementing appropriate space assets, ground infrastructure, and operational control, creating autonomous connectivity beyond terrestrial limitations. This independence would transform traditional vulnerability through capability internalization, enabling assured communication beyond foreign-controlled systems conditions. 4. Regardless of international. Low-tech fallback implementation. The digital sovereignty framework would establish appropriate non-digital contingency systems, ensuring continued essential communication despite comprehensive digital disruption, implementing predetermined procedures, alternative technologies, and operational training, creating absolute minimum connectivity regardless of digital environment. This implementation would transform traditional vulnerability through technological diversification, enabling basic communication beyond complete digital failure regardless of attack sophistication. 5. Rapid infrastructure restoration. The framework would establish sophisticated capabilities, quickly restoring damaged communication infrastructure, implementing predefined procedures, stockpiled equipment, and specialized repair teams, creating shortened disruption despite successful attacks. This restoration would transform traditional vulnerability through recovery emphasis, enabling accelerated return to normal operations beyond attack impacts regardless of damage extent. This emergency communication capability would address the fundamental challenge where digital disruption could potentially isolate Muslim communities despite communication criticality through infrastructure vulnerability, technological dependency, or preparation inadequacy. The resulting framework would transform communication resilience through comprehensive contingency planning, creating assured connectivity beyond disruption attempts regardless of specific technique employed. Strategic communication sovereignty. The digital sovereignty framework would implement comprehensive self-determination for narrative and information. 1. Indigenous content platform development. The framework would establish Muslim alliance alternatives to dominant foreign content platforms, implementing appropriate technologies, operational policies, and governance mechanisms, creating independent digital public spaces beyond external control. This development would transform traditional dependency through capability internalization, enabling self-determined content environments beyond foreign platform governance regardless of network effect challenges. 2. Strategic narrative capability. The digital sovereignty architecture would implement sophisticated capabilities, ensuring Muslim perspectives reach global audiences, establishing appropriate content creation, distribution channels, and audience engagement, creating narrative parity beyond Western media dominance. This capability would transform traditional marginalization through strategic communication, enabling authentic representation beyond distorted external portrayals regardless of incumbent advantages. 3. Misinformation defense implementation. The framework would establish advanced capabilities detecting and countering deliberately false information targeting Muslim societies, implementing appropriate identification methodologies, correction mechanisms, and resilience development, creating societal protection beyond individual platform moderation. This implementation would transform traditional vulnerability through comprehensive defense, enabling information integrity beyond platform-specific protections regardless of disinformation sophistication. 4. Digital cultural preservation. The digital sovereignty framework would implement comprehensive digitization and protection of Muslim cultural heritage, establishing appropriate documentation technologies, preservation methodologies, and access mechanisms, creating cultural continuity beyond physical vulnerability. This preservation would transform traditional limitations through digital enhancement, enabling persistent cultural access beyond potential physical destruction regardless of specific threats. Five, strategic communication coordination. The framework would establish sophisticated coordination ensuring consistent Muslim alliance messaging on critical issues, implementing appropriate consultation mechanisms, information sharing, and strategic alignment creating collective impact beyond fragmented individual communications. This coordination would transform traditional inconsistency through systematic alignment enabling effective strategic communication beyond contradictory messaging regardless of issue complexity. This strategic communication sovereignty would address the fundamental challenge where Muslim narratives remain marginalized in global discourse despite their legitimate perspectives through platform disadvantages, distribution limitations, or fragmented approaches. The resulting framework would transform narrative sovereignty through sophisticated capabilities creating authentic representation beyond distorted external portrayals regardless of incumbent media advantages. Digital forensics. Capabilities and attribution. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement comprehensive capabilities establishing accountability in cyberspace. Advanced attribution architecture. The digital sovereignty framework would establish sophisticated responsibility determination. 1. Multi-source attribution methodology. The framework would implement advanced attribution combining technical evidence, intelligence information, and contextual analysis, establishing comprehensive methodology beyond purely technical indicators creating sophisticated understanding despite deliberate obfuscation. This methodology would transform traditional limitations through integrated analysis enabling accurate attribution beyond individual evidence categories regardless of adversary deception. 2. Regional activity baseline development. The digital sovereignty architecture would establish comprehensive understanding of normal cyber activity patterns across Muslim territories, implementing sophisticated monitoring, pattern analysis, and anomaly detection creating contextual awareness beyond isolated observations. This development would transform traditional limitations through environmental understanding enabling meaningful deviation identification beyond individual indicators regardless of subtlety attempts. 3. Strategic intelligence integration. The framework would systematically incorporate non-technical information within attribution analysis including geopolitical context, historical patterns, and strategic objectives, implementing appropriate analytical methodologies, knowledge integration, and assessment frameworks creating comprehensive understanding beyond technical data alone. This integration would transform traditional limitations through contextual enhancement enabling sophisticated attribution beyond digital forensics regardless of technical obfuscation. 4. Collective evidence repository. The digital sovereignty framework would establish shared evidence collection regarding significant attacks against Muslim alliance members, implementing appropriate submission standards, verification protocols, and analysis methodologies creating collective knowledge beyond individual experience. This repository would transform traditional isolation through systematic collaboration enabling comprehensive understanding beyond individual case limitations regardless of specific targeting. 5. Attribution confidence framework. The framework would implement standardized methodology expressing attribution certainty, establishing appropriate evidence categories, verification requirements, and confidence levels creating transparent assessment beyond binary attribution claims. This framework would transform traditional limitations through methodological rigor enabling appropriate certainty communication beyond oversimplified conclusions regardless of evidence complexity. This advanced attribution architecture would address the fundamental challenge where cyber attack responsibility remains ambiguous despite critical importance for appropriate response through evidence limitations, analytical constraints, or technical challenges. The resulting framework would transform attribution capabilities through sophisticated methodologies creating legitimate accountability beyond reasonable doubt regardless of adversary deception. Evidence standards development. The digital sovereignty concept would implement comprehensive forensic frameworks. 1. Juridical evidence standards. The framework would establish rigorous methodologies ensuring digital evidence meets appropriate legal requirements across Muslim alliance jurisdictions, implementing suitable collection procedures, preservation protocols, and authentication mechanisms, creating juridical validity beyond investigative utility. These standards would transform traditional limitations through legal alignment, enabling successful conclusions variations. 2. Prosecution regardless beyond investigative of jurisdictional. Chain of custody implementation. The digital sovereignty architecture would implement comprehensive documentation throughout evidence life cycles, establishing appropriate handling procedures, transfer records, and access controls, creating verifiable integrity despite complex processing requirements. This implementation would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic documentation, enabling trustworthy evidence beyond manipulation concerns regardless of case sensitivity. 3. Cross-border evidence protocol. The framework would establish standardized procedures for digital evidence sharing between Muslim alliance members, implementing appropriate formats, validation mechanisms, and handling requirements, creating seamless utilization beyond jurisdictional boundaries. This protocol would transform traditional fragmentation through systematic harmonization, enabling effective evidence utilization regardless of collection jurisdiction. 4. Technical analysis standardization. The digital sovereignty framework would implement consistent methodologies for critical forensic procedures, including memory analysis, network investigation, and malware examination, establishing appropriate technical approaches, analytical frameworks, and documentation requirements, creating reliable results beyond individual examiner variation. This standardization would transform traditional inconsistency through methodological harmonization, enabling trustworthy analysis regardless of specific examiner. 5. Islamic jurisprudence integration. The framework would establish specific analysis addressing digital evidence admissibility and evaluation within Islamic legal frameworks, implementing appropriate religious scholarship, legal analysis, and practical application, creating legitimate evidence utilization beyond secular frameworks alone. This integration would transform traditional approaches through religious authentication, enabling evidence utilization aligned with Islamic legal principles regardless of conventional forensic practices. This evidence standards development would address the fundamental challenge where digital evidence validity remains questionable despite critical importance for legitimate accountability through procedural variations, documentation inadequacies, or legal uncertainties. The resulting framework would transform digital forensics through sophisticated standards, creating trustworthy evidence beyond reasonable challenge regardless of case complexity. Institutional capability building. The digital sovereignty framework would implement comprehensive forensic capacity development. 1. Regional forensic center establishment. The framework would establish dedicated digital forensic centers with specialized expertise, implementing appropriate facilities, equipment, resources, and technical capabilities, creating advanced analytical capacity beyond individual organization limitations. This establishment would transform traditional constraints through institutional development, enabling sophisticated forensics beyond resource limitations regardless of case complexity. 2. Forensic tool independence. The digital sovereignty architecture would establish indigenous development of critical forensic technologies, implementing appropriate software creation, verification methodologies, and operational validation, creating trustworthy capabilities beyond foreign tools. This independence would transform traditional dependency through capability internalization, enabling assured forensics beyond potential tool trustworthiness. 3. Manipulation regardless of vendor. Expert development pipeline. The framework would implement comprehensive human capability development for digital forensics, establishing appropriate educational programs, practical training, and certification processes, creating indigenous expertise beyond foreign consultant reliance. This pipeline would transform traditional limitations through systematic development, enabling self-sufficient capabilities beyond external expertise regardless of specialization requirements. 4. Operational procedure standardization. The digital sovereignty framework would establish consistent methodologies for critical forensic operations, including incident response, evidence collection, and investigative analysis, implementing appropriate procedures, documentation requirements, and quality controls, creating reliable practices. Beyond individual variation. This standardization would transform traditional inconsistency through procedural harmonization, enabling consistent quality regardless of specific circumstances. 5. Continuous capability enhancement. The framework would implement systematic forensic capability evolution, addressing emerging technologies, novel attack methodologies, and advanced adversary techniques, establishing appropriate research activities, capability development, and implementation mechanisms, creating persistent effectiveness despite changing digital environments. This enhancement would transform traditional limitations through evolutionary design, enabling sustained relevance beyond initial capability regardless of technological progression. This institutional capability building would address the fundamental challenge where forensic capacity remains inadequate despite critical importance for digital accountability through resource limitations, expertise shortages, or institutional constraints. The resulting framework would transform forensic capabilities through comprehensive development, creating sophisticated capacity beyond individual organization limitations regardless of case complexity. Conclusion: essential foundation for Digital Age Muslim Independence. The Digital Sovereignty Operations Framework represents transformative implementation of Muslim security architecture principles in the critical information domain, demonstrating how sophisticated capabilities aligned under coherent leadership can address complex digital challenges more effectively than either purely national efforts or dependence on external technology providers. This framework addresses the fundamental limitations undermining existing digital autonomy through unprecedented integration across cyber defense, infrastructure protection, data governance, alternative communications, and forensic capabilities under coherent doctrine, balancing technological effectiveness with Islamic principles. The framework directly applies Pakistan's unique qualifications for Muslim digital sovereignty leadership, combining sophisticated cyber capabilities with electronic warfare expertise, digital resilience planning, and indigenous technology development demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis. Pakistan's balanced digital sovereignty approach, integrating multiple technical and strategic dimensions within coherent governance architecture, provides precisely the doctrinal foundation required for securing the Muslim world's digital self-determination beyond fragmented national efforts or external technology dependence. Most significantly, the digital sovereignty operations concept addresses all 6 critical security challenges facing the Muslim world: protecting territorial integrity through securing digital borders and national cyberspace, preventing external interventions by reducing technological dependency, creating foreign influence channels, reducing economic vulnerabilities through securing critical digital infrastructure, enabling prosperity, developing technological self-sufficiency. Through indigenous capability cultivation, protecting cultural heritage by securing digital repositories of Muslim knowledge, and overcoming strategic fragmentation through unified Muslim world action on shared digital interests. Through this comprehensive approach, combining cyber defense with infrastructure protection, data governance with alternative communications, and forensic capabilities with indigenous technology, the Pakistan-led digital sovereignty framework would transform Muslim world effectiveness in securing its critical information interests beyond both fragmented national efforts and dependence on external technology providers. This achievement would demonstrate the Muslim world's capacity to protect its digital sovereignty through collective action under Pakistan's leadership, without compromising Islamic principles or accepting perpetual dependency on external technology ecosystems, frequently pursuing objectives beyond Muslim world interests. The Digital Sovereignty Operations Framework thus serves as powerful demonstration of the book's central thesis, that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation. By implementing sophisticated integration of existing capabilities under coherent leadership rather than attempting impossible competition with global technology giants, the Muslim Security Alliance can achieve digital sovereignty through strategic cooperation that individual national programs cannot match regardless of investment level. This framework provides not theoretical concept but practical implementation plan, transforming Muslim world digital positioning from dependency or vulnerability toward collective self-determination through capabilities already existing but requiring merely strategic coordination under principled leadership. Section C. Long-term strategic operations. Chapter 93. Muslim world air defense integration. And prepare against them whatever you are able of power and of steeds of war by which you may terrify the enemy of Allah and your enemy. Quran 8 hours 60 minutes. Air defense represents one of the most critical yet underdeveloped dimensions of Muslim world security architecture, the essential protective shield enabling sovereignty preservation, territorial integrity, and freedom from aerial coercion in an increasingly aerospace-dominated security environment. Despite controlling vast airspace spanning from Morocco to Indonesia, the Muslim world has historically lacked integrated air defense frameworks commensurate with the existential importance of aerospace protection. This chapter presents a comprehensive Muslim world air defense integration framework under the proposed Pakistan-led Muslim security architecture, demonstrating how sophisticated technical capabilities aligned with Islamic principles can transform aerial sovereignty protection against threats ranging from conventional aircraft to cruise missiles, unmanned systems, and hypersonic weapons. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated Pakistan's ability to implement sophisticated air defense operations including multi-layered intercept capabilities, early warning integration, electronic warfare, and rapid adaptation despite confronting an adversary with supposed qualitative advantages. Pakistan's balanced air defense development, combining indigenous systems production, foreign platform integration, comprehensive doctrine, and innovative employment into coherent protective architecture, provides the doctrinal foundation for a Muslim world air defense framework transcending the limitations undermining both purely national and external dependency approaches. This framework operationalizes the central thesis that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation, demonstrating how focused Muslim capabilities under Pakistani leadership can secure critical aerospace sovereignty without requiring either unaffordable fifth-generation fighter fleets or complete dependence on external defense guarantees. The air defense integration concept addresses the full spectrum of contemporary aerospace challenges, from conventional aircraft through cruise missiles to unmanned systems and future hypersonic threats, recognizing that effective protection requires comprehensive integration across detection, command, engagement, and multidimensional sustainment approach dimensions. Transforms this traditional limitations where radar systems operate disconnected from interceptor platforms, command structures separate from technical capabilities, and national efforts fragmented from regional security despite their fundamental interdependence in effective air defense. By establishing institutional frameworks integrating these dimensions under coherent leadership, the concept creates unprecedented effectiveness leveraging existing capabilities through strategic coordination rather than unattainable platform acquisition programs. Integrated air defense concept. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement sophisticated airspace protection boundaries, transcending traditional multi-layered defense architecture. National. The air defense framework would establish unprecedented protection depth. 1. Strategic depth implementation. The framework would implement genuine strategic depth beyond individual national territories, establishing interconnected detection and engagement zones, creating comprehensive coverage extending far beyond political borders. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through geographic expansion, creating early intercept opportunities beyond territorial constraints regardless of attack vector direction. 2. Altitude coverage integration. The air defense architecture would establish comprehensive protection from ground level through medium altitudes to high altitude threats, implementing appropriate sensor and weapon combinations, creating complete vertical coverage beyond single-layer systems. This integration would transform traditional gaps through layered protection, creating comprehensive denial across all flight profiles regardless of threat altitude selection. 3. Cross-spectrum capability. The framework would implement detection and engagement capabilities across the electromagnetic spectrum from visual through infrared to multiple radar bands, establishing appropriate technological diversity, creating resilience against countermeasures beyond single-spectrum dependence. This capability would transform traditional vulnerabilities through technological breadth, creating persistence beyond electronic warfare regardless of jamming sophistication. For engagement zone overlap, the air defense architecture would establish deliberate weapon engagement zone redundancy beyond efficiency-focused coverage, implementing overlapping capabilities, creating resilience through multiple intercept opportunities. This overlap would transform traditional vulnerability through deliberate redundancy, creating persistence beyond individual system limitations regardless of saturation attempts. 5. All-weather capability enhancement. The framework would implement comprehensive capabilities functioning across meteorological conditions from clear visibility through precipitation to severe weather, establishing appropriate sensor diversity and weapon selection, creating continuous protection beyond fair weather operations. This enhancement would transform traditional limitations through environmental adaptation, creating persistent defense beyond condition-dependent systems regardless of adversary timing selection. This multi-layered defense architecture would address the fundamental vulnerability where national air defense systems operate with insufficient depth despite the speed and range of modern aerospace threats. The resulting framework would transform air sovereignty through sophisticated integration, creating comprehensive protection beyond territorial constraints regardless of attack vector sophistication. System integration. Limitations. Beyond platform. The air defense framework would establish capability integration transcending individual system boundaries. 1. Cross-generation platform integration. The framework would implement sophisticated interoperability between diverse generational systems from legacy Soviet-era equipment through Western platforms to indigenous developments, establishing appropriate interface solutions, data translation protocols, and operational procedures, creating unified capability beyond technological fragmentation. This integration would transform traditional isolation through systematic connection, creating comprehensive effectiveness beyond individual system limitations regardless of origin diversity. 2. Sensor fusion implementation. The air defense architecture would establish advanced data integration combining information from diverse radar types, infrared detection, visual observation, and electronic intelligence, implementing appropriate correlation algorithms, display integration, and analytical tools, creating comprehensive situational awareness beyond single sensor limitations. This implementation would transform traditional separation through systematic combination, creating complete understanding beyond individual sensor perspective regardless of collection platform diversity. 3. Cross-domain integration. The framework would implement unprecedented coordination between ground-based, naval, and airborne systems beyond traditional domain separation, establishing appropriate communication protocols, data sharing mechanisms, and operational procedures, creating unified aerospace picture regardless of platform basing. This integration would transform traditional separation through cross-domain connection, creating comprehensive coverage beyond environmental boundaries regardless of threat approach vector. 4. Legacy system enhancement. The air defense framework would establish specific capabilities extending older system effectiveness beyond original design limitations, implementing appropriate modernization packages, capability additions, and operational adaptations, creating continued relevance beyond planned obsolescence. This enhancement would transform traditional limitations through targeted upgrades, creating extended utility beyond original capabilities regardless of system age. 5. Engagement coordination implementation. The framework would establish sophisticated weapon assignment optimization beyond individual unit decisions, implementing appropriate allocation algorithms, deconfliction protocols, and resource management, creating maximum effectiveness despite limited interceptor quantities. This implementation would transform traditional inefficiency through systematic coordination, creating optimal employment beyond individual platform decisions regardless of engagement complexity. This system integration would address the fundamental limitation where diverse air defense systems operate in isolation despite their complementary capabilities through technological incompatibility, operational barriers, or doctrinal differences. The resulting framework would transform air defense effectiveness through sophisticated integration, creating synergistic capability beyond individual system performance regardless of platform diversity. Indigenous capability development. The air defense framework would establish unprecedented self-sufficiency, reducing external dependency. 1. Critical technology identification. The framework would implement systematic analysis identifying strategically essential technologies requiring indigenous development, establishing clear prioritization, resource allocation, and capability targets, creating independence in decisive capabilities beyond comprehensive self-sufficiency attempts. This identification would transform traditional approaches through strategic focus, creating critical autonomy beyond unrealistic across-the-board development regardless of resource constraints. 2. Regional specialization integration. The air defense architecture would implement deliberate capability distribution among Muslim alliance members, assigning specific development responsibilities based on existing industrial foundations, technical expertise, and economic capacity, creating comprehensive coverage through complementary specialization. Movement impediments beyond aggregate timelines, establishing specific bottleneck identification, constraint categorization, and critical path analysis, creating targeted improvement opportunities through precise understanding. This identification would transform traditional limitations through systematic diagnosis, creating focused enhancement beyond general acceleration efforts regardless of system complexity. 3. Parallel process optimization. The framework would implement sophisticated simultaneous operation analysis beyond linear planning, establishing appropriate concurrent activities, dependency mapping, and synchronization opportunities, creating time compression through process redesign. This optimization would transform traditional sequential approaches through parallel engineering, creating accelerated capability beyond conventional timelines regardless of organizational habits. 4. Decision cycle integration. The strategic mobility framework would incorporate command decision processes within timeline analysis beyond purely physical movement focus, establishing appropriate planning duration, approval requirements, and authorization dependencies, creating comprehensive understanding beyond transportation mechanics alone. This integration would transform traditional separation through holistic assessment, creating complete temporal awareness beyond physical movement timelines regardless of organizational complexity. 5. Real-world correction factor. The framework would implement systematic adjustment between exercise performance and actual operation expectations beyond direct equivalence assumptions, establishing appropriate reality modification, stress factors, and complication allowances, creating realistic projections despite artificial exercise environments. This factor would transform traditional limitations through realistic calibration, creating accurate planning figures beyond exercise data alone regardless of unavoidable exercise artificialities. This realistic timeline validation would address the fundamental challenge where deployment planning proceeds based on optimistic projections despite potential catastrophic consequences through timeline underestimation, constraint overlooking, or political pressure. The resulting framework would transform mobility planning through sophisticated temporal analysis, creating genuine understanding beyond unrealistic expectations regardless of political desire for favorable assessments. Host nation support standardization. The strategic mobility framework would establish comprehensive receiving arrangements. 1. Reception process standardization. The framework would implement consistent arrival procedures across Muslim alliance territories beyond national variation, establishing common documentation, clearance requirements, and handling processes, creating predictable reception despite geographical dispersion. This standardization would transform traditional inconsistency through systematic harmonization, creating efficient arrival beyond location-specific procedures regardless of national bureaucratic differences. 2. Staging area development. The strategic mobility architecture would positioning facilities establish standardized temporary beyond ad hoc arrangements, implementing appropriate designs, equipment requirements, and operational procedures, creating effective transition capability despite diverse locations. This development would transform traditional improvisation through deliberate planning, creating appropriate staging. Beyond location-specific arrangements regardless of infrastructure variation. 3. Onward movement enhancement. The framework would implement sophisticated continuation capabilities beyond arrival processing, establishing appropriate transportation assets, route management, and movement control, creating seamless flow beyond reception points. This enhancement would transform traditional bottlenecks through process continuity, creating uninterrupted deployment beyond arrival completion regardless of inland transportation challenges. For integration facilitation, the strategic mobility framework would establish specific capabilities supporting arriving force incorporation within existing structures beyond mere delivery, implementing appropriate liaison systems, communication provision, and support arrangements, creating effective force generation beyond physical presence. This facilitation would transform traditional limitations through integration emphasis, creating combat effectiveness beyond geographical positioning complexity. 5. Regardless of organizational legal framework implementation, the framework would establish comprehensive legal arrangements supporting force deployment beyond ad hoc agreements, implementing appropriate status provisions, jurisdiction clarity, and operational authorities, creating unimpeded operations despite sovereign territory employment. This implementation would transform traditional constraints through legal foundation, creating operational freedom beyond jurisdictional obstacles regardless of national legal system variations. This host nation support standardization would address the fundamental challenge where receiving territory arrangements create deployment friction despite adequate transportation capability through procedural inconsistency, infrastructure limitation, or legal obstacles. The resulting framework would transform deployment effectiveness through sophisticated standardization, creating seamless reception beyond transportation alone regardless of destination territory variation. Conclusion: power projection through collective capability. The Strategic Mobility Enhancement Framework represents transformative implementation of Muslim security architecture principles in the essential movement domain, demonstrating how sophisticated capabilities aligned under coherent leadership can address complex challenges more effectively than either purely national efforts or ad hoc cooperation arrangements. This framework addresses the fundamental limitations undermining existing mobility capabilities through unprecedented integration across transportation modes, infrastructure development, prepositioning arrangements, and exercise validation under coherent doctrine, balancing operational effectiveness with Islamic principles of mutual assistance and collective action. The framework directly applies Pakistan's unique qualifications for Muslim mobility leadership, combining airlift assets with maritime capabilities, transportation networks with logistical expertise, and civil-military integration with international cooperation demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis. Pakistan's balanced approach integrating multiple mobility dimensions within coherent architecture provides precisely the doctrinal foundation required for genuine Muslim world strategic movement capability beyond fragmented national systems or episodic cooperation arrangements. Most significantly, the strategic mobility enhancement concept addresses all 6 critical security challenges facing the Muslim world, protecting territorial sovereignty through rapid reinforcement capability, preventing external interventions by reducing vulnerability through quick reaction forces, reducing economic vulnerabilities through infrastructure development, developing technological self-sufficiency through indigenous transportation capability, protecting cultural heritage by enabling rapid security force deployment, and overcoming strategic fragmentation through unified Muslim world action on this shared vital interest. Through this comprehensive approach, combining airlift coordination with sealift capability, prepositioning strategy with deployment exercises, and specific capabilities with standardized procedures, the Pakistan-led mobility framework would transform Muslim world effectiveness in projecting power beyond both fragmented national efforts and episodic cooperation arrangements. This achievement would demonstrate the Muslim world's capacity to overcome its geographical discontinuity through collective action under Pakistan's leadership, without compromising Islamic principles or accepting supposed geographical constraints presented as strategic inevitability. The Strategic Mobility Enhancement Framework thus serves as powerful demonstration of the book's central thesis, that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation. By implementing sophisticated integration of existing capabilities under coherent leadership rather than pursuing massive transportation fleets beyond economic reality, the Muslim Security Alliance can achieve mobility effectiveness through strategic cooperation that individual national programs cannot match regardless of investment level. This framework provides not theoretical concept but practical implementation plan transforming Muslim world mobility capabilities from fragmentation or inadequacy toward collective effectiveness through assets already existing but requiring merely strategic coordination under principled leadership. Chapter 96. Extended Nuclear Deterrence Concept. And prepare against them whatever you are able of power and of steeds of war by which you may terrify the enemy of Allah and your enemy. Quran 8 hours 60 minutes. Nuclear deterrence represents the ultimate guarantor of sovereignty in the contemporary international system, the final shield against existential threats and the decisive capability enabling smaller states to maintain independence despite confronting adversaries with vastly superior conventional forces. Despite Pakistan's established nuclear status and clear demonstration of effective deterrence doctrine, the Muslim world remains largely dependent on external nuclear powers for ultimate security guarantees, with the political, military, and ethical compromises such reliance entails. This chapter presents a comprehensive extended nuclear deterrence concept under the proposed Pakistan-led Muslim security architecture, demonstrating how sophisticated strategic capabilities aligned with Islamic principles can transform the fundamental security equation for Muslim nations facing existential threats beyond conventional defense capabilities. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated Pakistan's ability to implement sophisticated nuclear deterrence operations including calibrated signaling, deliberate threshold management, and crisis stability maintenance despite confronting an adversary with substantial nuclear capabilities and apparent conventional superiority. Pakistan's balanced deterrence development, combining minimum credible deterrence with effective delivery systems, clear doctrinal thresholds with deliberate strategic ambiguity, and conventional nuclear integration with sophisticated command systems, provides the doctrinal foundation for a Muslim world extended deterrence framework transcending the limitations undermining both purely conventional defense and external nuclear guarantee dependency. This framework operationalizes the central thesis that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation, demonstrating how focused Muslim capabilities under Pakistani leadership can secure critical protection against existential threats without requiring either universal nuclear proliferation or acceptance of strategic subordination to external powers. The extended nuclear deterrence concept addresses the fundamental security dilemma facing non-nuclear Muslim states: how to maintain ultimate sovereignty against potential nuclear-armed adversaries without indigenous nuclear capabilities, recognizing that effective extended deterrence requires comprehensive integration across consultation mechanisms, signaling protocols, capability demonstration, and crisis management procedures. This multidimensional approach transforms the traditional limitations where nuclear guarantees remain either unavailable to Muslim states or provided only through external powers with divergent interests and values despite the existential importance of such protection. By establishing institutional frameworks providing credible Pakistani nuclear guarantees under appropriate Islamic ethical and legal frameworks, the concept creates unprecedented strategic autonomy for the Muslim world beyond both dangerous proliferation and perpetual dependency. Consultation mechanisms design. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented collective deliberation regarding the most consequential strategic capabilities, Islamic nuclear ethics framework. The extended deterrence architecture would establish sophisticated moral foundations. 1. Islamic just war integration. The framework would implement explicit incorporation of Islamic ethical principles regarding justified conflict, jihad, within nuclear doctrine, establishing appropriate threshold conditions, proportionality standards, and authority requirements, creating legitimate deterrence beyond secular strategic theories. This integration would transform traditional approaches through authentic foundation, creating appropriate doctrine beyond Western models regardless of their technical sophistication. 2. Protection of Muslim populations primacy. The extended deterrence architecture would establish clear doctrinal emphasis on defensive population protection rather than offensive employment, implementing explicit prioritization, capability configuration, and posture design, creating ethical legitimacy through defensive orientation. This primacy would transform potential concerns through humanitarian foundation, creating acceptable framework beyond aggressive interpretations regardless of capability characteristics. 3. Last resort doctrine formalization. The framework would implement explicit positioning of nuclear employment as absolute final option beyond conventional alternatives, establishing appropriate escalation ladders, intermediate options, and threshold clarity, creating ethical employment framework through exhaustion requirement. This formalization would transform traditional concerns through systematic restraint, creating moral legitimacy beyond catastrophic weapons characteristics regardless of security necessity. 4. Scholarly consultation integration. The extended deterrence architecture would establish unprecedented incorporation of Islamic scholarly perspectives within strategic doctrine development, implementing appropriate advisory structures, ethical guidance, and theological review, creating legitimacy through authentic religious participation. This integration would transform traditional separation through deliberate incorporation, creating doctrine alignment with Islamic principles beyond secular strategic calculation regardless of technical requirements. 5. Proportionality principle emphasis. The framework would implement sophisticated capability calibration, enabling proportionate response beyond massive retaliation concepts, establishing appropriate options, diversity, scalable effects, and limited employment doctrine, creating ethical framework through measured response potential. This emphasis would transform traditional approaches through nuanced capabilities, creating moral acceptability beyond indiscriminate destruction regardless of strategic requirements. This Islamic nuclear ethics framework would address the fundamental challenge where nuclear weapons appear inherently problematic from religious perspectives despite their essential protective function through ethical ambiguity, indiscriminate effects, or disproportionate consequences. The resulting framework would transform nuclear deterrence through sophisticated ethical integration, creating legitimate protective capability beyond secular strategic models regardless of moral complexity. Multinational consultation structure. The extended deterrence framework would establish unprecedented collective participation. 1. Nuclear planning group establishment. The framework would implement a dedicated multinational body specifically addressing nuclear deterrence policy, establishing appropriate representation, deliberative procedures, and decision protocols, creating collective participation beyond unilateral Pakistani determination. This establishment would transform traditional exclusivity through institutional inclusion, creating genuine alliance participation beyond mere protection receipt regardless of nuclear possession limitations. 2. Multilevel integration architecture. The extended deterrence architecture would establish participation at various governmental levels beyond merely senior leadership, implementing appropriate technical consultation, policy deliberation, and strategic planning, creating comprehensive involvement despite sensitivity constraints. This architecture would transform traditional limitations through graduated participation, creating appropriate inclusion beyond restricted access regardless of classification requirements. 3. Threat assessment standardization. The framework would implement common methodologies evaluating potential threats warranting nuclear deterrence beyond divergent national approaches, establishing shared analytical frameworks, evidence standards, and assessment protocols, creating unified understanding despite differing national perspectives. This standardization would transform traditional variations through methodological unification, creating consistent evaluation beyond national differences regardless of geopolitical position diversity. 4. Consensus development procedures. The extended deterrence architecture would establish sophisticated decision processes balancing collective input with timely resolution beyond simplistic unanimity or unilateral determination, implementing appropriate consultation requirements, perspective incorporation, and consensus building, creating legitimate outcomes despite diverse viewpoints. These procedures would transform traditional approaches through balanced methodology, creating appropriate decisions beyond either fragmentation or domination regardless of perspective diversity. 5. Sovereignty respect mechanisms. The framework would implement explicit participant autonomy protection beyond blanket commitments, establishing appropriate national prerogatives, consultation guarantees, and withdrawal provisions, creating acceptable framework despite sovereignty sensitivities. These mechanisms would transform traditional concerns through deliberate protection, creating participation willingness beyond sovereignty surrender fears regardless of security dependency realities. This multinational consultation structure would address the fundamental challenge where nuclear decisions traditionally remain exclusively within possessor nation control despite their profound implications for allied states through classification barriers, sovereignty traditions, or institutional limitations. The resulting framework would transform extended deterrence through sophisticated consultation, creating genuine collective participation beyond protection provision alone regardless of nuclear possession asymmetry. Graduated participation architecture. The extended deterrence framework would establish tailored involvement options. 1. Tiered membership implementation. The framework would establish differentiated participation levels beyond binary in-out categorization, implementing appropriate membership gradations, responsibility variation, and privilege allocation, creating flexible architecture matching national preference with commitment level. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through nuanced structure, creating appropriate participation options beyond universal standardization regardless of national circumstance diversity. 2. Geographical extension variation. The extended deterrence architecture would establish deliberate variation in protection scope beyond uniform coverage, implementing appropriate geographic customization, threat-specific application, and territorial specificity, creating tailored protection matching actual security requirements. This variation would transform traditional approaches through deliberate customization, creating appropriate coverage beyond standard guarantees regardless of regional security environment diversity. 3. Contribution-based participation. The framework would implement correlation between alliance contribution and extended deterrence involvement beyond equal treatment regardless of investment, establishing appropriate responsibility-influence relationship, resource-voice connection, and capability-authority linkage, creating fair participation framework despite asymmetric nuclear status. This participation model would transform traditional disjunction through proportional architecture, creating equitable structure beyond possession-based authority regardless of technical capability variations. 4. Technical expertise integration. The extended deterrence architecture would enable specialized contribution beyond possession-based exclusion, implementing appropriate technical participation, scientific contribution, and analytical involvement, creating valuable inclusion despite nuclear asymmetry. This integration would transform traditional limitations through expertise recognition, creating meaningful participation beyond hardware possession regardless of technical capability distribution. 5. Public diplomacy differentiation. The framework would implement sophisticated public communication variation beyond uniform messaging, establishing appropriate disclosure customization, domestic narrative adaptation, and international positioning, creating compatible external presentation despite internal participation diversity. This differentiation would transform traditional constraints through deliberate messaging variation, creating appropriate public understanding beyond standardized communications regardless of member domestic political requirements. This graduated participation architecture would address the fundamental challenge where nuclear alliance structures traditionally impose standardized models despite varying member circumstances through inflexible design, historical imitation, or administrative convenience. The resulting framework would transform extended deterrence through sophisticated differentiation, creating appropriate participation options beyond one-size-fits-all approaches regardless of member diversity. Signaling and communication protocols. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement sophisticated messaging, ensuring deterrence credibility without unnecessary escalation, deliberate communication architecture. The Extended Deterrence Framework would establish unprecedented signaling sophistication. 1. Calibrated ambiguity implementation. The framework would implement carefully designed uncertainty beyond either complete transparency or absolute secrecy, establishing appropriate disclosure boundaries, deliberate information management, and calculated revelation, creating deterrence enhancement through strategic ambiguity. This implementation would transform traditional approaches through sophisticated information control, creating enhanced deterrence beyond technical capabilities alone, regardless of actual force structure. 2. Precision messaging protocols. The extended deterrence architecture would establish explicit procedures ensuring intended signal transmission beyond misinterpretation vulnerability, implementing appropriate message construction, delivery confirmation, and reception verification, creating accurate communication despite crisis complexity. These protocols would transform traditional uncertainty through methodical precision, creating reliable signaling beyond ambiguous messaging regardless of high-stress environments. 3. Internal-external coordination. The framework would implement synchronized messaging across alliance members beyond individual national communications, establishing appropriate statement alignment, behavioral coordination, and visual consistency, creating unified deterrence messaging despite organizational complexity. This coordination would transform traditional fragmentation through systematic harmonization, creating coherent communication beyond disparate signals regardless of multinational structure. 4. Audience segmentation implementation. The extended deterrence architecture would establish sophisticated message differentiation for various recipients beyond uniform communication, implementing appropriate content variation, delivery customization, and emphasis adaptation, creating effective influence despite diverse audience requirements. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through deliberate differentiation, creating appropriate messaging beyond single-format communication regardless of recipient diversity. 5. Cultural adaptation integration. The framework would implement communication adjustments addressing cross-cultural interpretation beyond Western signaling traditions, establishing appropriate symbolic utilization, contextual awareness, and interpretation anticipation, creating effective messaging despite cultural complexity. This integration would transform traditional limitations through cultural sensitivity, creating accurate understanding beyond Western-derived signaling regardless of interpretation context diversity. This deliberate communication architecture would address the fundamental challenge where nuclear signaling faces increasingly complex interpretation environments despite critical importance through cultural differences, media fragmentation, or political dynamics. The resulting framework would transform deterrence effectiveness through sophisticated signaling, creating accurate message transmission beyond technical capabilities alone regardless of communication environment complexity. Crisis communication enhancement. The extended deterrence framework would establish specialized messaging during highest tension periods. 1. Rapid response channel establishment. The framework would implement dedicated communication pathways specifically designed for crisis environments beyond routine diplomatic channels, establishing appropriate emergency systems, streamlined protocols, and priority mechanisms, creating reliable connection despite heightened tensions. This establishment would transform traditional limitations through specialized infrastructure, creating dependable communication beyond general systems regardless of crisis disruption. 2. Misinterpretation prevention protocols. The extended deterrence architecture would implement specific measures addressing increased misunderstanding risk during crises beyond normal communication procedures, establishing appropriate verification systems, clarification mechanisms, and explicit confirmation, creating message fidelity despite psychological stress. These protocols would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic prevention, creating accurate understanding beyond routine approaches regardless of crisis distortion effects. 3. Backchannel system integration. The framework would implement unofficial communication pathways beyond public messaging alone, establishing appropriate informal contacts, trusted intermediaries, and deniable exchanges, creating flexible options during sensitive phases. This integration would transform traditional limitations through channel diversification, creating communication redundancy beyond official statements regardless of public position constraints. 4. De-escalation signal codification. The extended deterrence architecture would establish predefined indicators specifically communicating restraint intentions beyond escalatory focus, implementing appropriate demonstrations, behavioral patterns, and explicit statements, creating tension reduction pathways amid crisis dynamics. This codification would transform traditional emphasis through balanced signaling, creating conflict management beyond escalation dominance regardless of tension intensity. 5. Technical communication hardening. The framework would implement specifically protected systems resistant to crisis disruption beyond standard infrastructure, establishing appropriate redundancy, physical protection, and cyber defense, creating persistence despite deliberate interference or collateral effects. This hardening would transform traditional vulnerability through dedicated protection, creating continued connectivity beyond general systems regardless of crisis environment hostility. This crisis communication enhancement would address the fundamental challenge where precisely when clear messaging becomes most critical, communication faces maximum disruption through infrastructure damage, psychological stress, or deliberate interference. The resulting framework would transform crisis management through sophisticated communication, creating message reliability beyond routine capabilities regardless of severe environmental challenges. Capability demonstration management. The extended deterrence framework would establish sophisticated display protocols ensuring credibility without provocation. 1. Exercise transparency calibration. The framework would implement deliberate information management regarding nuclear-related training beyond either complete secrecy or full disclosure, establishing appropriate visibility levels, information release, and observer access, creating deterrence value without unnecessary provocation. This calibration would transform traditional approaches through sophisticated transparency, creating effective signaling beyond binary publicity options regardless of international sensitivity. 2. Technical revelation management. The extended deterrence architecture would establish carefully controlled demonstration of selected capabilities beyond either complete classification or unnecessary exposure, implementing appropriate technical disclosure, performance revelation, and capability confirmation, creating credibility through selective transparency. This management would transform traditional limitations through deliberate revelation, creating enhanced deterrence beyond technical capabilities alone regardless of actual system details. 3. Deployment pattern signaling. The framework would implement strategic force positioning, communicating intentional messages beyond merely operational requirements, establishing appropriate movement visibility, presence patterns, and readiness demonstrations, creating explicit communication through observable behavior. This signaling would transform traditional separation through deliberate integration, creating messaging capability beyond verbal statements regardless of deniability requirements. For alert-level communication, the extended deterrence architecture would implement sophisticated readiness state signaling beyond binary systems, establishing graduated posture changes, observable preparations, and verifiable measures, creating calibrated messaging through operational adjustments. This communication would transform traditional limitations through nuanced demonstration, creating proportionate signaling beyond dramatic alert changes regardless of escalation sensitivity. 5. Test program messaging integration. The framework would implement strategic communication within technical evaluation activities beyond separate technical and political domains, establishing appropriate test timing, capability demonstration, and information release, creating political utility beyond technical assessment regardless of primary evaluation purpose. This integration would transform traditional separation through deliberate coordination, creating message reinforcement beyond isolated domains regardless of organizational boundaries. This capability demonstration management would address the fundamental challenge where deterrence credibility requires observable evidence despite escalation risks through technical revelation, security concerns, or provocative potential. The resulting framework would transform extended deterrence through sophisticated demonstration, creating effective signaling beyond verbal declarations regardless of capability classification requirements. Training and exercises for nuclear consultation. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented preparation, ensuring capability beyond theoretical frameworks. Multinational nuclear planning exercises. The extended deterrence framework would establish sophisticated collective preparation. 1. Tabletop exercise program. The framework would implement regular theoretical scenario exploration beyond procedural familiarization alone, establishing appropriate problem presentation, solution development, and decision practice, creating cognitive readiness beyond mechanical process knowledge. This program would transform traditional limitations through intellectual preparation, creating decision capability beyond routine procedures regardless of scenario novelty. 2. Cross-cultural communication practice. The extended deterrence architecture would establish dedicated training addressing potential misunderstanding across diverse alliance members, implementing beyond appropriate procedural terminology coordination, clarification, interpretation verification, and cultural adaptation, creating effective interaction despite background differences. This practice would transform traditional vulnerability through deliberate preparation, creating reliable communication beyond assumed understanding regardless of cultural diversity. 3. Escalation management simulation. The framework would implement specific training addressing conflict intensity control beyond binary peace or war paradigms, establishing appropriate graduated response development, threshold management, and de-escalation pathways, creating crisis stability through practiced management. This simulation would transform traditional limitations through deliberate practice, creating effective control beyond theoretical understanding regardless of crisis pressure. 4. Decision timeline compression. The extended deterrence architecture would implement artificially accelerated scenarios beyond comfortable exercise pacing, establishing appropriate time pressure, information limitation, and stress induction, creating realistic preparation for actual crisis timelines. This compression would transform traditional exercises through environmental realism, creating genuine readiness beyond idealized conditions regardless of exercise artificiality. 5. Rotational participation implementation. The framework would establish systematic personnel cycling through consultation exercises beyond limited participation, implementing appropriate exposure breadth, experience development, and relationship building, creating distributed capability throughout organizational structures. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through deliberate distribution, creating organizational depth beyond key individual dependence regardless of personnel changes. Fundamental, these multinational nuclear planning exercises would address the challenge where effective crisis decision-making requires extensive preparation despite limited direct experience through scenario infrequency, consequence magnitude, or participation restrictions. The resulting framework would transform consultation effectiveness through sophisticated training, creating genuine capability beyond theoretical structures regardless of crisis rarity. Technical knowledge distribution. The extended deterrence framework would establish appropriate expertise sharing. 1. Classified knowledge management. The framework would implement sophisticated information sharing beyond binary classified and unclassified categories, establishing graduated access levels, appropriate disclosure boundaries, and knowledge distribution protocols, creating maximum shared understanding despite security requirements. This management would transform traditional limitations through nuanced sharing, creating comprehensive awareness beyond excessive restriction regardless of legitimate classification necessities. 2. Technical education program. The extended deterrence architecture would establish structured learning opportunities beyond informal knowledge acquisition, implementing appropriate curricula, educational materials, and instructional methodologies, creating genuine understanding despite technical complexity. This program would transform traditional limitations through systematic education, creating sophisticated comprehension beyond superficial awareness regardless of subject complexity. 3. Shared analytical methodology. The framework would implement common analytical approaches beyond divergent national methods, establishing standardized evaluation techniques, assessment protocols, and calculation methodologies, creating consistent understanding despite diverse starting points. This methodology would transform traditional variations through systematic harmonization, creating uniform analysis beyond national differences. Regardless of initial training diversity. 4. Simulation capability development. The extended deterrence architecture would implement sophisticated modeling tools enabling consequence visualization beyond abstract discussion, establishing appropriate scenario generation, effect modeling, and outcome presentation, creating tangible understanding despite conceptual complexity. This development would transform traditional limitations through visualization capability, creating comprehension beyond verbal description regardless of concept abstraction. 5. Technical political translation. The framework would implement specific capabilities, converting complex technical matters into policy-relevant understanding beyond domain separation, establishing appropriate explanation methodologies, implication derivation, and significance communication, creating meaningful comprehension for non-technical leadership. This translation would transform traditional barriers through deliberate interpretation, creating decision-maker understanding beyond specialist knowledge regardless of background differences. This technical knowledge distribution would address the fundamental challenge where effective nuclear consultation requires sophisticated understanding despite extreme technical complexity through physics intricacy, effects magnitude, or system sophistication. The resulting framework would transform alliance capability through appropriate education, creating genuine comprehension beyond superficial awareness regardless of initial knowledge disparities. Command post-exercise integration. The extended deterrence framework would establish sophisticated decision practice. 1. Physical facility development. The framework would implement dedicated locations specifically designed for nuclear consultation beyond general command facilities, establishing appropriate communications, information systems, and support. Infrastructure, creating effective decision environments despite crisis complexity. This development would transform traditional limitations through specialized design, creating optimal functionality beyond general-purpose facilities regardless of unique requirements. 2. Procedural validation implementation. The extended deterrence architecture would establish systematic examination of consultation mechanisms beyond theoretical design, implementing appropriate process testing, timeline verification, and function confirmation, creating validated capability through practical demonstration. This implementation would transform traditional uncertainty through empirical verification, creating confirmed effectiveness beyond conceptual plans regardless of procedural complexity. 3. Staff integration enhancement. The framework would implement deliberate multinational team development beyond individual national representatives, establishing appropriate relationship building, process familiarization, and collective identity, creating functional units despite diverse origins. This enhancement would transform traditional limitations through team development, creating effective operation beyond individual juxtaposition regardless of national background diversity. 4. Information management practice. The extended deterrence architecture would establish realistic information flow during exercises beyond artificial transparency, implementing appropriate uncertainty, conflicting reports, and incomplete intelligence, creating genuine decision conditions despite exercise artificiality. This practice would transform traditional limitations through realistic simulation, creating preparation for actual crisis information environments beyond idealized exercise conditions regardless of implementation challenges. 5. Iterative improvement protocol. The framework would implement systematic refinement beyond individual exercise events, establishing appropriate evaluation, lesson development, and implementation verification, creating continuous enhancement through experience conversion. This protocol would transform traditional limitations through structured learning, creating capability improvement beyond static systems regardless of initial performance. This command post-exercise integration would address the fundamental challenge where nuclear consultation effectiveness requires extensive practice despite implementation infrequency through scenario rarity, participation sensitivity, or resource requirements. The resulting framework would transform alliance capability through sophisticated rehearsal, creating genuine readiness beyond theoretical procedures regardless of actual crisis infrequency. Mobile options. Delivery system deployment. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement sophisticated capability distribution, unnecessary proliferation, ensuring survivability. Strategic mobility enhancement. Without the extended deterrence framework would establish unprecedented capability movement. 1. Rapid dispersal architecture. The framework would implement sophisticated distribution capabilities beyond fixed basing, establishing appropriate movement systems, alternative positioning, and deployment protocols, creating survivability through mobility despite targeting advances. This architecture would transform traditional vulnerability through position uncertainty, creating enhanced deterrence beyond static deployment regardless of adversary intelligence capabilities. 2. Route security enhancement. The extended deterrence architecture would establish comprehensive protection for movement pathways beyond convoy guards alone, implementing appropriate surveillance, counterintelligence, and physical security, creating safe transits despite adversary interdiction capabilities. This enhancement would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic protection, creating movement assurance beyond routine security regardless of sophisticated targeting. 3. Cross-border movement framework. The framework would implement necessary arrangements enabling appropriate system movement within alliance territory beyond national confinement, establishing necessary agreements, transit protocols, and security arrangements, creating operational flexibility despite sovereignty boundaries. This framework would transform traditional limitations through diplomatic structure, creating expanded operational space beyond national territory regardless of geographical constraints. 4. Concealment capability integration. The extended deterrence architecture would implement sophisticated signature reduction beyond basic camouflage, establishing appropriate emissions control, observable management, and detection countermeasures, creating position uncertainty despite advanced surveillance technology. This integration would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic concealment, creating location ambiguity beyond visible hiding regardless of sensor sophistication. 5. Exercise operation distinction management. The framework would implement deliberate similarity between routine movement and actual deployment beyond obvious differentiation, establishing appropriate pattern consistency, indicator management, and signature standardization, creating adversary uncertainty regarding activity classification. This management would transform traditional distinction through deliberate ambiguity, creating assessment challenges beyond clear differentiation regardless of intelligence collection efforts. This strategic mobility enhancement would address the fundamental challenge where delivery system survivability increasingly requires movement capabilities despite targeting advancement through sensor proliferation, precision improvements, or analytical sophistication. The resulting framework would transform extended deterrence through sophisticated mobility, creating enhanced survivability beyond fixed deployment regardless of adversary intelligence capabilities. Regional deployment considerations. The extended deterrence framework would establish geographically customized arrangements. 1. Environment-specific adaptation. The framework would implement deployment modifications addressing regional conditions beyond standardized arrangements, establishing appropriate adjustments for desert, mountain, coastal, or other environments, creating effective operation despite geographical diversity. This adaptation would transform traditional limitations through environmental customization, creating suitable deployment beyond universal systems regardless of terrain variation. 2. Threat-based positioning. The extended deterrence architecture would establish deployment patterns specifically responding to particular regional challenges beyond generic distribution, implementing appropriate force allocation, system selection, and position optimization, creating tailored deterrence matching specific threats. This positioning would transform traditional approaches through deliberate customization, creating efficient deterrence beyond standard deployment regardless of threat diversity. 3. Infrastructure requirement minimization. The framework would implement deployment options requiring limited supporting development, facilities establishing beyond elaborate base-appropriate self-contained capabilities, reduced footprint, and indigenous support, creating deployment flexibility despite infrastructure constraints. This minimization would transform traditional limitations through requirement reduction, creating expanded basing options beyond developed facilities regardless of host nation development levels. 4. Cultural sensitivity integration. The extended deterrence architecture would implement deployment arrangements respecting local cultural contexts beyond operational requirements alone, establishing appropriate adjustments, relationship development, and community engagement, creating sustainable presence despite social differences. This integration would transform traditional friction through deliberate adaptation, creating acceptable deployment beyond cultural barriers regardless of societal variation. 5. Geographical distribution optimization. The framework would implement sophisticated spatial arrangement beyond administrative convenience, establishing appropriate separation, redundancy planning, and geographical dispersion, creating survivability enhancement through deliberate distribution. This optimization would transform traditional vulnerability through spatial planning, creating resilient deployment beyond concentrated positioning regardless of targeting precision. These regional deployment considerations would address the fundamental challenge where effective extended deterrence requires geographical customization despite standardization tendencies through administrative convenience, technical requirements, or organizational habits. The resulting framework would transform deterrence effectiveness through sophisticated adaptation, creating appropriate regional implementation beyond universal models regardless of geographical diversity. Indigenous support requirements. The extended deterrence framework would establish appropriate local capability development. 1. Security force specialization. The framework would implement dedicated protection units beyond general military forces, establishing appropriate training, equipment, and protocols, creating effective security despite unique requirements. This specialization would transform traditional limitations through focused development, creating appropriate protection beyond standard forces regardless of particular security challenges. 2. Technical support development. The extended deterrence architecture would establish necessary maintenance capabilities within appropriate alliance members beyond complete external dependence, implementing suitable training, equipment access, and knowledge transfer, creating sustainable operation despite complex requirements. This development would transform traditional limitations through capability building, creating operational resilience beyond external support regardless of system sophistication. 3. Infrastructure adaptation planning. The framework would implement comprehensive assessment of necessary facility modifications beyond assumption of suitability, establishing appropriate construction requirements, upgrade priorities, and development sequencing, creating effective supporting infrastructure despite initial limitations. This planning would transform traditional constraints through systematic enhancement, creating appropriate facilities beyond existing infrastructure regardless of initial condition disparities. 4. Logistical system integration. The extended deterrence architecture would establish specialized supply capabilities beyond general military logistics, implementing appropriate acquisition channels, storage facilities, and distribution mechanisms, creating effective sustainment despite unique requirements. This integration would transform traditional limitations through dedicated development, creating reliable support beyond general systems regardless of specialized needs. 5. Human resource development. The framework would implement targeted personnel programs addressing the distinctive requirements of extended deterrence operations beyond general military training, establishing appropriate selection, specialized education, and career management, creating human capability despite demanding requirements. This development would transform traditional limitations through focused cultivation, creating appropriate personnel beyond standard recruitment regardless of specialized knowledge requirements. These indigenous support requirements would address the fundamental challenge where extended deterrence operations require specialized local capabilities despite their infrequent development through resource knowledge restrictions or limitations, organizational priorities. The resulting framework would transform operational effectiveness through sophisticated support development, creating sustainable operations beyond external dependency regardless of system complexity. Crisis management procedures. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented conflict prevention capabilities, ensuring stability during existential challenges. Escalation control framework. The extended deterrence architecture would establish sophisticated conflict management. 1. Threshold management implementation. The framework would implement explicit escalation level definition beyond ambiguous descriptions, establishing clear distinctions, observable indicators, and transition markers, creating shared understanding despite crisis complexity. This implementation would transform traditional uncertainty through systematic clarification, creating common perception beyond individual interpretation regardless of communication challenges. 2. Graduated response architecture. The extended deterrence architecture would establish multiple response options beyond binary choices, implementing appropriate option development, capability matching, and selection criteria, creating proportionate reactions despite crisis pressure. This architecture would transform traditional limitations through option expansion, creating appropriate responses beyond excessive or inadequate alternatives regardless of provocation complexity. 3. De-escalation pathway development. The framework would implement predetermined tension reduction routes beyond escalation focus alone, establishing appropriate signal sequences, reciprocal measures, and confidence-building steps, creating conflict limitation through deliberate planning. This development would transform traditional emphasis through balanced preparation, creating crisis reduction capability beyond escalation dominance regardless of situation intensity. 4. Unintended escalation prevention. The extended deterrence architecture would implement specific measures addressing accidental or unauthorized actions beyond deliberate decisions, establishing appropriate technical safeguards, command protocols, and verification systems, creating stability despite human or technical fallibility. This prevention would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic protection, creating operation safety beyond intentional control alone regardless of system complexity. 5. Cultural escalation variation recognition. The framework would implement specific awareness of different escalation perceptions across diverse cultures beyond universal assumption, establishing appropriate interpretation guidance, behavior evaluation, and significance assessment, creating accurate understanding despite cultural diversity. This recognition would transform traditional misperception through contextual understanding, creating appropriate assessment beyond ethnocentric interpretation regardless of cultural background differences. This escalation control framework would address the fundamental challenge where nuclear crises face inherently compressed decision timelines despite potentially catastrophic consequences through miscalculation, misperception, or misunderstanding. The resulting framework would transform crisis management through sophisticated control, creating conflict containment beyond conventional approaches regardless of situation intensity. Decision authority protocols. The extended deterrence framework would establish unprecedented authority clarity. 1. Command succession clarity. The framework would implement explicit leadership continuity beyond vague arrangements, establishing detailed succession order, authentication procedures, and authority transfer, creating command persistence despite potential leadership targeting or communication disruption. This clarity would transform traditional uncertainty through systematic planning, creating continuous authority beyond individual vulnerability regardless of deliberate or accidental leadership interruption. 2. Delegated authority framework. The extended deterrence architecture would establish predetermined subordinate empowerment beyond centralized control alone, implementing appropriate pre-authorization, conditional execution, and implementation criteria, creating decision capability despite potential command disruption. This framework would transform traditional vulnerability through deliberate distribution, creating resilient command beyond centralized dependency regardless of communication interruption. 3. Authentication system enhancement. The framework would implement sophisticated verification beyond simple codes or procedures, establishing multi-factor confirmation, technical validation, and identity verification, creating command legitimacy assurance despite sophisticated deception capabilities. This enhancement would transform traditional vulnerability through advanced authentication, creating genuine authority confirmation beyond basic procedures regardless of adversary sophistication. 4. Multinational consultation implementation. The extended deterrence architecture would establish appropriate alliance input mechanisms despite time constraints, implementing expedited procedures, essential consultation, and streamlined decision support, creating collective involvement without paralyzing delay. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through procedure optimization, creating appropriate participation beyond either unilateral action or decision paralysis regardless of timeline pressure. 5. Religious authority integration. The framework would implement appropriate Islamic leadership consultation beyond secular decision processes alone, establishing suitable religious input, ethical guidance, and spiritual counsel, creating legitimacy through authentic religious participation despite operational constraints. This integration would transform traditional separation through deliberate incorporation, creating decisions aligned with Islamic principles beyond purely strategic calculation regardless of crisis pressure. These decision authority protocols would address the fundamental challenge where nuclear employment decisions face tremendous time pressure despite requiring maximum legitimacy through command disruption, communication limitations, or deception attempts. The resulting framework would transform crisis decision-making through sophisticated protocols, creating legitimate authority continuity beyond conventional procedures regardless of adversary efforts to create command confusion. Recovery and consequence management. The extended deterrence framework would establish unprecedented post-crisis capabilities. 1. Conflict termination planning. The framework would implement sophisticated war conclusion preparation beyond pure conflict prosecution, establishing appropriate cessation conditions, communication channels, and settlement frameworks, creating hostility ending pathways despite destructive dynamics. This planning would transform traditional limitations through deliberate preparation, creating conflict resolution capability beyond continued escalation regardless of crisis intensity. 2. Humanitarian response integration. The extended deterrence architecture would establish comprehensive civilian assistance beyond military operations alone, implementing appropriate medical support, population protection, and essential services, creating human welfare preservation despite potential catastrophic conditions. This integration would transform traditional separation through deliberate incorporation, creating humanitarian capability beyond military focus regardless of operational pressures. 3. Environmental remediation capability. The framework would implement specific capabilities addressing potential radiological contamination beyond immediate crisis management, establishing appropriate detection, containment, and decontamination, creating environmental recovery despite potential severe damage. This capability would transform traditional limitations through specialized development, creating restoration capability beyond crisis resolution regardless of contamination severity. 4. Strategic extended deterrence communication management. The architecture would implement sophisticated information operations during crisis resolution beyond operational focus alone, establishing appropriate narrative development, explanation provision, and understanding creation, creating legitimacy preservation despite potentially controversial decisions. This management would transform traditional neglect through deliberate attention, creating perception management beyond military operations regardless of international complexity. 5. Alliance cohesion preservation. The framework would implement specific measures maintaining multinational unity despite extreme stress, establishing appropriate consultation, burden sharing, and mutual support, creating relationship persistence beyond crisis pressures. This preservation would transform traditional fragmentation through deliberate reinforcement, creating alliance continuity beyond temporary cooperation regardless of divergent national interests under pressure. This recovery and consequence management would address the fundamental challenge where crisis aftermath requires comprehensive capability despite resource limitations through destruction scale, system disruption, or organizational stress. The resulting framework would transform post-crisis effectiveness through sophisticated preparation, creating recovery capability beyond crisis termination alone regardless of damage severity. Conclusion: ultimate security through indigenous capability. The extended nuclear deterrence concept represents transformative implementation of Muslim security architecture principles at the most consequential strategic level, demonstrating how Pakistani nuclear capabilities aligned under coherent Islamic ethical and operational frameworks can address existential security challenges more effectively than either dangerous proliferation or dependence on external nuclear guarantees. This framework addresses the fundamental limitations undermining Muslim world strategic autonomy through unprecedented integration across consultation mechanisms, signaling protocols, crisis management, and operational implementation under coherent doctrine, balancing security effectiveness with authentic Islamic principles. The extended nuclear deterrence concept represents The framework directly applies Pakistan's unique qualifications for Muslim extended deterrence leadership, combining demonstrated nuclear capabilities with sophisticated doctrine, crisis experience with ethical frameworks, and technical expertise with Islamic authenticity demonstrated during multiple confrontations, including the May 2025 crisis. Pakistan's balanced approach integrating nuclear deterrence within comprehensive security architecture provides precisely the doctrinal foundation required for genuine Muslim world extended deterrence beyond both proliferation risks and external dependency compromise. Most significantly, the extended nuclear deterrence concept addresses all 6 critical security challenges facing the Muslim world: protecting territorial sovereignty through ultimate security guarantees, preventing external interventions by establishing existential deterrence, reducing economic vulnerabilities through efficient collective security, developing technological self-sufficiency through shared capabilities, protecting cultural heritage by establishing ultimate protection, and overcoming strategic fragmentation through unified Muslim world action on this most fundamental security interest. Through this comprehensive approach, combining consultation mechanisms with signaling protocols, capability demonstration with crisis management, and technical systems with ethical frameworks, the Pakistan-led extended deterrence framework would transform Muslim world security at the most fundamental level beyond both dangerous proliferation paths and perpetual dependence on external guarantees with their inevitable political compromises. This achievement would demonstrate the Muslim world's capacity to secure its ultimate sovereignty through collective action under Pakistan's leadership, without compromising Islamic principles or accepting strategic subordination presented as technical inevitability. The extended nuclear deterrence concept thus serves as the most profound demonstration of the book's central thesis, that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation. By implementing sophisticated extension of Pakistan's nuclear guarantee under coherent Islamic ethical frameworks rather than pursuing multiple national nuclear programs beyond technical feasibility, resources, and international acceptance, the Muslim Security Alliance can achieve strategic independence through the most efficient possible means. This framework provides not theoretical concept but practical implementation plan, transforming Muslim world ultimate security from vulnerability or dependency toward collective protection through capabilities already existing but requiring merely institutional frameworks under principled leadership. Part 9. Addressing challenges and opposition. Section A. Internal Muslim world challenges. Chapter 97. Sectarian diversity. Management. The believers are but brothers, so make settlement between your brothers. And fear Allah that you may receive mercy. Quran 49:10. Sectarian diversity represents one of the most complex yet unavoidable challenges facing any Muslim world security architecture, the reality of theological, jurisprudential, and historical differences that have frequently been exploited by both internal extremists and external powers to divide the Ummah despite shared fundamental beliefs and security interests. This chapter presents a comprehensive sectarian diversity management framework under the proposed Pakistan-led Muslim security architecture, demonstrating how sophisticated approaches aligned with authentic Islamic principles can transform potential division into strength through deliberate inclusion, principled cooperation, and focus on shared security challenges. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated Pakistan's ability to implement sophisticated cross-sectarian cooperation, including military coordination with predominantly Shia Iran, diplomatic alignment with Sunni Gulf states, and internal cohesion across sectarian lines despite historical tensions and external attempts to exploit religious differences. Pakistan's balanced approach to sectarian diversity, combining principled neutrality in theological disputes with practical cooperation for shared interests, explicit recognition of legitimate differences with emphasis on commonalities, and domestic sectarian cooperation with international cross-sectarian alliances, provides the doctrinal foundation for a Muslim world security framework transcending the limitations undermining both purely national and sectarian homogeneous approaches. This framework operationalizes the central thesis that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation, demonstrating how focused Muslim capabilities under Pakistani leadership can achieve unprecedented security cooperation across sectarian lines without requiring either theological compromises on core beliefs or acceptance of sectarian division as an immutable obstacle to Muslim unity. The sectarian diversity management concept addresses the full spectrum of intra-Islamic differences, from the primary Sunni-Shia division through the various schools of jurisprudence to historical political disputes with religious dimensions, recognizing that effective security cooperation requires sophisticated approaches integrating theological sensitivity, institutional inclusion, practical cooperation, and strategic prioritization of common threats. This multidimensional approach transforms the traditional limitations where religious differences become insurmountable barriers to cooperation despite shared security interests through exploitation, misunderstanding, or institutional exclusion. By establishing frameworks that acknowledge legitimate diversity while creating practical unity, the concept creates unprecedented effectiveness, leveraging the Muslim world's full spectrum of capabilities regardless of sectarian distribution. Sunni-Shia cooperation frameworks. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented cross-sectarian collaboration transcending historical divisions, theological common ground identification. The framework would establish sophisticated religious bases for security cooperation. 1. Core belief emphasis. The framework would implement explicit focus on fundamental shared Islamic principles transcending sectarian differences, establishing theological foundation through universal elements including Tawhid, monotheism, prophethood, revelation, and core ethical teachings, creating religious unity beyond doctrinal variation. This emphasis would transform traditional division through foundational commonality, creating theological connection beyond sectarian differences regardless of historical disputes. 2. Security cooperation religious foundation. The sectarian management architecture would establish explicit Islamic basis for cross-sectarian defense collaboration, drawing on shared scriptural mandates, prophetic examples, and historical precedents, creating religious legitimacy for security unity despite theological differences. This foundation would transform traditional barriers through authentic justification, creating cooperation mandate beyond sectarian limitations regardless of doctrinal disagreements. 3. Mutual protection principle. The framework would implement the Islamic concept of mutual defense obligation beyond sectarian boundaries, establishing religious foundation through Quranic injunctions regarding believer unity, communal protection responsibility, and collective security, creating theological basis for cooperative defense. This principle would transform traditional limitations through religious mandate, creating protection obligation beyond sectarian constraints regardless of historical tensions. 4. External threat prioritization. The sectarian management architecture would establish religious justification for subordinating internal differences when facing external existential challenges, drawing on Islamic jurisprudential principles regarding threat hierarchy, necessity considerations, and harm prevention, creating theological framework for practical cooperation. This prioritization would transform traditional division through principled pragmatism, creating security cooperation beyond theological perfectionism regardless of legitimate doctrinal disagreements. 5. Historical unity example recovery. The framework would implement systematic historical research highlighting episodes of effective Sunni-Shia cooperation against common threats beyond divisive incidents, establishing precedential foundation through documented cases, scholarly analysis, and contemporary relevance, creating historical legitimacy for modern collaboration. This recovery would transform traditional narrative through balanced presentation, creating cooperation templates beyond conflict emphasis regardless of historical tensions. This theological common ground identification would address the fundamental challenge where sectarian differences appear to present insurmountable religious barriers to cooperation despite shared security interests through theological misunderstanding, historical emphasis on conflict, or deliberate exploitation. The resulting framework would transform security cooperation through sophisticated religious foundation, creating authentic Islamic basis for unity beyond either theological compromise or secular expediency regardless of legitimate doctrinal differences. Institutional inclusion implementation. The sectarian diversity framework would establish unprecedented structural integration. 1. Proportional representation architecture. The framework would implement deliberate cross-sectarian inclusion within all alliance institutions beyond token participation, establishing appropriate position distribution, influence allocation, and voice provision, creating genuine diversity throughout organizational structure. This architecture would transform traditional exclusion through systematic inclusion, creating representative institutions beyond sectarian dominance regardless of numerical imbalance between traditions. 2. Decision protocol design. The sectarian management architecture would establish explicit procedures addressing sectarian sensitive issues beyond majority dominance. Implementing appropriate consultation requirements, consensus thresholds, and protection mechanisms, creating fair processes despite numerical disparities. This design would transform traditional protection, creating vulnerability equitable through procedural decision-making beyond demographic reality regardless of population distribution. 3. Staff integration enhancement. The framework would implement deliberate personnel mixing beyond segregated units, establishing appropriate diversity within working groups, leadership teams, and operational formations, creating cross-sectarian familiarity through direct cooperation. This enhancement would transform traditional separation through deliberate integration, creating personal relationships beyond institutional formality regardless of historical isolation. 4. Sectarian equity verification. The sectarian management architecture would establish explicit monitoring mechanisms assessing genuine inclusion beyond policy declarations, implementing appropriate review processes, statistical analysis, and complaint resolution, creating accountability through transparent evaluation. This verification would transform traditional gaps through systematic assessment, creating implementation assurance beyond rhetorical commitment regardless of institutional resistance. 5. Position rotation implementation. The framework would establish systematic leadership alternation between sectarian traditions beyond permanent allocation, implementing appropriate transition processes, qualification standards, and schedule predictability, creating participation equity through temporal sharing. This implementation would transform traditional dominance through deliberate allocation, creating leadership opportunities beyond static distribution regardless of initial arrangements. This institutional inclusion implementation would address the fundamental challenge where security organizations typically reflect dominant sectarian composition despite professed inclusivity through informal exclusion, unconscious bias, or institutional inertia. The resulting framework would transform organizational dynamics through sophisticated inclusion, creating genuine diversity beyond superficial representation regardless of majority-minority population ratios. Conflict resolution methodology. The sectarian diversity framework would establish sophisticated tension management. 1. Cross-sectarian mediation system. The framework would implement dedicated dispute resolution capabilities beyond external intervention, establishing appropriate structures, trained personnel, and procedural guidelines, creating indigenous resolution capacity through neutral expertise. This system would transform traditional limitations through institutional development, creating internal solutions beyond external mediation regardless of conflict complexity. 2. Early intervention protocols. The sectarian management architecture would establish systematic identification of emerging tensions beyond crisis response, implementing appropriate monitoring, early warning, and preventive engagement, creating proactive management before escalation. These protocols would transform traditional reactivity through anticipatory measures, creating conflict. Prevention beyond incident response regardless of tension source subtlety. 3. Religious scholar collaboration. The framework would implement structured cooperation between respected clerics across sectarian boundaries beyond political leadership alone, establishing appropriate dialogue formats, cooperative projects, and joint declarations, creating theological legitimacy through scholarly participation. This collaboration would transform traditional separation through deliberate engagement, creating authoritative cooperation beyond political expedience regardless of theological differences. 4. Historical narrative reconciliation. The sectarian management architecture would implement sophisticated approach to disputed historical events beyond competing victimhood, establishing appropriate acknowledgement, contextual understanding, and forward focus, creating coexistence despite divergent historical interpretations. This reconciliation would transform traditional antagonism through deliberate processing, creating cooperative potential beyond historical grievance regardless of genuine historical injustices. 5. Local adaptation integration. The framework would implement flexibility for contextual variation beyond rigid standardization, establishing appropriate regional adjustment, cultural sensitivity, and practical accommodation, creating effective implementation despite environmental diversity. This integration would transform traditional limitations through contextual awareness, creating appropriate application beyond universal prescription regardless of regional variation. This conflict resolution methodology would address the fundamental challenge where sectarian tensions frequently escalate beyond peaceful resolution despite initial manageability through intervention delays, inappropriate mechanisms, or underlying unaddressed causes. The resulting framework would transform conflict management through sophisticated methodology, creating effective resolution beyond traditional limitations regardless of tension complexity or historical depth. Religious advisory councils. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented theological guidance, ensuring security operations maintain Islamic legitimacy across sectarian interpretations. Multi-school jurisprudential integration. The sectarian diversity framework would establish sophisticated legal foundation. 1. Comparative fiqh implementation. The framework would implement explicit incorporation of multiple jurisprudential schools beyond single madhab dominance, establishing parallel legal analysis, methodological respect, and conclusion integration, creating comprehensive religious assessment beyond limited perspective. This implementation would transform traditional singularity through deliberate plurality, creating thorough jurisprudential foundation beyond sectarian limitation regardless of theological differences. 2. Common conclusion identification. The sectarian management architecture would establish systematic identification of shared legal positions across jurisprudential traditions beyond disagreement emphasis, implementing appropriate comparative analysis, consensus documentation, and agreement emphasis, creating unified guidance through convergent opinions. This identification would transform traditional division through commonality recognition, creating operational clarity beyond jurisprudential differences regardless of legitimate methodological distinctions. 3. Principled compromise methodology. The framework would implement sophisticated approaches for cases of genuine jurisprudential difference beyond forced agreement, establishing appropriate accommodation, alternative implementation, and mutual respect, creating functional cooperation despite authentic disagreement. This methodology would transform traditional impasses through pragmatic solutions, creating operational viability beyond theoretical resolution regardless of legitimate interpretive differences. 4. Contemporary context integration. The sectarian management architecture would establish explicit consideration of modern circumstances beyond historical precedent alone, implementing appropriate contextual analysis, purpose-oriented interpretation, and application adaptation, creating relevant guidance through contemporary understanding. This integration would transform traditional limitations through modernized application, creating functional direction beyond historical constraint regardless of jurisprudential tradition. 5. Security necessity framework. The framework would implement Islamic jurisprudential principles regarding exceptional circumstances specifically within security context beyond general application, establishing appropriate necessity standards, constraint limitations, and restoration requirements, creating legitimate flexibility through principled adaptation. This framework would transform traditional rigidity through authentic latitude, creating operational functionality beyond doctrinal adherence while maintaining Islamic legitimacy regardless of normal jurisprudential requirements. This multi-school jurisprudential integration would address the fundamental challenge where diverse legal interpretations appear to create insurmountable operational barriers despite practical security requirements through methodological differences, textual interpretations, or historical development. The resulting framework would transform religious guidance through sophisticated integration, creating functional direction beyond sectarian limitations regardless of legitimate jurisprudential diversity. Scholarly representation structure. The sectarian diversity framework would establish unprecedented religious leadership inclusion. 1. Qualification-based selection. The framework would implement merit-focused appointment beyond sectarian quotas alone, establishing appropriate scholarly standards, recognition criteria, and expertise requirements, creating respected counsel through demonstrated qualification. This selection would transform traditional approaches through quality emphasis, creating authoritative guidance beyond representational legitimacy regardless of sectarian distribution. 2. Proportional voice architecture. The sectarian management architecture would establish deliberate balancing mechanisms, ensuring appropriate influence beyond numerical representation alone, implementing suitable process design, consultation requirements, and decision protocols, creating equitable participation despite demographic disparities. This architecture would transform traditional distortion through structural equity, creating fair input beyond population distribution regardless of majority-minority dynamics. 3. Direct security integration. The framework would implement unprecedented scholar involvement within operational planning beyond separate consultation, establishing appropriate access, process incorporation, and functional roles, creating genuine religious guidance through immediate participation. This integration would transform traditional separation through structural incorporation, creating authentic influence beyond advisory organizational tradition. 4. Formality regardless of scholarly independence protection. The sectarian management architecture would establish specific mechanisms preserving religious integrity beyond political influence, implementing appropriate appointment security, influence protection, and opinion freedom, creating authentic guidance through autonomous authority. This protection would transform traditional vulnerability through structured independence, creating genuine religious assessment beyond political expedient regardless of pressure circumstances. 5. Cross-sectarian dialogue requirement. The framework would implement mandatory scholarly exchange beyond parallel operations, establishing structured interaction, collaborative projects, and mutual understanding development, creating coherent guidance through integrated scholarship. This requirement would transform traditional isolation through deliberate engagement, creating functional cooperation beyond sectarian separation regardless of theological differences. This scholarly representation structure would address the fundamental challenge where religious guidance typically reflects dominant sectarian perspectives despite shared security interests through representation imbalance, influence disparity, or institutional isolation. The resulting framework would transform religious direction through sophisticated inclusion, creating comprehensive guidance beyond sectarian limitations regardless of population distribution or historical prominence variations. Ethical guidance development. The sectarian diversity framework would establish unprecedented moral direction. 1. Cross-sectarian ethics identification. The framework would implement systematic analysis of shared moral principles beyond theological differences, establishing common ethical foundations, value convergence, and shared priorities, creating unified moral guidance through identified agreement. This identification would transform traditional separation through commonality recognition, creating consolidated direction beyond sectarian differences regardless of theological distinction. 2. Universal particular distinction. The sectarian management architecture would establish clear delineation between core ethical principles shared across traditions and specific applications that may legitimately vary, implementing appropriate categorization, boundary recognition, and implementation flexibility, creating functional cooperation. Despite application differences, this distinction would transform traditional conflicts through principled categorization, creating cooperative space beyond apparent contradiction regardless of legitimate variation. 3. Practical ethics prioritization. The framework would implement emphasizing operational moral guidance beyond theological abstraction, establishing appropriate context consideration, implementation practicality, and ethical hierarchy, creating functional direction through applied focus. This prioritization would transform traditional limitations through practical emphasis, creating useful guidance beyond theoretical elaboration regardless of philosophical complexity. For the ethical decision framework, the sectarian management architecture would establish structured approach to moral challenges beyond situational improvisation, implementing appropriate analytical methodology, precedent consideration, and value hierarchy, creating consistent resolution through systematic process. This framework would transform traditional inconsistency through methodological standardization, creating reliable guidance beyond ad hoc judgment regardless of decision complexity. 5. Continuous ethical evolution. The framework would implement dynamic moral development beyond static prescription, establishing appropriate review processes, emerging issue analysis, and guidance refinement, creating relevant direction through ongoing adaptation. This evolution would transform traditional limitations through deliberate advancement, creating contemporary guidance beyond historical constraint regardless of changing operational environment. This ethical guidance development would address the fundamental challenge where moral direction frequently lacks. Cross-sectarian legitimacy. Despite shared values through terminological differences, emphasis variation, or historical development. The resulting framework would transform ethical guidance through sophisticated integration, creating universally respected direction beyond sectarian particularity regardless of legitimate religious diversity. Common threat focus maintenance. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented shared security prioritization despite potential sectarian differences, unified threat assessment development. The sectarian diversity framework would establish sophisticated common analysis. 1. Objective methodology implementation. The framework would implement evidence-based threat evaluation beyond sectarian perception, establishing appropriate analytical standards, information verification, and conclusion validation, creating reliable assessment through empirical foundation. This implementation would transform traditional distortion through methodological rigor, creating accurate understanding beyond sectarian bias regardless of historical animosities. 2. Joint analysis teams. The sectarian management architecture would establish cross-sectarian analytical units beyond separate evaluation, implementing integrated personnel, collaborative processes, and unified outputs, creating shared assessment through combined expertise. These teams would transform traditional separation through structural integration, creating common understanding beyond parallel analysis regardless of institutional traditions. 3. Sectarian bias mitigation. The framework would implement specific measures addressing potential religious prejudice beyond general objectivity, establishing appropriate bias recognition, correction methodology, and diversity validation, creating balanced assessment through deliberate neutrality. This mitigation would transform traditional distortion through systematic correction, creating impartial evaluation beyond historical prejudice regardless of analytical challenges. For transparent evidence requirements, the sectarian management architecture would establish explicit standards for threat classification beyond assertion acceptance, implementing appropriate information thresholds, verification protocols, and conclusion justification, creating credible assessment through demonstrated foundation. These requirements would transform traditional suspicion through evidential transparency, creating trusted evaluation beyond sectarian skepticism regardless of historical distrust. 5. Assessment review process. The framework would implement systematic evaluation verification beyond initial conclusion, establishing appropriate challenge mechanisms, alternative analysis, and quality control, creating reliable output through deliberate scrutiny. This process would transform traditional vulnerability through structured verification, creating dependable assessment beyond analytical weakness regardless of organizational pressure. This unified threat assessment development would address the fundamental challenge where security evaluations frequently reflect sectarian perspectives despite objective reality through historical biases, institutional separation, or politicized analysis. The resulting framework would transform threat understanding through sophisticated methodology, creating genuine common assessment beyond sectarian perception regardless of historical tensions or contemporary political differences. Prioritization framework implementation. The sectarian diversity framework would establish sophisticated threat hierarchy development. 1. Existential threat emphasis. The framework would implement explicit focus on survival challenges beyond sectarian competition, establishing clear distinction between fundamental dangers and secondary tensions, creating appropriate priority through categorical differentiation. This emphasis would transform traditional distraction through deliberate focus, creating proper attention beyond internal differences regardless of sectarian friction. 2. Empirical impact measurement. The sectarian management architecture would establish objective harm quantification beyond perception-based ranking, implementing appropriate damage assessment, casualty analysis, and consequence evaluation, creating factual prioritization through demonstrated effect. This measurement would transform traditional distortion through empirical foundation, creating accurate ranking beyond subjective estimation regardless of sectarian perspective. 3. Historical pattern recognition. The framework would implement systematic analysis of previous threat manifestations beyond current appearance alone, establishing appropriate trend identification, cycle recognition, and trajectory projection, creating comprehensive understanding through historical context. This recognition would transform traditional limitations through temporal perspective, creating informed prioritization beyond present focus regardless of recent developments. 4. Cross-sectarian consensus building. The sectarian management architecture would establish deliberate agreement development on determination, priority, implementing threats beyond unilateral appropriate consultation, perspective integration, and shared conclusion, creating unified direction through collective assessment. This building would transform traditional fragmentation through intentional consensus, creating common purpose beyond individual perception regardless of initial differences. 5. Regular reprioritization process. The framework would implement systematic threat hierarchy review beyond static determination, establishing appropriate reassessment timing, methodology consistency, and adaptation protocols, creating current relevance through deliberate update. This process would transform traditional stagnation through scheduled renewal, creating contemporary focus beyond outdated prioritization regardless of security environment evolution. This prioritization framework implementation would address the fundamental challenge where security resource allocation frequently reflects sectarian preferences despite objective requirements through political influence, historical biases, or institutional inertia. The resulting framework would transform security emphasis through sophisticated prioritization, creating appropriate focus beyond sectarian competition regardless of internal political dynamics or historical animosities. Ecumenical security narrative. The sectarian diversity framework would establish sophisticated communication transcending division. 1. Cross-sectarian terminology development. the framework would implement common security vocabulary beyond tradition-specific language, establishing appropriate term selection, definition standardization, and usage protocols, creating shared communication through linguistic precision. This development would transform traditional confusion through deliberate standardization, creating clear understanding beyond terminology differences regardless of historical language evolution. 2. Inclusive narrative construction. The sectarian management architecture would establish messaging specifically addressing all traditions beyond dominant perspective, implementing appropriate reference diversity, balanced examples, and inclusive framing, creating universal resonance through deliberate breadth. This construction would transform traditional alienation through inclusive composition, creating broad connection beyond limited appeal regardless of population distribution. 3. Threat-focused communication. The framework would implement external danger emphasis beyond internal difference, establishing appropriate message prioritization, content selection, and theme consistency, creating unified purpose through common challenge. This communication would transform traditional distraction through deliberate focus, creating shared orientation beyond sectarian preoccupation regardless of internal tensions. 4. Historical unity example utilization. The sectarian management architecture would establish messaging highlighting previous cross-sectarian cooperation beyond division emphasis, implementing appropriate case selection, lesson extraction, and contemporary application, creating cooperation motivation through historical demonstration. This utilization would transform traditional narrative through balanced presentation, creating unity inspiration beyond conflict emphasis regardless of historical complexity. 5. Religious protection framing. The framework would implement security communication explicitly addressing theological safety beyond purely political security, establishing appropriate religious preservation messaging, faith protection themes, and spiritual continuity assurance, creating sectarian transcendence through shared religious commitment. This framing would transform traditional division through universal concern, creating common cause beyond particular tradition difference, regardless of theological. This ecumenical security narrative would address the fundamental challenge where security communication frequently fails to resonate across sectarian boundaries despite addressing common threats through terminology differences, historical references, or perspective variation. The resulting framework would transform security messaging through sophisticated communication, creating universal understanding beyond sectarian limitations regardless of theological, historical, or linguistic differences. Theological foundations for unity in defense. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented religious basis for security cooperation despite sectarian diversity. Common Islamic security principles. The sectarian diversity framework would establish sophisticated theological foundation. 1. Shared textual foundation. The framework would implement systematic identification of universally accepted scriptural bases for collective defense beyond sectarian interpretation differences, establishing common Quranic verses, broadly authenticated hadiths, and agreed principles, creating theological unity through textual commonality. This foundation would transform traditional division through scriptural consensus, creating shared authorization beyond interpretive variation regardless of exegetical differences. 2. Universal maqasid emphasis. The sectarian management architecture would establish focus on higher Islamic objectives, maqasid al-sharia, beyond legal detail differences, implementing particular emphasis on life protection, religion preservation, and harm prevention, creating theological commonality through purpose agreement. This emphasis would transform traditional disagreement through teleological convergence, creating shared orientation beyond methodological difference regardless of jurisprudential variation. 3. Defensive cooperation precedent. The framework would implement systematic collection of historical examples demonstrating cross-sectarian defense collaboration beyond divisive incidents, establishing scholarly documentation, contextual analysis, and contemporary relevance, creating historical legitimacy through proven precedent. This precedent would transform traditional narrative through historical recovery, creating cooperation templates beyond conflict emphasis regardless of selective memory. 4. Common enemy doctrine. the sectarian management architecture would establish theological framework regarding unified response to existential threats beyond internal differences, implementing appropriate jurisprudential basis, scholarly support, and scriptural foundation, creating religious legitimacy through established doctrine. This doctrine would transform traditional fragmentation through theological authorization, creating unified action beyond sectarian separation regardless of internal disagreements. 5. Protection obligation universality. The framework would implement explicit recognition that Islamic defense responsibilities transcend sectarian boundaries beyond limited community conception, establishing theological basis through comprehensive Ummah concept, believer brotherhood, and mutual protection duty, creating religious mandate for cross-sectarian cooperation. This universality would transform traditional limitations through theological expansion, creating inclusive responsibility beyond sectarian restriction regardless of doctrinal differences. These common Islamic security principles would address the fundamental challenge where religious justification for cross-sectarian cooperation appears lacking despite shared theological fundamentals through selective textual emphasis, historical focus, or jurisprudential difference. The resulting framework would transform security cooperation through sophisticated theological foundation, creating authentic religious basis for unity beyond either theological compromise or secular expediency regardless of legitimate doctrinal differences. Scholarly dialogue enhancement. The sectarian diversity framework would establish unprecedented theological exchange. 1. Structured engagement format. The framework would implement formal dialogue mechanisms beyond occasional interaction, establishing appropriate venue creation, schedule regularity, and methodology development, creating sustained theological exchange through institutional commitment. This format would transform traditional sporadic contact through systematic engagement, creating genuine relationship beyond episodic interaction regardless of historical separation. 2. Security focus limitation. The sectarian management architecture would establish deliberate scope restriction to defense cooperation beyond comprehensive theological reconciliation, implementing appropriate topic boundary, purpose clarity, and objective specificity, creating productive engagement through targeted discussion. This limitation would transform traditional paralysis through practical focus, creating achievable progress beyond theological perfectionism regardless of broader doctrinal differences. 3. Respectful disagreement protocol. The framework would implement sophisticated approaches for managing irreconcilable theological differences beyond forced agreement, establishing appropriate acknowledgement, mutual respect, and operational accommodation, creating functional cooperation despite authentic disagreement. This protocol would transform traditional obstacles through principled pragmatism, creating practical collaboration beyond theoretical resolution regardless of genuine theological disputes. 4. Joint publication development. The sectarian management architecture would establish collaborative scholarly production beyond separate declarations, implementing co-authorship, mutual editing, and shared distribution, creating unified guidance through integrated scholarship. This development would transform traditional separation through deliberate collaboration, creating authoritative unity beyond parallel pronouncement regardless of institutional traditions. 5. Next generation preparation. The framework would implement specific focus on educating emerging religious scholars in cross-sectarian security cooperation beyond current generation alone, development, establishing educational appropriate curriculum programs, and mentorship arrangements, creating long-term transformation through generational change. This preparation would transform traditional limitations through forward investment, creating sustainable cooperation beyond temporary accommodation regardless of historical patterns. This scholarly dialogue enhancement would address the fundamental challenge where theological exchange frequently remains superficial despite mutual interest through interaction. Limitations, scope expansion, or institutional barriers. The resulting framework would transform religious cooperation through sophisticated dialogue, creating substantive engagement beyond ceremonial interaction regardless of doctrinal differences or historical tensions. Practical cooperation primacy. The sectarian diversity framework would establish unprecedented operational emphasis. 1. action-oriented approach, the framework would implement tangible cooperation prioritization beyond theological discussion alone, establishing appropriate activity focus, implementation emphasis, and results orientation, creating practical unity through shared endeavor. This approach would transform traditional limitation through action emphasis, creating concrete collaboration beyond abstract agreement regardless of theoretical differences. 2. Success documentation emphasis. The sectarian management architecture would establish systematic recording of effective cross-sectarian security cooperation beyond failure focus, implementing appropriate case collection, analysis development, and lesson extraction, creating positive reinforcement through demonstrated success. This emphasis would transform traditional narrative through deliberate documentation, creating cooperative momentum beyond problem preoccupation regardless of inevitable challenges. 3. Incremental achievement strategy. The framework would implement graduated cooperation development beyond comprehensive transformation expectation, establishing appropriate progression, sequential building, and foundation establishment, creating sustainable advancement through realistic approach. This strategy would transform traditional disappointment through measured expectation, creating consistent progress beyond unrealistic ambition regardless of historical complexity. 4. Joint capability development. The sectarian management architecture would establish collaborative capacity building beyond separate advancement, implementing shared training, combined exercises, and integrated skill development, creating unified capability through joint experience. This development would transform traditional separation through deliberate integration, creating operational cohesion beyond parallel capability regardless of institutional traditions. 5. Humanitarian cooperation gateway. The framework would implement initial collaboration through universally accepted humanitarian activities beyond immediately controversial security operations, establishing appropriate entry projects, confidence building, and relationship development, creating cooperation foundation through non-contentious beginning. This gateway would transform traditional barriers through gradual approach, creating partnership development beyond immediate full integration regardless of initial hesitation. This practical cooperation primacy would address the fundamental challenge where sectarian relations frequently remain theoretical despite mutual interest through excessive abstraction, perfectionist expectations, or starting point disagreement. The resulting framework would transform sectarian cooperation through sophisticated implementation, creating tangible collaboration beyond rhetorical commitment regardless of theological complexity or historical burden. Conclusion: diversity as strength through principled approach. The sectarian diversity management framework represents transformative implementation of Muslim security architecture principles in perhaps the most challenging domain, demonstrating how sophisticated approaches aligned with authentic Islamic principles can transform potential division into strength through deliberate inclusion, principled cooperation, and focus on common security interests. This framework addresses the fundamental limitations undermining Muslim world unity despite shared foundational beliefs through unprecedented integration across theological commonality identification, institutional inclusion, religious guidance, threat assessment, and practical cooperation under coherent doctrine, balancing legitimate difference with essential unity. The framework directly applies Pakistan's unique qualifications for Muslim security leadership in managing sectarian diversity, combining substantial Sunni majority with significant Shia minority, theological education with practical governance experience, and domestic sectarian balance with international cross-sectarian relationships demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis. Pakistan's balanced approach integrating legitimate religious difference recognition within comprehensive security architecture provides precisely the doctrinal foundation required for genuine Muslim world cooperation beyond both theological compromise and sectarian exclusivity. Most significantly, the sectarian diversity management concept addresses all 6 critical security challenges facing the Muslim world. Protecting territorial sovereignty through unified defense beyond sectarian fragmentation, preventing external interventions by eliminating exploitable divisions, reducing economic vulnerabilities through integrated cooperation across sectarian lines, developing technological self-sufficiency through combined capability beyond sectarian limitations, protecting cultural heritage by establishing comprehensive rather than sectarian protection, and overcoming strategic fragmentation through authentic Muslim world unity transcending religious differences. Through this comprehensive approach, combining theological foundation with institutional inclusion, scholarly guidance with threat focus, and practical cooperation with principled accommodation, the Pakistan-led sectarian diversity framework would transform Muslim world security effectiveness beyond strategic. Both theological compromise undermining religious integrity and sectarian exclusivity limiting potential. This achievement would demonstrate the Muslim world's capacity to maintain authentic Islamic identity while achieving unprecedented security cooperation through principled leadership addressing rather than ignoring legitimate religious diversity. The sectarian diversity management framework thus serves as powerful demonstration of the book's central thesis, that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation. By implementing sophisticated approaches to religious diversity enabling comprehensive capability integration rather than accepting fragmentation as inevitable, the Muslim Security Alliance can achieve unprecedented effectiveness through cooperative approaches that transcend sectarian limitations without compromising authentic Islamic identity. This framework provides not theoretical concept but practical implementation plan transforming Muslim world sectarian relations from vulnerability or division toward principled unity through approaches already established in Pakistan's domestic and international experience but requiring merely systematic application under principled leadership. Chapter 98. Sovereignty Concerns. Mitigation. Indeed, Allah commands you to render trusts to whom they're due and when you judge between people to judge with justice. Quran 4:58. Sovereignty represents the most fundamental and sensitive attribute of statehood in the international system, the essential guarantee of independence, self-determination, and national dignity upon which all legitimate governance rests. Despite sharing common Islamic values and facing similar security challenges, the Muslim world's understandable emphasis on protecting hard-won sovereignty has frequently undermined effective collective security arrangements through hesitation, limitation, or outright rejection of necessary cooperative frameworks. This chapter presents a comprehensive sovereignty concerns mitigation framework under the proposed Pakistan-led Muslim security architecture, demonstrating how sophisticated approaches aligned with Islamic principles can reconcile robust national independence with effective collective action through innovative institutional design, graduated commitment options, and principled cooperation. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated Pakistan's ability to implement sophisticated sovereignty-respecting cooperation including bilateral security coordination with multiple partners, intelligence sharing across trust boundaries, and operational collaboration without command subordination despite historical sovereignty sensitivities. Pakistan's balanced approach to cooperative sovereignty, combining clear national decision authority with practical alliance integration, explicit independence preservation with effective collective action, and domestic accountability with international commitment, provides the doctrinal foundation for a Muslim world security framework transcending the limitations undermining both purely national and sovereignty-compromising approaches. This framework operationalizes the central thesis that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation, demonstrating how focused Muslim capabilities under Pakistani leadership can achieve unprecedented security cooperation without requiring either sovereignty surrender or acceptance of ineffective coordination as the inevitable price of independence preservation. The sovereignty concerns mitigation concept addresses the full spectrum of national independence considerations, from formal decision authority through operational control to constitutional requirements and domestic politics, recognizing that effective collective security requires sophisticated approaches integrating legal protection, institutional design, operational flexibility, and public communication. This multidimensional approach transforms the traditional limitations where legitimate sovereignty concerns become insurmountable barriers to cooperation despite shared security interests through institutional inadequacy, trust deficits, or binary frameworks. By establishing graduated cooperation options with appropriate sovereignty safeguards, the concept creates unprecedented effectiveness, leveraging the Muslim world's full spectrum of capabilities without compromising fundamental national independence. Decision-making structures respecting sovereignty. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented collective mechanisms preserving national independence. Consensus-based strategic direction. The sovereignty framework would establish sophisticated collective decision processes. 1. Consensus definition precision. The framework would implement explicit articulation of agreement requirements beyond vague terminology, establishing clear standards, specific processes, and defined thresholds, creating transparent understanding beyond ambiguous consensus concepts. This precision would transform traditional uncertainty through definitive clarity, creating operational guidance beyond interpretive ambiguity regardless of political complexity. 2. Tiered decision categorization. The sovereignty architecture would establish graduated decision types requiring different approval levels beyond uniform treatment, implementing appropriate classification, authority matching, and process variation, creating efficient functioning despite sensitivity differences. This categorization would transform traditional inefficiency through nuanced differentiation, creating appropriate processes beyond one-size-fits-all approaches regardless of decision diversity. 3. Non-participation accommodation. The framework would implement specific mechanisms enabling selective operation engagement beyond alornothing participation, establishing appropriate abstention protocols, non-blocking procedures, and partial involvement, creating flexible engagement despite reservation on particular activities. This accommodation would transform traditional limitations. Through optionality creation, developing participation pathways beyond binary choices regardless of specific operation concerns. 4. Constructive abstention formalization. The sovereignty architecture would establish explicit non-objection without participation beyond either full engagement or complete blockage, implementing appropriate notification procedures, non-interference guarantees, and consequential understanding, creating flexible mechanism beyond polar options. This formalization would transform traditional constraints through intermediate position, creating nuanced involvement beyond binary participation regardless of political limitations. 5. Time-sensitive decision protocols. The framework would implement expedited processes for urgent situations beyond standard deliberative procedures, establishing appropriate emergency provisions, streamlined consultation, and accelerated approval, creating timely action despite multilateral nature. These protocols would transform traditional delays through procedural optimization, creating timely response beyond deliberative limitations regardless of organizational complexity. This consensus-based strategic direction would address the fundamental challenge where collective security decision-making faces either paralysis through excessive consensus requirements or legitimacy deficits through insufficient national involvement despite shared security interests. The resulting framework would transform alliance effectiveness through sophisticated decision processes, creating functional direction beyond sovereignty impediments regardless of membership diversity or political sensitivity. National red line protection. The sovereignty framework would establish unprecedented core interest preservation. 1. Explicit exclusion definition. The framework would implement clear delineation of protected national interests beyond general reservation rights, establishing specific documentation, formal recognition, and mutual understanding, creating transparent boundaries despite multilateral integration. This definition would transform traditional ambiguity through explicit articulation, creating clear limitations beyond undefined concerns regardless of cooperation breadth. 2. Categorical exemption architecture. The sovereignty architecture would establish predefined exclusion categories beyond case-by-case determination, implementing appropriate classification, standard application, and consistent recognition, creating predictable protection despite operational variation. This architecture would transform traditional uncertainty through systematic organization, creating reliable safeguards beyond situational negotiation regardless of specific circumstances. 3. Procedural override protection. The framework would implement specific mechanisms preventing collective decisions from superseding identified national interests beyond general majority processes, establishing appropriate veto rights, blocking capabilities, and exclusion authorities, creating dependable preservation despite organizational dynamics. This protection would transform traditional vulnerability through formal safeguards, creating guaranteed sovereignty beyond procedural weight regardless of pressure circumstances. 4. Graduated participation implementation. The sovereignty architecture would establish multiple engagement levels beyond binary involvement, implementing appropriate contribution options, responsibility tiers, and commitment gradation, creating flexible participation matching national risk tolerance. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through nuanced differentiation, creating appropriate engagement beyond all-or-nothing approaches regardless of specific sovereignty concerns. 5. Private communication channels. The framework would implement discrete expression mechanisms for sensitive objections beyond public positions, establishing appropriate confidential processes, protected communications, and face-saving pathways, creating realistic management beyond formal declarations. These channels would transform traditional constraints through practical accommodation, creating diplomatic flexibility beyond rigid public posturing regardless of domestic political considerations. This national red line protection would address the fundamental challenge where legitimate sovereignty concerns create participation barriers despite shared security interests through inadequate safeguards, trust deficits, or inflexible frameworks. The resulting framework would transform alliance participation through sophisticated protection, creating engagement confidence beyond sovereignty sacrifice fears regardless of historical suspicion or political sensitivity. Balance of authority architecture. The sovereignty framework would establish unprecedented power distribution equilibrium. 1. Formal authority documentation. The framework would implement explicit delineation of decision rights across national and collective levels beyond implied understanding, establishing clear documentation, specific enumeration, and definitive boundaries, creating unambiguous authority despite organizational complexity. This documentation would transform traditional uncertainty through systematic clarity, creating dependable reference beyond situational interpretation regardless of operational pressure. 2. Subsidiary principle implementation. The sovereignty architecture would establish decision authority at the lowest appropriate level beyond unnecessary centralization, implementing deliberate delegation, contextual determination, and proximity preference, creating efficiency through appropriate localization. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through vertical distribution, creating optimal functionality beyond centralized bottlenecks regardless of organizational scale. 3. Rotation system enhancement. The framework would implement systematic leadership alternation across member states beyond static arrangements, establishing appropriate schedules, qualification standards, and transition procedures, creating equitable authority through temporal distribution. This enhancement would transform traditional dominance through deliberate alternation, creating leadership opportunities beyond power concentration regardless of relative national capability. 4. Proportionality influence correlation. The sovereignty architecture would establish explicit relationship between contribution level and decision influence beyond equal distribution or capability dominance, implementing appropriate voice calibration, authority allocation, and input weighting, creating fair system through balanced design. This correlation would transform traditional imbalance through deliberate proportion, creating equitable structure beyond either unrealistic equality or military determinism regardless of member diversity. 5. Veto distribution limitation. The framework would implement restricted blocking authority beyond unlimited national objection, establishing appropriate qualification criteria, justification requirements, and frequency constraints, creating functional process through calibrated protection. This limitation would transform traditional paralysis through reasonable boundary, creating operational viability beyond excessive obstruction regardless of legitimate sovereignty concerns. This balance of authority architecture would address the fundamental challenge where power distribution creates either participation barriers through dominance concerns or effectiveness limitations through excessive fragmentation despite shared security interests. The resulting framework would transform alliance dynamics through sophisticated equilibrium, creating functional structure beyond either hierarchy or fragmentation regardless of power asymmetry among member states. National caveats accommodation. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented operational limitation management, ensuring participation despite specific constraints. Formalized limitation framework. The sovereignty framework would establish sophisticated restriction management. 1. Standardized declaration process. The framework would implement systematic national limitation articulation beyond ad hoc expression, establishing appropriate documentation format, submission procedures, and communication protocols, creating transparent understanding despite operational complexity. This process would transform traditional confusion through structured articulation, creating clear comprehension beyond ambiguous limitations regardless of constraint diversity. 2. Classification system development. The sovereignty architecture would establish organized categorization of various constraint types beyond undifferentiated treatment, implementing appropriate grouping, standard terminology, and consistent reference, creating enhanced management through systematic organization. This development would transform traditional disorder through deliberate classification, creating efficient handling beyond haphazard approach regardless of limitation variety. 3. Temporal specification enhancement. The framework would implement explicit duration definition for temporary constraints beyond indefinite application, establishing appropriate timeframes, review schedules, and expiration criteria, creating predictable management through temporal clarity. This enhancement would transform traditional permanence through deliberate specification, creating appropriate temporality beyond perpetual constraints regardless of changing circumstances. 4. Justification protocol implementation. The sovereignty architecture would establish structured explanation requirements for significant limitations beyond unexplained restrictions, implementing appropriate rationale provision, context explanation, and background sharing, creating mutual understanding through transparent communication. This implementation would transform traditional opacity through deliberate disclosure, creating comprehension beyond unexplained constraints regardless of political sensitivity. 5. Confidentiality protection integration. The framework would implement secure handling for sensitive limitation justifications beyond public exposure, establishing appropriate information management, access control, and distribution limitation, creating safe disclosure despite confidentiality requirements. This integration would transform traditional barriers through privacy assurance, creating fuller explanation beyond security constraints regardless of information sensitivity. This formalized limitation framework would address the fundamental challenge where operational restrictions remain poorly understood despite critical importance through communication inadequacy, organizational disorder, or excessive secrecy. The resulting framework would transform limitation management through sophisticated organization, creating effective handling beyond confusion or frustration regardless of constraint complexity or diversity. Operational planning adaptation. The sovereignty framework would establish sophisticated planning accommodation. 1. Pre-planning integration. The framework would implement early incorporation of known constraints beyond late adjustment, establishing appropriate preliminary consideration, initial design accommodation, and foundational adaptation, creating efficient planning through proactive inclusion. This integration would transform traditional disruption through anticipatory design, creating streamlined development beyond reactive modification regardless of limitation complexity. 2. Task allocation optimization. The sovereignty architecture would establish deliberate assignment, matching national capabilities with operational requirements beyond arbitrary distribution, implementing appropriate alignment, constraint consideration, and capability utilization, creating effective employment through strategic distribution. This optimization would transform traditional inefficiency through deliberate matching, creating appropriate tasking beyond misalignment between capabilities and assignments regardless of participation limitations. 3. Workaround procedure development. The framework would implement systematic solution creation for constraint-created gaps beyond acceptance or abandonment, establishing appropriate alternative approaches, capability substitution, and functional compensation, creating mission continuity through adaptive methodology. This development would transform traditional limitations through creative resolution, creating operational persistence beyond restriction obstacles regardless of specific constraints. 4. Dual-track planning implementation. The sovereignty architecture would establish parallel plan development with and without particular national contributions beyond single approach vulnerability, implementing appropriate alternative preparation, contingency development, and option preservation, creating operational resilience through methodological redundancy. This implementation would transform traditional fragility through deliberate duplication, creating mission assurance beyond dependency or abandonment regardless of participation uncertainty. 5. Progressive integration architecture. The framework would implement graduated involvement expansion beyond static participation, establishing appropriate initial limitation, confidence building, and incremental growth, creating capability development through sequential advancement. This architecture would transform traditional stagnation through developmental approach, creating expanding contribution beyond fixed constraints regardless of initial hesitation. This operational planning adaptation would address the fundamental challenge where national caveats frequently derail effective operations despite shared objectives through inadequate accommodation, rigid planning, or binary approaches. The resulting framework would transform operational effectiveness through sophisticated adaptation, creating mission success beyond participation constraints regardless of limitation, complexity, or distribution. Capability gap management. The sovereignty framework would establish sophisticated functionality preservation. 1. Complementary capability identification. The framework would implement systematic determination of alternative resources beyond constraint acceptance, establishing appropriate substitution possibilities, functional equivalence, and replacement options, creating operational continuity through deliberate alternatives. This identification would transform traditional resignation through solution focus, creating mission persistence beyond gap acceptance regardless of specific limitations. 2. Modular force design. The sovereignty architecture would establish flexible unit composition beyond rigid structure, implementing appropriate component interchangeability, functional substitution, and structural adaptation, creating resilient organization through design flexibility. This vulnerability design would transform traditional through architectural adaptation, creating operational robustness beyond fixed composition regardless of component availability variations. 3. Multinational compensation arrangements. The framework would implement specific agreements for shortfall addressing beyond individual inadequacy, establishing appropriate responsibility distribution, capability sharing, and mutual support, creating comprehensive functionality through collective provision. These arrangements would transform traditional gaps through collaborative resolution, creating complete capability beyond individual limitations regardless of specific national constraints. 4. Technological solution integration. The sovereignty architecture would establish appropriate technical alternatives for human resource constraints beyond personnel dependency, implementing suitable automation, remote operation, and enhanced equipment, creating functional substitution through technological leverage. This integration would transform traditional limitations through technical innovation, creating operational capacity beyond human resource constraints regardless of personnel restriction complexity. 5. Critical function redundancy. The framework would implement deliberate duplication for essential capabilities subject to national limitations beyond single-source vulnerability, establishing appropriate backup provision, alternative sourcing, and functional overlap, creating operational assurance through systematic redundancy. This redundancy would transform traditional vulnerability through deliberate duplication, creating mission persistence beyond dependency risk regardless of specific national caveat distribution. This capability gap management would address the fundamental challenge where national caveats create operational holes despite mission importance through inadequate compensation, rigid thinking, or resignation acceptance. The resulting framework would transform operational continuity through sophisticated management, creating mission persistence beyond caveat limitations regardless of constraint distribution or complexity. Constitutional limitations recognition. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented accommodation of legitimate domestic legal constraints, ensuring broad participation despite varied political systems. Legal framework harmonization. The sovereignty framework would establish sophisticated cross-national legal compatibility. 1. Comparative constitutional analysis. The framework would implement systematic assessment of member state fundamental legal requirements beyond superficial understanding, establishing detailed knowledge, limitation mapping, and constraint identification, creating comprehensive awareness through deliberate study. This analysis would transform traditional ignorance through methodical examination, creating thorough understanding beyond general assumptions regardless of legal system variation. 2. Legal interface development. The sovereignty architecture would establish specific mechanisms bridging different national legal requirements beyond binary compatibility, implementing appropriate legal interfaces, translation provisions, and equivalency frameworks, creating functional connection despite system diversity. This development would transform traditional incompatibility through deliberate bridging, creating operational compatibility beyond legal differences regardless of constitutional variation. 3. Treaty structure optimization. The framework would implement sophisticated agreement design specifically accommodating diverse legal requirements beyond standardized approach, establishing appropriate provision variation, optional protocols, and implementation flexibility, creating inclusive framework through adaptive legal architecture. This optimization would transform traditional exclusion through deliberate accommodation, creating broad participation capability beyond rigid uniformity regardless of legal system diversity. 4. Parallel implementation pathways. The sovereignty architecture would establish multiple domestic application routes beyond single methodology, implementing appropriate variation, national adaptation, and system-specific approach, creating universal through adherence through diversified implementation. These pathways would transform traditional barriers, methodological plurality, creating comprehensive compliance beyond single approach limitations regardless of governmental system variation. 5. Legal evolution facilitation. The framework would implement supportive approach to necessary domestic legal development beyond external imposition, establishing appropriate assistance, information sharing, and expertise provision, creating internal advancement through collaborative support. This facilitation would transform traditional stagnation through enablement creation, developing appropriate legal frameworks beyond external prescription regardless of national legal tradition specificities. This legal framework harmonization would address the fundamental challenge where constitutional differences create participation barriers despite shared security interests through system incompatibility, legal misalignment, or inadequate accommodation. The resulting framework would transform legal compatibility through sophisticated harmonization, creating participation pathways beyond constitutional barriers regardless of political system variation or legal tradition diversity. Implementation flexibility development. The sovereignty framework would establish unprecedented adaptation capability. 1. Variable implementation architecture. The framework would implement multiple execution approaches beyond uniform application, establishing appropriate methodology diversity, technique variation, and procedure adaptation, creating universal function through diversified implementation. This architecture would transform traditional rigidity through deliberate flexibility, creating functional operation beyond standardized approach regardless of national context variation. 2. Legislative process accommodation. The sovereignty architecture would establish realistic consideration of diverse parliamentary requirements beyond external timeline imposition, implementing appropriate schedule variation, approval process accommodation, and political reality recognition, creating practical implementation through contextual adaptation. This accommodation would transform traditional friction through deliberate consideration, creating realistic expectations beyond uniform demands regardless of national legislative process diversity. 3. Judicial review integration. The framework would implement specific provisions addressing different judicial oversight traditions beyond oversight denial or uniformity imposition, establishing appropriate review accommodation, oversight recognition, and accountability maintenance, creating legitimate operation through legal compatibility. This integration would transform traditional conflict through deliberate incorporation, creating appropriate judicial relationship beyond system imposition regardless of national judicial tradition variation. For executive authority adjustment, the sovereignty architecture would establish explicit accommodation for diverse executive power distributions beyond singular model assumption, implementing appropriate authority recognition, responsibility alignment, and function distribution, creating operational viability through governmental structure respect. This adjustment would transform traditional friction through deliberate adaptation, creating appropriate functioning beyond model mismatch regardless of executive power arrangement diversity. 5. Federal Unitary System Accommodation. The framework would implement specific provisions addressing different power distribution between central and regional governments beyond singular model approach, establishing appropriate level engagement, authority recognition, and responsibility distribution, creating effective operation despite governmental structure variation. This accommodation would transform traditional barriers through deliberate recognition, creating functional implementation beyond structural misalignment regardless of internal governmental power distribution. This implementation flexibility development would address the fundamental challenge where operational standardization creates participation barriers despite shared security objectives through governmental system diversity, political process variation, or authority distribution differences. The resulting framework would transform operational effectiveness through sophisticated adaptation, creating implementation pathways beyond governmental system barriers regardless of national political structure or constitutional arrangement. Public opinion management. The sovereignty framework would establish sophisticated domestic support development. 1. Sovereignty framework assurance communication. The would implement explicit independence preservation messaging beyond general statements, establishing specific protection examples, concrete safeguards, and tangible sovereignty evidence, creating public confidence through demonstrated preservation. This communication would transform traditional suspicion through convincing demonstration, creating popular acceptance beyond theoretical assurance regardless of historical sovereignty sensitivity. 2. National interest alignment demonstration. The sovereignty architecture would establish clear linkage between alliance participation and specific domestic benefits beyond abstract advantages, implementing appropriate example development, tangible connection, and concrete illustration, creating public support through evident national interest advancement. This demonstration would transform traditional skepticism through explicit connection, creating citizen backing beyond general claims regardless of initial hesitation. 3. Transparency Enhancement Protocol. The framework would implement unprecedented information sharing with domestic audiences beyond traditional secrecy, establishing appropriate disclosure mechanisms, explanation processes, and public engagement, creating popular understanding through deliberate openness. This protocol would transform traditional opacity through systematic transparency, creating informed support beyond information deprivation regardless of security sensitivity requirements. 4. Cultural compatibility emphasis. The sovereignty architecture would establish explicit messaging regarding alliance alignment with national cultural values beyond functional arguments alone, implementing appropriate value connection, tradition respect, and identity preservation, creating emotional acceptance through cultural resonance. This emphasis would transform traditional alienation through deliberate connection, creating cultural comfort beyond foreign perception regardless of historical experience or religious interpretation variation. 5. Graduated exposure strategy. The framework would implement progressive public introduction beyond sudden full revelation, establishing appropriate incremental disclosure, phased information, and sequential engagement, creating acceptance through appropriate pacing. This strategy would transform traditional shock through deliberate progression, creating public adaptation beyond abrupt change regardless of alliance novelty or concept unfamiliarity. This public opinion management would address the fundamental challenge where domestic resistance creates participation barriers despite governmental support through sovereignty fears, information inadequacy, or foreign imposition perception. The resulting framework would transform public acceptance through sophisticated communication, creating popular support beyond distrust or suspicion regardless of historical experiences or national sensitivity. Graduated participation options. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented involvement flexibility, ensuring maximum inclusion despite varying commitment readiness. Tiered membership architecture. The sovereignty framework would establish sophisticated participation variation. 1. Formal status differentiation. The framework would implement explicit membership categories beyond binary in-tout designation, establishing appropriate level definition, status clarity, and position formalization, creating transparent understanding beyond simplistic categorization. This differentiation would transform traditional limitation through deliberate classification, creating appropriate involvement options beyond all-or-nothing approaches regardless of commitment readiness variation. 2. Responsibility privilege correlation. The sovereignty architecture would establish explicit relationship between contribution level and benefit access beyond uniform distribution, implementing appropriate linkage, proportional allocation, and balanced exchange, creating fair system through structured design. This correlation would transform traditional disconnection through deliberate alignment, creating equitable of participation disparity. 3. Progression pathway development. The framework would implement clear advancement routes between involvement levels beyond static positioning, establishing realization. This integration would transform traditional duplication through coordinated development, creating complete capability beyond individual state capacity regardless of resource limitations. 3. Reverse engineering capability. The framework would establish sophisticated systems analysis capabilities, extracting critical design principles from existing platforms, implementing appropriate methodologies, technical facilities, and engineering expertise, creating indigenous understanding beyond acquired system operation. This capability would transform traditional dependency through technical mastery, creating knowledge foundation beyond user-level familiarity regardless of system complexity. 4. Supply chain sovereignty. The air defense framework would implement comprehensive analysis, identifying critical component dependencies, establishing appropriate manufacturing capability, materials acquisition, and quality assurance, creating independence in essential supply chains beyond complete platform production. This sovereignty would transform traditional vulnerability through targeted self-sufficiency, creating resilience against sanctions or export controls regardless of international pressure. 5. Lifecycle extension capability. The framework would establish sophisticated systems maintenance beyond original service life expectations, implementing appropriate overhaul facilities, parts production, and performance monitoring, creating extended utility beyond manufacturer support termination. This capability would transform traditional obsolescence through indigenous sustainment, creating persistent capacity beyond external support regardless of supplier cooperation. This indigenous capability development would address the fundamental vulnerability where Muslim world air defense depends overwhelmingly on external suppliers despite the existential sovereignty implications through procurement restrictions, maintenance leverage, or operational limitations. The resulting framework would transform defense independence through strategic development, creating genuine autonomy in critical capabilities beyond comprehensive self-sufficiency regardless of resource constraints. Early warning sharing systems. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement comprehensive early detection, creating precious decision time during aerospace threats. Integrated sensor network architecture. The air defense framework would establish unprecedented detection capability. 1. Cross-border radar integration. The framework would implement systematic connection between national radar systems, creating continuous coverage beyond territorial limitations, establishing appropriate data sharing protocols, technical interfaces, and operational procedures, creating seamless detection regardless of political boundaries. This integration would transform traditional gaps through connection creation, establishing continuous monitoring beyond fragmented national coverage regardless of administrative borders. 2. Multispectrum sensor deployment. the air defense architecture would establish diverse detection technologies beyond conventional radar alone, implementing infrared detection, optical surveillance, and electronic monitoring, creating resilient awareness despite countermeasure employment. This deployment would transform traditional vulnerability through technological diversity, creating persistent detection beyond single-spectrum limitations regardless of stealth or jamming sophistication. 3. Stratified detection implementation. The framework would establish detection capabilities deliberately layered from ground-based through medium altitude to high altitude and space-based sensors, implementing appropriate position integration, data correlation, and sensor handoff, creating continuous tracking throughout threat approach. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through vertical integration, creating complete aerospace awareness beyond altitude-specific systems regardless of threat flight profile. 4. Civilian-military sensor integration. The air defense framework would incorporate appropriate civilian systems including air traffic control radars, weather monitoring, and telecommunications infrastructure, implementing selective information exchange, security protocols, and dual-use arrangements, creating expanded coverage beyond dedicated military systems. This integration would transform traditional separation through systematic incorporation, creating enhanced capability beyond military resources alone regardless of defense budget constraints. 5. Low observable threat detection. The framework would implement advanced capabilities specifically addressing stealth and low observable platforms, establishing appropriate technological solutions, operational techniques, and analytical methodologies, creating effectiveness against sophisticated threats beyond conventional radar performance. This detection would transform traditional vulnerability through specialized capability, creating awareness beyond basic systems regardless of threat radar cross-section reduction. This integrated sensor network architecture would address the fundamental limitation where national detection systems operate in isolation despite their complementary coverage through technical incompatibility, security concerns, or operational barriers. The resulting framework would transform early warning through sophisticated integration, creating comprehensive detection beyond individual national capability regardless of threat sophistication. Data sharing implementation. The air defense framework would establish unprecedented information exchange, ensuring collective awareness. 1. Standardized data protocol development. The framework would implement common technical standards for critical aerospace information, including track reporting, identification criteria, and threat assessment, establishing interoperable exchange protocols, data formats, and transmission systems, creating genuine compatibility beyond proprietary isolation. This development would transform traditional fragmentation through systematic standardization, creating seamless information flow beyond technical barriers regardless of system diversity. 2. Secure communication architecture. The air defense architecture would establish sophisticated information protection specifically designed for high-volume, time-sensitive aerospace data, implementing appropriate encryption, authentication protocols, and transmission security, creating trustworthy exchange despite adversary interception attempts. This architecture would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic protection, creating confident sharing beyond security concerns regardless of adversary collection capability. 3. Tiered classification implementation. The framework would establish graduated information sharing beyond binary alornithing approaches, implementing appropriate security levels, access controls, and sanitization procedures, creating flexible exchange matching sensitivity with operational necessity. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through nuanced sharing, creating appropriate collaboration beyond excessive restriction regardless of information sensitivity variation. 4. Near real-time distribution. The air defense framework would implement high-speed information sharing, meeting the demanding timelines of aerospace operations, establishing appropriate transmission systems, processing capabilities, and distribution protocols, creating timely awareness despite geographic dispersion. This distribution would transform traditional delays through system optimization, creating immediate situational understanding beyond communication latency regardless of information volume. 5. Degraded operation capability. The framework would establish alternative sharing mechanisms functioning despite primary system compromise, implementing appropriate backup channels, simplified protocols, and essential information prioritization, creating continued awareness beyond primary system dependency. This capability would transform traditional vulnerability through deliberate redundancy, creating persistent sharing beyond single system reliance regardless of primary network targeting. This data sharing implementation would address the fundamental challenge where critical early warning information remains isolated within national systems despite its collective value through technical barriers, security concerns, or institutional resistance. The resulting framework would transform collective awareness through sophisticated sharing, creating common aerospace picture beyond individual national perspective regardless of threat complexity. Low-altitude coverage enhancement. The air defense framework would implement comprehensive protection against increasingly critical low-altitude threats. 1. Gap analysis implementation. The framework would establish systematic low-altitude coverage assessment beyond conventional radar performance metrics, implementing appropriate terrain modeling, radar shadow mapping, and detection probability analysis, creating comprehensive understanding of vulnerability beyond general coverage claims. This implementation would transform traditional uncertainty through methodical evaluation, creating precise coverage awareness beyond simplified range circles regardless of topographical complexity. 2. Complementary sensor deployment. The air defense architecture would establish deliberate sensor positioning addressing identified coverage gaps, implementing appropriate technology selection, optimal placement, and system integration, creating comprehensive detection despite terrain challenges. This deployment would transform traditional vulnerabilities through systematic mitigation, creating continuous coverage beyond isolated detection regardless of threat route selection. 3. Aerostat and elevated sensor integration. The framework would implement lighter-than-air and elevated sensor platforms, specifically enhancing low-altitude detection, establishing appropriate position planning, persistence management, and data integration, creating expanded horizon beyond ground-based limitations. This integration would transform traditional constraints through vertical extension, creating enhanced detection range beyond surface-level perspective regardless of terrain complexity. 4. Human Observer Network Development. The air defense framework would establish systematic incorporation of human observation beyond technological systems alone, implementing appropriate training, communication equipment, and reporting protocols, creating supplementary awareness through distributed personnel. This development would transform traditional limitations through human integration, creating additional detection beyond technological means regardless of technical countermeasures. 5. Would non-cooperative target recognition. The framework implement advanced capabilities identifying non-transmitting and non-communicating targets beyond conventional identification methods, establishing appropriate analysis techniques, behavioral pattern recognition, and signature identification, creating awareness despite deliberate emissions control. This recognition would transform traditional limitations through sophisticated methodology, creating identification beyond active cooperation regardless of emissions discipline. This low-altitude coverage enhancement would address the fundamental vulnerability where traditional air defense systems focused on medium and high-altitude threats despite the increasing employment of terrain-following cruise missiles, low-flying unmanned systems, and Napofirth aircraft tactics. The resulting framework would transform comprehensive protection through sophisticated low-altitude capabilities, creating complete coverage beyond traditional system limitations regardless of threat profile selection. Command and control integration. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented decision architecture, ensuring effective response despite aerospace threats, compressed timelines. Unified command structure. The air defense framework would establish sophisticated leadership architecture. 1. Multinational command implementation. The framework would establish genuinely integrated leadership beyond coordinated national commands, implementing appropriate authority structures, decision protocols, and responsibility delineation, creating unified direction despite political sovereignty. This implementation would transform traditional fragmentation through structural integration, creating coherent action beyond parallel national commands regardless of territorial boundaries. 2. Graduated authority architecture. The air defense architecture would establish deliberately calibrated decision authority from highly centralized strategic decisions through regionalized operational control to decentralized tactical execution, implementing appropriate empowerment, limitation, and oversight, creating effective command matched to decision characteristics. This architecture would transform traditional approaches through nuanced authority, creating appropriate control beyond binary centralization, decentralization regardless of operational complexity. 3. Islamic leadership principles. The framework would implement command structures explicitly incorporating Islamic concepts including consultation, shura, justice, adala, and collective responsibility, takaful, establishing distinctive leadership models beyond imported Western approaches despite their apparent sophistication. These principles would transform traditional imitation through authentic foundations, creating appropriate command beyond secular models regardless of technical modernity. 4. Rotation system implementation. The air defense framework would establish systematic leadership rotation among qualified Muslim states, implementing experience-based qualification criteria, transition protocols, and knowledge transfer mechanisms, ensuring both broad participation and operational effectiveness. Transform traditional. This implementation would dominance patterns through institutionalized sharing, creating inclusive leadership beyond power politics regardless of relative national capability. 5. Cultural integration enhancement. The framework would implement specific measures addressing the multinational command environment's cultural diversity, establishing appropriate language protocols, communication standards, and cultural training, creating effective interaction despite differing backgrounds. This enhancement would transform traditional friction through deliberate adaptation, creating smooth operations beyond cultural barriers regardless of national diversity. This unified command structure would address the fundamental limitation where air defense leadership remains fragmented along national lines despite aerospace threats' transnational nature through sovereignty concerns, trust deficits, or political competition. The resulting framework would transform command effectiveness through sophisticated integration, creating coherent direction beyond national boundaries regardless of political complexity. Decision support systems. The air defense framework would establish advanced technologies enhancing human decision quality. 1. Artificial intelligence integration. The framework would implement sophisticated decision support drawing on artificial intelligence capabilities while maintaining appropriate human oversight, establishing suitable algorithm integration, validation processes, and limitation awareness, creating enhanced rather than replaced human judgment. This integration would transform traditional limitations through technological augmentation, creating superior decisions beyond unaided cognition regardless of situation complexity. 2. Automated option generation. The air defense architecture would establish advanced systems developing potential courses of action beyond human formulation capacity, implementing appropriate modeling, resource calculation, and outcome projection, creating expanded possibility awareness despite compressed timelines. This generation would transform traditional constraints through computational assistance, creating comprehensive option consideration beyond time-pressured human capacity regardless of complexity. 3. Pattern recognition enhancement. The framework would implement advanced data analysis identifying subtle correlations, emerging trends, and unusual activities beyond human observation capability, establishing appropriate algorithmic systems, historical comparison, and anomaly detection, creating early awareness despite information volume. This enhancement would transform traditional limitations through analytical augmentation, creating superior threat recognition beyond manual analysis regardless of data complexity. 4. Consequence prediction implementation. The air defense framework would establish sophisticated modeling projecting likely outcomes from potential decisions, implementing appropriate simulation capabilities, variable consideration, and uncertainty incorporation, creating informed choice despite incomplete information. This implementation would transform traditional uncertainty through systematic projection, creating decision confidence beyond intuitive assessment regardless of situation ambiguity. 5. Information prioritization assistance. The framework would implement advanced systems helping commanders manage information overload during crisis, establishing appropriate filtering algorithms, criticality assessment, and visual presentation, creating cognitive manageability despite data volume. This assistance would transform traditional overload through systematic management, creating focused attention beyond overwhelming complexity regardless of information quantity. These decision support systems would address the fundamental challenge where traditional command processes face overwhelming complexity despite increasing decision consequences through information volume, time compression, or analytical limitations. The resulting framework would transform command effectiveness through sophisticated technological integration, creating superior decision quality beyond unaided human capability regardless of situation complexity. Response protocol standardization. The air defense framework would establish comprehensive procedures ensuring consistent effectiveness. 1. Rules of engagement harmonization. The framework would implement standardized threat response guidelines beyond individual national variation, establishing common identification criteria, proportionality standards, and authorization requirements, creating consistent application across the Muslim alliance. This harmonization would transform traditional inconsistency through systematic alignment, creating predictable response beyond divergent national protocols regardless of engagement location. 2. Classification taxonomy implementation. The air defense architecture would establish common threat categorization systems, implementing standardized terminology, assessment criteria, and response matrices, creating mutual understanding despite differing national traditions. This implementation would transform traditional miscommunication through shared language, creating clear comprehension beyond terminology differences regardless of national background. 3. Procedural standardization. The framework would implement consistent operational methods across participating forces, establishing common procedures, communication phraseology, and tactical actions, creating seamless coordination despite diverse training backgrounds. This standardization would transform traditional friction through methodological alignment, creating smooth interaction beyond procedural differences regardless of national military traditions. 4. Escalation management framework. The air defense architecture would establish graduated response options beyond binary peace-war approaches, implementing proportionate actions, clear thresholds, and de-escalation pathways, creating conflict management despite provocation. This framework would transform traditional limitations through nuanced flexibility, creating appropriate response beyond excessive or inadequate options regardless of situation ambiguity. 5. Multinational training integration. The framework would implement combined training, specifically developing standardized response beyond doctrinal documentation alone, establishing regular exercises, procedure practice, and operational refinement, creating genuine capability through experience. This integration would transform traditional separation through practical development, creating true interoperability beyond paper standardization regardless of initial procedural differences. This response protocol standardization would address the fundamental challenge where divergent national procedures create coordination failures despite shared objectives through training differences, doctrinal variation, or terminology confusion. The resulting framework would transform collective effectiveness through sophisticated harmonization, creating seamless operations beyond national differences regardless of engagement complexity. Air policing rotation system. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement collective airspace security beyond individual national capabilities. Regional air security zones. The air defense framework would establish rationalized protection architecture. 1. Geographic zone delineation. The framework would implement logical aerospace sectors based on operational rather than political boundaries, establishing appropriate regional divisions, responsibility areas, and coordination mechanisms, creating effective coverage beyond national airspace limitations. This delineation would transform traditional fragmentation through regional organization, creating coherent protection beyond political borders regardless of threat approach vectors. 2. Capability-based responsibility. The air defense architecture would assign regional protection roles based on national capability strengths rather than merely geographic location, implementing appropriate specialization, resource allocation, and operational focus, creating optimal employment beyond territorial assignment alone. This responsibility assignment would transform traditional approaches through deliberate optimization, creating enhanced effectiveness beyond geographic default regardless of capability distribution. 3. Cross-border authority framework. The framework would establish specific arrangements enabling operations across national boundaries, implementing appropriate permission protocols, coordination requirements, and sovereignty respect, creating operational continuity despite political divisions. This framework would transform traditional limitations through practical accommodation, creating seamless operations beyond territorial constraints regardless of aerospace threat paths. 4. Joint security commitment. The air defense architecture would implement multinational force contributions to each regional zone beyond host nation responsibility alone, establishing appropriate participation, command integration, and resource sharing, creating collective ownership beyond territorial assignment. This commitment would transform traditional isolation through shared responsibility, creating mutual investment beyond national boundaries regardless of geographic location. 5. Balanced coverage implementation. The framework would ensure comprehensive protection across all Muslim alliance territories without capability concentration in specific regions, implementing appropriate resource distribution, gap analysis, and capability assignment, creating equitable security regardless of individual state influence. This implementation would transform traditional imbalance through deliberate equity, creating universal protection beyond power politics regardless of national economic variation. These regional air security zones would address the fundamental limitation where airspace protection follows political boundaries despite their irrelevance to aerospace threats through sovereignty traditions, resource constraints, or institutional inertia. The resulting framework would transform collective security through sophisticated regionalization, creating comprehensive protection beyond fragmentation regardless of territorial complexity. National multinational squadron development. The air defense framework would establish unprecedented force integration. 1. Combined unit formation. The framework would implement genuinely multinational flying units beyond coordinated national squadrons, establishing integrated staffing, combined maintenance, and joint operations, creating truly merged capabilities. This formation would transform traditional separation through structural integration, creating organic multinational capability beyond coordinated national forces regardless of platform diversity. 2. Standardized training implementation. The air defense architecture would establish common qualification systems beyond national standards, implementing standardized curricula, evaluation criteria, and certification processes, creating genuine interchangeability despite diverse backgrounds. This implementation would transform traditional variation through systematic harmonization, creating consistent capability beyond training differences regardless of national military traditions. 3. Cross-platform qualification enhancement. The framework would implement pilot and technician certification across diverse aircraft types beyond single platform specialization, establishing appropriate training programs, transition courses, and proficiency maintenance, creating flexible personnel employment. This enhancement would transform traditional limitations through capability expansion, creating operational adaptability beyond platform-specific qualification regardless of aircraft type diversity. 4. Shared logistics architecture. The air defense framework would establish integrated maintenance and supply beyond parallel national systems, implementing common parts inventories, pooled resources, and unified sustainment, creating operational efficiency despite platform diversity. This architecture would transform traditional duplication through systematic sharing, creating enhanced availability beyond isolated national logistics regardless of equipment variation. 5. Islamic unit identity development. The framework would establish distinctive multinational squadron culture beyond national identification, implementing appropriate symbols, traditions, and value systems, creating genuine attachment to integrated units beyond national affiliation. This development would transform traditional limitations through identity engineering, creating authentic multinational loyalty beyond national allegiance regardless of historical differences. This multinational squadron development would address the fundamental challenge where air forces operate as coordinated but separate national entities despite the benefits of deeper integration through sovereignty concerns, trust limitations, or institutional resistance. The resulting framework would transform collective capability through sophisticated integration, creating genuine multinational capacity beyond coordinated national forces regardless of historical separation. Rotational deployment implementation. The air defense framework would establish systematic force distribution ensuring equitable burden sharing. 1. Formalized rotation schedule. The framework would implement predetermined deployment cycles beyond ad hoc arrangements, establishing appropriate duration, transition timing, and succession planning, creating predictable commitment despite operational variability. This schedule would transform traditional uncertainty through systematic planning, creating reliable participation beyond improvised arrangements regardless of political changes. 2. Capability-based contribution framework. The air defense architecture would establish force provision requirements based on national capacity rather than equal distribution, implementing categorization and appropriate assignment, creating assessment, sustainable participation despite capability variation. This framework would transform traditional approaches through capability-matched contribution, creating realistic expectations beyond uniform requirements regardless of national resource differences. 3. Host nation support standardization. The framework would implement consistent hosting arrangements beyond bilateral variation, establishing appropriate facility standards, service provision, and financial responsibilities, creating predictable support regardless of deployment location. This standardization would transform traditional inconsistency through systematic harmonization, creating reliable operating conditions beyond location-specific arrangements regardless of host nation capacity. 5. Demonstration effect utilization. The framework would implement visible rotational presence, creating broader strategic benefit beyond immediate tactical contribution, establishing appropriate messaging, regional signaling, and deterrent communication, creating expanded impact through psychological effect. This utilization would transform traditional approaches through strategic employment, creating enhanced influence beyond physical capability regardless of force package size. Size. This rotational deployment implementation would address the fundamental challenge where sustained multinational operations face participation inconsistency despite shared security interests through resource constraints, commitment variation, or political fluctuation. The resulting framework would transform collective security through sophisticated rotation, creating sustainable operations beyond individual national limitations regardless of capability differences. Conclusion: collective security through integrated capability. The Muslim World Air Defense Integration Framework represents transformative implementation of Muslim security architecture principles in the critical aerospace domain, demonstrating how sophisticated capabilities aligned under coherent leadership can address complex challenges more effectively than either purely national efforts or dependence on external security guarantees. This framework addresses the fundamental limitations undermining existing air defense through unprecedented integration across detection systems, command structures, engagement platforms, and sustainability mechanisms under coherent doctrine, balancing technical effectiveness with Islamic principles. The framework directly applies Pakistan's unique qualifications for Muslim air defense leadership, combining indigenous system development with foreign platform integration, comprehensive doctrine with innovative employment, and combat experience with training excellence demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis. Pakistan's balanced approach, integrating multiple air defense dimensions within coherent architecture, provides precisely the doctrinal foundation required for genuine Muslim world aerospace protection beyond individual platform acquisition programs or fragmented national systems. Most significantly, the Muslim World Air Defense Integration concept addresses all 6 critical security challenges facing the Muslim world: protecting territorial sovereignty through comprehensive aerospace defense, preventing external interventions by reducing vulnerability to aerial coercion, reducing economic vulnerabilities through indigenous technology development, developing technological self-sufficiency through coordinated capability production, protecting cultural heritage by securing against aerospace strikes, and overcoming strategic fragmentation through unified Muslim world action on this shared vital interest. Through this comprehensive approach, combining early warning with command integration, system coordination with indigenous development, and specific capabilities with systematic architecture, the Pakistan-led air defense framework would transform Muslim world effectiveness in securing its aerospace beyond both fragmented national efforts and perpetual dependence on external security guarantees. This achievement would demonstrate the Muslim world's capacity to protect its sovereign airspace through collective action under Pakistan's leadership, without compromising Islamic principles or accepting vulnerability to aerospace coercion presented as technological inevitability. The Muslim World Air Defense Integration Framework thus serves as powerful demonstration of the book's central thesis, that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation. By implementing sophisticated integration of existing capabilities under coherent leadership rather than pursuing unattainable fifth-generation fighter fleets beyond economic reality, the Muslim Security Alliance can achieve air defense effectiveness through strategic cooperation that individual acquisition programs cannot match regardless of investment level. This framework provides not theoretical concept but practical implementation plan, transforming Muslim world aerospace security from vulnerability or dependency toward collective self-protection through capabilities already existing but requiring merely strategic coordination under principled leadership. Chapter 94: Joint Missile Defense Framework. And cooperate in righteousness and piety, but do not cooperate in sin and aggression. And fear Allah, indeed, Allah is severe in penalty. Quran 5:2. Missile defense represents perhaps the most technologically demanding yet increasingly essential dimension of Muslim world security architecture, the critical shield against proliferating missile threats ranging from short-range tactical systems to intercontinental ballistic missiles carrying conventional, chemical, or nuclear warheads. Despite facing substantial missile threats across multiple regions, the Muslim world has historically lacked integrated defense frameworks commensurate with this growing strategic challenge. This chapter presents a comprehensive joint missile defense framework under the proposed Pakistan-led Muslim security architecture, demonstrating how sophisticated technical capabilities aligned with Islamic principles can transform defensive capabilities against threats ranging from tactical battlefield missiles to strategic weapons targeting population centers. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated Pakistan's ability to implement sophisticated missile defense operations including early warning, trajectory analysis, interceptor deployment, and defensive countermeasures despite confronting an adversary with substantial ballistic and cruise missile capabilities. Pakistan's balanced missile defense development, combining indigenous systems with selected foreign technologies, comprehensive doctrine with innovative deployment, and layered protection with cost-effective solutions, provides the doctrinal foundation for a Muslim world missile defense framework transcending the limitations undermining both purely national and external dependency approaches. This framework operationalizes the central thesis that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation, demonstrating how focused Muslim capabilities under Pakistani leadership can secure critical protection without requiring either economically ruinous comprehensive missile shields or complete dependence on external security guarantees. The joint missile defense concept addresses the full spectrum of contemporary missile threats, from battlefield tactical systems through medium-range ballistic missiles to emerging hypersonic weapons, recognizing that effective protection requires comprehensive integration across early warning, command decision, intercept capabilities, and consequence management. This multidimensional approach transforms the traditional limitations where detection systems operate disconnected from interceptor platforms, command structures separate from technical capabilities, and national efforts fragmented from regional security despite their fundamental interdependence in effective missile defense. By establishing institutional frameworks integrating these dimensions under coherent leadership, the concept creates unprecedented effectiveness, leveraging existing capabilities through strategic coordination rather than unattainable comprehensive protection systems. Early warning data sharing. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented missile launch detection and tracking capabilities, enabling critical decision time. Multi-layered detection integration. The Missile Defense Framework would establish comprehensive launch identification. 1. Space-based detection sharing. The framework would implement coordinated access to satellite early warning data, whether through indigenously developed assets, cooperative arrangements, or commercial capabilities, establishing appropriate processing, distribution, and integration, creating awareness beyond terrestrial limitations. This sharing would transform traditional constraints through elevated perspective, creating launch detection beyond ground-based horizon regardless of missile origin location. 2. Over-Earth horizon radar coordination. The missile defense architecture would establish integrated employment of sophisticated long-range radar systems, implementing appropriate position optimization, data sharing protocols, and coverage coordination, creating extended detection beyond conventional radar limitations. This coordination would transform traditional constraints through strategic placement, creating comprehensive monitoring beyond individual national coverage regardless of geographical challenges. 3. Multispectrum sensor integration. The framework would implement detection capabilities across various portions of the electromagnetic spectrum, from infrared through multiple radar bands to ultraviolet, establishing appropriate technology diversity, correlation mechanisms, and analytical integration, creating resilient tracking despite countermeasures. This integration would transform traditional vulnerability through technological breadth, creating persistent detection beyond single spectrum dependence regardless of adversary deception attempts. 4. Acoustic detection incorporation. The missile defense architecture would integrate unconventional detection methods including acoustic sensors, seismic monitoring, and atmospheric pressure measurement, implementing appropriate deployment, signal processing, and data correlation, creating supplementary awareness beyond primary systems. This incorporation would transform traditional limitations through methodological diversity, creating additional detection beyond conventional technologies regardless of electromagnetic countermeasures. 5. Human intelligence integration. The framework would implement systematic incorporation of human observation including border monitoring, coastal surveillance, and potential launch area observation, establishing appropriate training, reporting channels, and information integration, creating supplementary awareness through distributed personnel. This integration would transform traditional separation through comprehensive incorporation, creating enhanced detection beyond technological systems alone regardless of technical limitations. This multi-layered detection integration would address the fundamental limitation where individual detection technologies operate in isolation despite their complementary capabilities through technical incompatibility, organizational barriers, or resource constraints. The resulting framework would transform early warning through sophisticated integration, creating comprehensive launch detection beyond individual system capabilities regardless of missile launch characteristics. Data transmission architecture. The Missile Defense Framework would establish unprecedented information distribution, ensuring time-critical awareness. 1. Redundant communication implementation. The framework would establish multiple parallel transmission pathways beyond single-channel vulnerability, implementing appropriate technology diversity, pathway redundancy, and automatic failover, creating resilient distribution despite deliberate interference or technical failure. This implementation would transform traditional vulnerability through deliberate duplication, creating persistent connectivity beyond single-path dependence regardless of communication attack sophistication. 2. Transmission latency minimization. The missile defense architecture would implement optimized data exchange, specifically addressing the compressed timelines of missile defense, establishing appropriate protocols, bandwidth allocation, and processing prioritization, creating near-instantaneous awareness despite geographical dispersion. This minimization would transform traditional delays through system optimization, creating immediate situational understanding beyond communication latency regardless of network complexity. 3. Data encryption enhancement. The framework would implement advanced protection specifically designed for high-priority missile-appropriate warning information, establishing encryption, authentication protocols, and transmission security, creating trustworthy exchange despite adversary interception attempts. This enhancement would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic protection, creating confidence sharing beyond security concerns regardless of adversary collection capability. 4. Missile bandwidth optimization implementation. The defense framework would establish efficient information transmission focusing on essential data beyond comprehensive sharing, pre-processing, information implementing prioritization, appropriate and format optimization, creating critical awareness despite potential bandwidth limitations. This implementation would transform traditional constraints through efficiency engineering, creating essential information delivery beyond capacity limitations regardless of network constraints. 5. Last-mile distribution architecture. The framework would implement comprehensive connection to actual decision-makers beyond network endpoints, establishing appropriate alert systems, mobile delivery, and accessibility protocols, creating awareness where needed beyond technical delivery points. This architecture would transform traditional limitations through human-centered design, creating genuine decision-maker awareness beyond system-level notification regardless of leader location or activity. This data transmission architecture would address the fundamental challenge where critical early warning information fails to reach decision-makers in actionable timeframes despite successful initial detection through transmission delays, communication failures, or distribution limitations. The resulting framework would transform collective awareness through sophisticated transmission, creating timely decision support beyond detection alone regardless of geographical dispersion. Warning product standardization. The missile defense framework would establish consistent information presentation ensuring immediate comprehension. 1. Common terminology implementation. The framework would establish standardized descriptive language for missile events beyond diverse national vocabularies, implementing consistent terms, clear definitions, and shared understanding, creating immediate comprehension despite multinational environment. This implementation would transform traditional confusion through linguistic standardization, creating precise communication beyond terminology differences regardless of national background. 2. Threat classification harmonization. The missile defense architecture would establish shared categorization systems for missile types, capabilities, and threat levels, implementing common assessment criteria, identification markers, and response linkage, creating unified understanding despite differing national traditions. This harmonization would transform traditional misalignment through taxonomic standardization, creating consistent categorization beyond classification variation regardless of national systems. 3. Visual presentation standardization. The framework would implement consistent display formats for missile warning information beyond diverse national approaches, establishing common symbols, color coding, and interface layouts, creating immediate comprehension regardless of operator nationality. This standardization would transform traditional variation through presentation uniformity, creating instant understanding beyond display differences regardless of national training backgrounds. 4. Confidence level indication. The missile defense framework would establish explicit uncertainty communication within warning products beyond binary presentations, implementing appropriate confidence markers, source quality indicators, and verification status, creating nuanced understanding despite incomplete information. This indication would transform traditional limitations through uncertainty transparency, creating appropriate response calibration beyond simplistic certainty claims regardless of information limitations. 5. Automated translation integration. The framework would implement immediate language conversion addressing the multinational operating environment, establishing appropriate translation capabilities, technical vocabulary handling, and cultural nuance consideration, creating understanding beyond language barriers. This integration would transform traditional constraints through linguistic adaptation, creating comprehension beyond language differences regardless of operator native tongue. This warning product standardization would address the fundamental challenge where information interpretation creates delays despite timely transmission through format differences, terminology confusion, or presentation variation. The resulting framework would transform collective comprehension through sophisticated standardization, creating immediate understanding beyond national differences regardless of warning information complexity. Defensive countermeasurement. Coordination. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement sophisticated capabilities addressing missile threats before launch or intercept becomes necessary. Pre-launch intervention capability. The missile defense framework would establish unprecedented preventive options. 1. Mobile launcher tracking network. The framework would implement specialized capabilities identifying and monitoring potential missile launch platforms, establishing appropriate sensor allocation, analytical methodologies, and tracking protocols, creating awareness before actual launch. This network would transform traditional limitations through proactive focus, creating preventive opportunity beyond post-launch response regardless of launcher mobility. 2. Electronic countermeasure coordination. The missile defense architecture would establish sophisticated capabilities disrupting missile command, control, and guidance systems, implementing appropriate electronic warfare assets, jamming coordination, and effect synchronization, creating preemptive defense options beyond physical interception. This coordination would transform traditional approaches through non-kinetic capabilities, creating additional defensive layers beyond interceptor dependence regardless of missile physical characteristics. 3. Launch point deterrence implementation. The framework would establish specific capabilities communicating guaranteed response to potential launch areas, implementing appropriate signaling, demonstrated capability, and clear consequence messaging, creating psychological barriers beyond purely technical countermeasures. This implementation would transform traditional approaches through cognitive dimension, creating additional prevention beyond physical capabilities regardless of adversary rationality levels. 4. Special operation capability integration. The missile defense framework would establish coordination with appropriate special forces units specifically trained for counter-missile operations, implementing suitable mission profiles, capability development, and command integration, creating additional options beyond conventional responses. This integration would transform traditional limitations through capability expansion, creating preventive possibilities beyond defensive systems alone regardless of operational environment complexity. 5. Cyber operation incorporation. The framework would implement appropriate cyber capabilities addressing missile systems, increasing digital components, establishing suitable technical approaches, targeting methodologies, and effect assessment, creating additional defensive options beyond physical domains. This incorporation would transform traditional limitations through domain expansion, creating comprehensive defense beyond kinetic measures regardless of missile system digital protection. This pre-launch intervention capability would address the fundamental limitation where missile defense focuses exclusively on post-launch interception despite the significant advantages of prevention through diversified approach, resource efficiency, or success probability. The resulting framework would transform missile defense through sophisticated prevention, creating comprehensive protection beyond intercept-focused approaches regardless of missile. Technical characteristics. Coordinated deception operations. The missile defense framework would establish sophisticated adversary confusion capabilities. 1. Strategic ambiguity implementation. The framework would establish deliberate uncertainty regarding defense capabilities, locations, and effectiveness, implementing appropriate information management, selective demonstration, and calculated disclosure, creating decision complexity for potential adversaries. This implementation would transform traditional transparency through strategic capacity, creating deterrence enhancement beyond actual capabilities regardless of system limitations. 2. Decoy and simulator deployment. The missile defense architecture would implement sophisticated false target systems, creating impression of expanded defensive capabilities, establishing appropriate physical decoys, electronic signature generation, and operational deception, creating apparent capacity beyond actual resources. This deployment would transform traditional limitations through perception management, creating exaggerated defense impressions beyond genuine systems regardless of resource constraints. 3. Counterintelligence operation integration. The framework would establish specific capabilities manipulating adversary intelligence collection regarding missile defense systems, implementing appropriate deceptive information collection, channel management, and consistency control, creating misleading understanding despite hostile intelligence efforts. This vulnerability integration would transform traditional through deliberate manipulation, creating advantageous misperception beyond information protection alone regardless of adversary collection sophistication. 4. Mobility enhancement. The missile defense framework would implement increased actual and apparent system movement beyond static deployment patterns, establishing appropriate repositioning protocols, signature management, and operational security, creating location uncertainty despite adversary surveillance. This enhancement would transform traditional predictability through dynamic deployment, creating targeting complications beyond fixed positions regardless of adversary intelligence capabilities. 5. Multi-domain deception coordination. The framework would implement synchronized deception across ground, sea, air, cyber, and electromagnetic domains beyond isolated efforts, establishing appropriate planning, effect sequencing, and narrative consistency, creating comprehensive confusion despite sophisticated analysis. This coordination would transform traditional fragmentation through integrated deception, creating coherent false impression beyond domain-specific measures regardless of adversary analytical capabilities. This coordinated deception operations would address the fundamental challenge where missile defense systems face directly observable limitations despite critical strategic consequences through resource constraints, technical challenges, or geographical realities. The resulting framework would transform defensive effectiveness through sophisticated deception, creating enhanced protection beyond actual interception capabilities regardless of objective system limitations. Passive defense implementation. The missile defense framework would establish comprehensive damage mitigation beyond interception attempts. 1. Critical asset hardening. The framework would implement systematic protection for essential infrastructure against missile effects, establishing appropriate structural reinforcement, protective construction, and vulnerability reduction, creating resilience beyond interception success. This hardening would transform traditional vulnerability through physical protection, creating survivability beyond successful defense regardless of occasional missile penetration. 2. Dispersal strategy coordination. The missile defense architecture would establish coordinated distribution of critical capabilities beyond concentrated deployment, implementing appropriate redundancy, geographic separation, and functional duplication, creating resilience through distribution. This coordination would transform traditional vulnerability through deliberate dispersion, creating system survivability beyond point defense regardless of targeting accuracy. 3. Underground facility development. The framework would implement systematic subsurface protection for appropriate critical functions, establishing suitable construction, operational capability, and sustainability, creating protection beyond surface vulnerability. This development would transform traditional exposure through vertical dimension, creating preservation beyond horizontal dispersion regardless of munition penetration capabilities. 4. Civilian protection enhancement. The missile defense framework would establish comprehensive population safeguards beyond military asset protection, implementing appropriate shelter systems, warning mechanisms, and evacuation procedures, creating humanitarian preservation beyond strategic capability protection. This enhancement would transform traditional focus through civilian integration, creating comprehensive security beyond military assets regardless of targeting priorities. 5. Decontamination capability integration. The framework would implement specific measures addressing potential chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear warheads beyond conventional explosives, establishing appropriate detection, protection, and remediation capabilities, creating effective response despite successful delivery. This integration would transform traditional limitations through comprehensive preparation, creating response capability beyond conventional effects regardless of warhead type. This passive defense implementation would address the fundamental reality where even sophisticated missile defense systems cannot guarantee perfect interception despite technological advancement through system limitations, saturation tactics, or countermeasure evolution. The resulting framework would transform missile defense through comprehensive approach, creating effective protection beyond interception success alone regardless of occasional defensive penetration. Joint Missile Defense Analysis. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented collaborative analysis, enhancing defensive capabilities. Technical intelligence integration. The missile defense framework would establish sophisticated missile threat understanding. 1. Unified Missile Intelligence Center. The framework would implement a dedicated multinational facility specifically analyzing missile threats, establishing appropriate analytical capabilities, information sharing protocols, and assessment distribution, creating comprehensive understanding beyond fragmented national efforts. This center would transform traditional separation through institutional integration, creating collective expertise beyond individual national capabilities regardless of resource limitations. 2. Foreign System Acquisition Analysis. The missile defense architecture would establish systematic evaluation of regional adversary missile procurement beyond fragmented tracking, implementing appropriate collection, technical assessment, and capability projection, creating anticipatory understanding before operational deployment. This analysis would transform traditional reactivity through proactive assessment, creating advanced preparation beyond operational surprise regardless of acquisition secrecy. 3. Indigenous Development Monitoring. The framework would implement specific capabilities tracking regional missile technology research and development programs, establishing appropriate technical collection, scientific assessment, and capability projection, creating understanding beyond deployed systems alone. This monitoring would transform traditional limitations through developmental awareness, creating anticipatory understanding beyond operational deployment regardless of program secrecy. 4. Signature Database Development. The missile defense framework would establish comprehensive characterization of missile system signatures across electromagnetic, infrared, acoustic, and visual spectrums, implementing appropriate collection, analysis, and catalog development, creating identification foundation beyond general detection. This development would transform traditional limitations through detailed characterization, creating precise identification beyond general classification regardless of system similarity. 5. Performance Assessment Integration. The framework would implement sophisticated analysis of actual missile performance beyond manufacturer specifications or theoretical capabilities, establishing appropriate test monitoring, operational assessment, and forensic analysis, creating realistic understanding beyond paper threats. This integration would transform traditional reliance through empirical assessment, creating accurate evaluation beyond claimed capabilities regardless of information manipulation. This technical intelligence integration would address the fundamental challenge where missile threat understanding remains fragmented across national boundaries despite shared interest through resource limitations, classification barriers, or institutional separation. The resulting framework would transform defense effectiveness through sophisticated shared understanding, creating comprehensive threat awareness beyond individual national perspective regardless of missile system complexity. Vulnerability analysis coordination. The missile defense framework would establish sophisticated weakness identification. 1. Missile design exploitation. The framework would implement advanced analysis identifying specific technical vulnerabilities within adversary systems, establishing appropriate engineering assessment, performance modeling, and weakness identification, creating interception advantage. Through targeted knowledge. This exploitation would transform traditional limitations through specialized understanding, creating defensive opportunity beyond general capability regardless of system sophistication. 2. Flight profile optimization. The missile defense architecture would establish detailed modeling of target missile trajectories, implementing appropriate physics calculation, environmental consideration, and behavior prediction, creating intercept opportunity identification beyond general positioning. This optimization would transform traditional approximation through precise calculation, creating engagement effectiveness beyond general positioning regardless of flight path complexity. 3. Terminal phase vulnerability analysis. The framework would implement specific focus on missile final approach characteristics beyond midcourse attention, establishing appropriate terminal behavior modeling, defense positioning optimization, and engagement timing, creating effectiveness enhancement through specialized knowledge. This analysis would transform traditional limitations through targeted understanding, creating interception advantage beyond general capability regardless of missile reentry characteristics. 4. Countermeasure effectiveness assessment. The missile defense framework would establish sophisticated evaluation of adversary penetration aids and defensive countermeasures, implementing appropriate technical analysis, performance testing, and neutralization development, creating capability beyond basic interception. This assessment would transform traditional vulnerability through comprehensive understanding, creating effective response beyond simplistic engagement regardless of decoy sophistication. 5. Multi-domain vulnerability integration. The framework would implement comprehensive analysis identifying missile system dependencies across cyber, electronic, space, and physical domains, establishing appropriate weak point mapping, cross-domain relationship understanding, and exploitation development, creating broad-spectrum defensive options. This integration would transform traditional limitations through comprehensive approach, creating multifaceted defense beyond single domain focus regardless of primary domain hardening. This vulnerability analysis coordination would address the fundamental challenge where defensive effectiveness requires increasingly sophisticated understanding of specific missile weaknesses despite continuous evolution through technical complexity, countermeasure development, or trajectory variation. The resulting framework would transform interception capability through sophisticated analysis, creating engagement advantage beyond general capability regardless of system advancement. Battle damage assessment enhancement. The missile defense framework would establish comprehensive intercept evaluation. 1. Multi-sensor kill assessment. The framework would implement sophisticated intercept confirmation beyond single system determination, establishing appropriate sensor integration, analytical methodology, and verification protocols, creating accurate understanding despite engagement complexity. This assessment would transform traditional uncertainty through comprehensive evaluation, creating reliable determination beyond individual system limitations regardless of intercept scenario complexity. 2. Debris pattern analysis. The missile defense architecture would establish advanced capabilities evaluating intercept debris characteristics, implementing appropriate tracking, pattern recognition, and material identification, creating warhead neutralization confirmation beyond intercept visualization. This analysis would transform traditional limitations through forensic understanding, creating verification beyond visual confirmation regardless of atmospheric conditions. 3. Simulated engagement modeling. The framework would implement comprehensive synthetic testing beyond limited live exercises, establishing appropriate simulation capabilities, scenario development, and performance evaluation, creating capability assessment beyond actual intercepts. This modeling would transform traditional constraints through virtual enhancement, creating understanding beyond physical testing regardless of exercise limitations. 4. Near-miss analysis integration. The missile defense framework would establish specific capabilities evaluating unsuccessful intercepts beyond binary success-failure categorization, implementing appropriate trajectory analysis, proximity assessment, and intervention timing, creating improvement opportunity through detailed understanding. This integration would transform traditional limitations through nuanced assessment, creating capability enhancement beyond success recording regardless of engagement outcome. 5. Warhead effect validation. The framework would implement sophisticated capabilities confirming actual warhead neutralization beyond missile body destruction, establishing appropriate detection, effect monitoring, and consequence verification, creating genuine success confirmation beyond intercept alone. This validation would transform traditional assumptions through explicit verification, creating genuine protection assurance beyond visual interception regardless of warhead design. This battle damage assessment enhancement would address the fundamental challenge where intercept success verification requires increasingly sophisticated confirmation beyond visual observation through warhead survival possibilities, debris misinterpretation, or sensor limitations. The resulting framework would transform defense effectiveness through sophisticated assessment, creating genuine protection verification beyond apparent interception regardless of engagement complexity. Exercise and testing program. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement comprehensive capability validation, ensuring genuine rather than theoretical protection. Multinational exercise architecture. The missile defense framework would establish sophisticated collaborative testing. 1. Progressive complexity implementation. The framework would establish graduated testing beyond immediate full-scale exercises, implementing appropriate complexity progression, capability building, and sequential development, creating comprehensive proficiency through methodical advancement. This implementation would transform traditional approaches through systematic progression, creating genuine capability beyond perfunctory demonstration regardless of initial limitations. 2. Realistic adversary emulation. The missile defense architecture would implement sophisticated opposition force capabilities beyond simplistic targets, establishing appropriate threat replication, countermeasure simulation, and tactical complexity, creating validated effectiveness against representative challenges. This emulation would transform traditional limitations through realistic opposition, creating genuine evaluation beyond artificial scenarios regardless of actual adversary sophistication. 3. No-notice exercise integration. The framework would implement unpredictable testing beyond scheduled events, establishing appropriate surprise evaluation, readiness verification, and realistic timing, creating genuine capability assessment beyond prepared performances. This integration would transform traditional preparation through authenticity creation, establishing actual rather than rehearsed capability regardless of political sensitivity. 4. Command post exercise enhancement. The missile defense framework would implement sophisticated decision-making simulation beyond technical system testing, establishing appropriate scenario development, information complexity, and psychological pressure, creating decision process validation beyond equipment verification. This enhancement would transform traditional focus through human integration, creating comprehensive evaluation beyond technical testing regardless of system sophistication. 5. Recovery operation incorporation. The framework would implement post-engagement restoration beyond interception focus, establishing appropriate reconstitution, capability regeneration, and sustained operations, creating endurance validation beyond initial effectiveness. This incorporation would transform traditional limitations through comprehensive evaluation, creating sustained capability assessment beyond initial performance regardless of conflict duration. This multinational exercise architecture would address the fundamental challenge where missile defense capabilities require comprehensive validation beyond theoretical effectiveness through system complexity, integration requirements, or operational realities. The resulting framework would transform defensive confidence through sophisticated testing, creating genuine capability verification beyond paper systems regardless of political or resource constraints. Shared testing infrastructure. The Missile Defense Framework would establish sophisticated collaborative facilities. 1. Joint Range Development. The framework would implement shared testing facilities beyond national installations, establishing appropriate geographical locations, technical infrastructure, and multinational access, creating enhanced capability beyond individual resources. This development would transform traditional limitations through resource pooling, creating sophisticated testing beyond national capacity regardless of individual economic constraints. 2. Instrumentation standardization. The missile defense architecture would establish common measurement systems beyond diverse national approaches, implementing standardized metrics, compatible equipment, and unified data formats, creating meaningful comparison across systems and tests. This standardization would transform traditional incompatibility through measurement harmonization, creating consistent evaluation beyond isolated assessment regardless of system origin. 3. Mobile testing capability. The framework would implement deployable evaluation infrastructure beyond fixed facilities, establishing appropriate transportable equipment, field assessment capability, and operational testing, creating realistic evaluation in actual deployment environments. This capability would transform traditional limitations through location flexibility, creating contextual assessment beyond controlled conditions regardless of geographical challenges. 4. Environmental variation integration. The Missile Defense Framework would implement testing across diverse conditions beyond appropriate ideal circumstances, establishing climate exposure, terrain variation, and atmospheric difference, creating comprehensive understanding beyond optimal scenarios. This integration would transform traditional limitations through condition diversity, creating complete evaluation beyond selective testing regardless of operational environment variation. 5. Cost-sharing implementation. The framework would establish equitable resource allocation for expensive testing infrastructure, implementing appropriate contribution frameworks, usage agreements, and benefit distribution, creating sustainable capabilities beyond individual affordability. This implementation would transform traditional constraints through collaborative economics, creating sophisticated validation beyond national resources regardless of individual budget limitations. This shared testing infrastructure would address the fundamental challenge where comprehensive missile defense evaluation requires sophisticated facilities beyond individual national resources through technical complexity, geographical requirements, or financial limitations. The resulting framework would transform validation capability through collaborative infrastructure, creating genuine assessment beyond theoretical projection regardless of individual national constraints. Continuous improvement architecture. The Missile Defense Framework would establish sophisticated capability enhancement. 1. Lessons learned integration. The framework would implement systematic performance analysis beyond event completion, establishing appropriate data collection, outcome assessment, and finding incorporation, creating continuous enhancement through experience conversion. This integration would transform traditional limitations through structured learning, creating capability improvement beyond static systems regardless of initial performance. 2. Failure exploitation enhancement. The missile defense architecture would establish positive utilization of unsuccessful tests beyond disappointment or concealment, implementing appropriate analysis, understanding, development, and solution generation, creating advancement through problem identification. This enhancement would transform traditional avoidance through constructive approach, creating acceleration through failures beyond success-only orientation regardless of political sensitivity. 3. User feedback implementation. The framework would implement systematic operator insight incorporation beyond technical developer perspectives, establishing appropriate collection, analysis, and integration, creating user-centered improvement beyond engineering-dominated development. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through perspective diversity, creating practical enhancement beyond theoretical improvement regardless of organizational hierarchy. 4. Technical evolution tracking. The Missile Defense Framework would establish continuous monitoring of relevant technology development beyond initial system design, implementing appropriate horizon scanning, capability projection, and upgrade planning, creating persistent relevance through modernization. This tracking would transform traditional stagnation through systematic refreshment, creating contemporary capability beyond initial specifications regardless of threat evolution. 5. Competitive analysis integration. The framework would implement systematic comparison with both adversary systems and allied capabilities beyond isolated self-assessment, establishing appropriate benchmarking, gap identification, and enhancement prioritization, creating optimization through comparative understanding. This integration would transform traditional limitations through contextual evaluation, creating relative improvement beyond absolute assessment regardless of international developments. This continuous improvement architecture would address the fundamental challenge where missile defense systems face capability erosion despite initial effectiveness through threat adaptation, technological evolution, or operational learning. The resulting framework would transform defensive sustainability through sophisticated enhancement, creating persistent effectiveness beyond initial capability regardless of changing security environment. Conclusion: strategic deterrence through collective defense. The Joint Missile Defense Framework represents transformative implementation of Muslim security architecture principles in the increasingly critical missile threat domain, demonstrating how sophisticated capabilities aligned under coherent leadership can address complex challenges more effectively than either purely national efforts or dependence on external security guarantees. This framework addresses the fundamental limitations undermining existing missile defense through unprecedented integration across early warning, countermeasures, analysis, and testing under coherent doctrine, balancing effectiveness with Islamic principles of mutual protection and collective security. The framework directly applies Pakistan's unique qualifications for Muslim missile defense leadership, combining indigenous system development with foreign technology integration, comprehensive doctrine with innovative deployment, and significant operational experience with testing excellence demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis. Pakistan's balanced approach integrating multiple missile defense dimensions within coherent architecture provides precisely the doctrinal foundation required for genuine Muslim world protection beyond individual interceptor acquisition programs or fragmented national systems. Most significantly, the Joint Missile Defense Framework addresses all 6 critical security challenges facing the Muslim world, protecting territorial sovereignty through comprehensive missile shield development, preventing external interventions by reducing vulnerability to missile coercion, reducing economic vulnerabilities through cost-effective collaborative approaches, developing technological self-sufficiency through coordinated capability production, protecting cultural heritage by securing against missile strikes, and overcoming strategic fragmentation through unified Muslim world action on this shared vital interest. Through this comprehensive approach, combining early warning with countermeasures, vulnerability analysis with battle damage assessment, and specific capabilities with systematic testing, the Pakistan-led missile defense framework would transform Muslim world effectiveness in securing its territories beyond both fragmented national efforts and perpetual dependence on external security guarantees. This achievement would demonstrate the Muslim world's capacity to protect against missile threats through collective action under Pakistan's leadership, without compromising Islamic principles or accepting vulnerability presented as technological inevitability. The Joint Missile Defense Framework thus serves as powerful demonstration of the book's central thesis, that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation. By implementing sophisticated integration of existing capabilities under coherent leadership rather than pursuing unattainable comprehensive missile shields beyond economic reality, the Muslim Security Alliance can achieve defense effectiveness through strategic cooperation that individual national programs cannot match regardless of investment level. This framework provides not theoretical concept but practical implementation plan, transforming Muslim world missile defense from vulnerability or dependency toward collective protection through capabilities already existing but requiring merely strategic coordination under principled leadership. Chapter 95. Strategic Mobility. Enhancement. And we made the son of Mary and his mother a sign and sheltered them upon a height, having the attributes of security and flowing water. Quran 2350, strategic mobility represents one of the most critical yet underdeveloped capabilities within the Muslim world security architecture, the essential foundation enabling rapid force projection, humanitarian response, and crisis management across the vast territories spanning from Morocco to Indonesia. Despite possessing substantial transportation resources individually, the Muslim world has historically lacked integrated mobility frameworks commensurate with the geographical scale and dispersed nature of potential security challenges. This chapter presents a comprehensive strategic mobility enhancement framework under the proposed Pakistan-led Muslim security architecture, demonstrating how sophisticated logistical capabilities aligned with Islamic principles can transform the alliance's ability to rapidly deploy forces, equipment, and humanitarian assistance where needed despite geographical discontinuity. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated Pakistan's ability to implement sophisticated mobility operations including rapid reinforcement, equipment repositioning, logistics sustainment, and civilian evacuation despite infrastructure limitations and adversary interdiction attempts. Pakistan's balanced mobility development, combining airlift assets with ground transportation networks, maritime capabilities with railway systems, and commercial partnerships with military assets into coherent movement architecture, provides the doctrinal foundation for a Muslim world mobility framework transcending the limitations undermining both purely national and ad hoc cooperation approaches. This framework operationalizes the central thesis that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation, demonstrating how focused Muslim capabilities under Pakistani leadership can achieve strategic mobility. Effectiveness without requiring either massive airlift fleets or complete infrastructural transformation. The strategic mobility enhancement concept addresses the full spectrum movement challenges, from personnel transportation through equipment deployment to supply distribution and evacuation operations, recognizing that effective mobility requires comprehensive integration across transportation modes, infrastructure development, diplomatic arrangements, and operational planning. This multidimensional approach transforms the traditional limitations where air assets operate disconnected from maritime capabilities, military transportation separate from civilian infrastructure, and national systems fragmented from regional networks despite their fundamental interdependence in effective strategic mobility. By establishing institutional frameworks integrating these dimensions under coherent leadership, the concept creates unprecedented effectiveness leveraging existing capabilities through strategic coordination rather than unattainable comprehensive fleet transformation. Development or airlift coordination and pooling. Infrastructure. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement unprecedented aviation resource integration ensuring rapid deployment capability. Multinational Airlift Command. The strategic mobility framework would establish sophisticated aviation asset integration. 1. Pooled aircraft management. The framework would implement coordinated employment of both military and appropriate civilian transport aircraft beyond individual national control, establishing common tasking authority, prioritization systems, and resource allocation creating collective capability beyond isolated fleets. This management would transform traditional fragmentation through systematic integration creating enhanced total capacity beyond individual national inventories regardless of aircraft ownership structures. 2. Multi-level command architecture. The strategic mobility architecture would establish nuanced authority structures balancing central coordination with national sovereignty concerns, implementing appropriate decision protocols, national input mechanisms, and authority delegation creating effective control despite political sensitivities. This architecture would transform traditional barriers through sophisticated governance creating unified employment beyond sovereignty obstacles regardless of political complexities. 3. Transparent tasking process. The framework would implement clearly defined aircraft allocation procedures beyond opaque or ad hoc arrangements, establishing explicit request mechanisms, prioritization criteria, and resource assignment creating predictable employment despite competing demands. This process would transform traditional uncertainty through systematic methodology, creating reliable access beyond personality-dependent arrangements regardless of organizational complexity. 4. Operational planning integration. The strategic mobility framework would establish unprecedented coordination between movement planning and broader mission requirements, implementing appropriate timeline correlation, capability matching, and constraint management, creating effective synchronization beyond transportation-focused planning. This integration would transform traditional separation through comprehensive approach, creating mission-enhancing mobility beyond mere movement regardless of operational complexity. 5. Islamic stewardship principles. The framework would implement resource management explicitly grounded in Islamic concepts including amanah, trust, ADL, justice, and maslaha, public good, establishing distinctive governance beyond imported Western models despite their apparent sophistication. These principles would transform traditional approaches through authentic foundation, creating appropriate management beyond secular models regardless of technical modernity. This multinational airlift command would address the fundamental limitation where aviation assets remain under exclusive national control despite the collective advantage of integrated employment through sovereignty concerns, trust deficits, or operational barriers. The resulting framework would transform mobility effectiveness through sophisticated integration, creating enhanced capability beyond fragmented national fleets regardless of individual resource constraints. Fleet standardization initiatives. The strategic mobility framework would establish unprecedented interoperability. 1. Common platform promotion. The framework would implement deliberate convergence toward compatible aircraft types beyond diverse national fleets, establishing appropriate acquisition coordination, replacement planning, and fleet rationalization, creating maintenance and training efficiencies beyond heterogeneous inventories. This promotion would transform traditional diversity through systematic harmonization, creating operational advantages beyond individual selection regardless of historical procurement patterns. 2. Interoperability enhancement. The strategic mobility architecture would establish technical compatibility beyond different aircraft types, implementing appropriate interface solutions, loading standardization, and operational procedures, creating functional integration despite platform variation. This enhancement would transform traditional limitations through technical adaptation, creating practical cooperation beyond identical equipment regardless of fleet diversity. 3. Specialized capability distribution. The framework would implement deliberate role assignment among participating nations based on existing strengths beyond duplicate capability development, establishing appropriate specialization, focused investment, and capability sharing, creating comprehensive capability through complementary development. This distribution would transform traditional duplication through coordinated specialization, creating complete mobility suite beyond individual attempts regardless of resource constraints. 4. Multi-role configuration standardization. The strategic mobility framework would establish common aircraft modification standards for rapid conversion between roles including personnel transport, equipment movement, medical evacuation, and humanitarian supply delivery, implementing consistent systems, compatible equipment, and interchangeable components, creating flexible employment beyond dedicated configurations. This standardization would transform traditional limitations through design harmony, creating adaptive capability beyond single-purpose platforms regardless of primary role designation. 5. Joint maintenance architecture. The framework would implement shared maintenance capabilities beyond parallel national systems, establishing common parts inventories, pooled resources, and unified sustainment, creating operational efficiency despite platform diversity. This architecture would transform traditional duplication through systematic sharing, creating enhanced availability beyond isolated national logistics regardless of equipment variation. These fleet standardization initiatives would address the fundamental challenge where diverse aircraft types create operational friction despite shared mobility objectives through procurement history, manufacturer relationships, or technical specifications. The resulting framework would transform multinational operations through sophisticated standardization, creating seamless cooperation beyond platform diversity regardless of historical fleet development patterns. Regional hub development. The strategic mobility framework would establish optimized infrastructure network. 1. Strategic hub location optimization. The framework would implement analytical determination of optimal transportation nodes beyond political considerations alone, establishing appropriate positioning based on geographical coverage, infrastructure capabilities, and operational requirements, creating efficient network beyond arbitrary designations. This optimization would transform traditional arrangements through systematic analysis, creating enhanced effectiveness beyond historical patterns regardless of existing diplomatic relationships. 2. Hub capability enhancement. The strategic mobility architecture would establish deliberate infrastructure development at designated locations, implementing appropriate runway improvement, cargo handling expansion, and support facility development, creating robust capabilities beyond current limitations. This enhancement would transform traditional constraints through targeted investment, creating enhanced functionality beyond existing facilities regardless of current infrastructure status. 3. Multimodal integration. The framework would implement comprehensive connection between airlift hubs and other transportation networks, including seaports, railways, and road systems, establishing appropriate transfer facilities, handling equipment, and coordination procedures, creating seamless movement beyond single-mode operations. This integration would transform traditional separation through systematic connection, creating transportation continuity beyond modal barriers regardless of cargo characteristics. 4. Cross-border hub agreements. The strategic mobility framework would establish necessary diplomatic and operational arrangements enabling efficient transnational operations, implementing appropriate status agreements, customs protocols, and security procedures, creating functional multinational facilities beyond territorial constraints. These agreements would transform traditional limitations through diplomatic framework, creating operational efficiency beyond sovereignty obstacles regardless of political sensitivities. 5. Surge capacity development. The framework would implement specific capabilities handling temporary high-volume operations beyond routine capacity, establishing appropriate expansion plans, equipment prepositioning, and personnel augmentation, creating operational resilience during crisis despite normal constraints. This development would transform traditional limitations through deliberate planning, creating crisis capability beyond daily capacity regardless of normal operational tempo. This regional hub development would address the fundamental challenge where infrastructure limitations constrain mobility operations despite available aircraft through facility inadequacy, geographic dispersion, or cross-border complications. The resulting framework would transform mobility capability through sophisticated infrastructure network, creating enhanced operational effectiveness beyond isolated facilities regardless of individual national infrastructure investment levels. Sea-lift capability sharing. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement comprehensive maritime transportation integration, enhancing heavy equipment movement capability, maritime transport coordination. The strategic mobility framework would establish sophisticated sea-lift integration. 1. Combined fleet management. The framework would implement coordinated employment of military transport vessels, naval auxiliary ships, and appropriate commercial maritime assets beyond separate operational patterns, establishing integrated tasking, prioritization systems, and employment protocols, creating collective capability beyond isolated fleets. This management would transform traditional fragmentation through systematic integration, creating enhanced total capacity beyond individual national inventories regardless of vessel ownership structures. 2. Roll and roll-off capacity expansion. The strategic mobility architecture would establish emphasis on vessels enabling direct vehicle loading beyond traditional break bulk shipping, implementing appropriate acquisition, modification support, and port facility adaptation, creating rapid heavy equipment transport capability beyond conventional cargo methods. This expansion would transform traditional constraints through specialized capability, creating efficient military vehicle movement beyond general cargo practices regardless of equipment weight or dimensions. 3. Military-commercial integration. The framework would implement systematic incorporation of commercial shipping within defense mobility planning beyond ad hoc arrangements, establishing appropriate contractual frameworks, readiness requirements, and activation procedures, creating substantial capacity expansion beyond dedicated military vessels. This integration would transform traditional separation through formalized relationship, creating enhanced capability beyond military-owned assets regardless of defense budget limitations. 4. Maritime Prepositioning System. The strategic mobility framework would establish strategically positioned vessel-based equipment and supply storage beyond land-based prepositioning alone, implementing appropriate ship types, maintenance protocols, and rotation systems, creating forward-deployed resources without shore facility requirements. This system would transform traditional constraints through maritime flexibility, creating positioned capability beyond fixed infrastructure regardless of host nation limitations. 5. Maritime protection integration. The framework would implement comprehensive security for mobility vessels during crisis beyond peacetime shipping practices, establishing appropriate escort protocols, defensive systems, and safe passage arrangements, creating operational resilience despite threat environments. This integration would transform traditional vulnerability through systematic protection, creating movement capability beyond permissive environments regardless of adversary maritime interdiction attempts. This maritime transport coordination would address the fundamental limitation where naval and commercial shipping assets operate separately despite their complementary mobility contributions through organizational barriers, operational differences, or institutional separation. The resulting framework would transform heavy mobility capability through sophisticated maritime integration, creating enhanced capacity beyond military vessels alone regardless of defense-specific fleet size. Port infrastructure development. The strategic mobility framework would establish enhanced maritime land interfaces. 1. Strategic port identification. The framework would implement analytical selection of key port facilities beyond arbitrary designation, establishing prioritization based on geographical position, existing capabilities, and development potential, creating optimized network beyond political considerations alone. This identification would transform traditional approaches through systematic analysis, creating enhanced effectiveness through deliberate selection regardless of historical patterns or political preferences. 2. Military loading enhancement. The strategic mobility architecture would establish specialized capabilities for defense equipment handling beyond commercial cargo focus, implementing appropriate heavy lift equipment, specialized ramps, and oversized cargo management, creating efficient military movement through civilian facilities. This enhancement would transform traditional limitations through targeted adaptation, creating defense utilization beyond commercial design regardless of original port configuration. 3. Throughput expansion projects. The framework would implement specific development addressing movement volume constraints beyond current limitations, establishing appropriate berth expansion, handling equipment addition, and procedural optimization, creating increased processing capacity despite physical constraints. These projects would transform traditional bottlenecks through targeted investment, creating enhanced capability beyond existing infrastructure regardless of original design capacity. 4. Redundant capability development. The strategic mobility framework would establish alternative port options beyond primary facility dependence, implementing appropriate secondary development, capability distribution, and connection planning, creating network resilience against single-point disruption. This development would transform traditional vulnerability through deliberate redundancy, creating operational continuity beyond individual facility dependency regardless of primary port availability. 5. Inland connection enhancement. The framework would implement comprehensive development of porto-interior transportation linkages beyond maritime facility focus alone, establishing appropriate road improvement, rail connection, and intermodal transfer capability, creating seamless movement continuation beyond shoreline. This enhancement would transform traditional constraints through integrated approach, creating transportation continuity beyond port boundaries regardless of inland infrastructure limitations. This port infrastructure development would address the fundamental challenge where maritime land transfer points create mobility bottlenecks despite adequate vessel capability through handling constraints, equipment limitations, or connection inadequacy. The resulting framework would transform strategic mobility through sophisticated port enhancement, creating efficient transportation flow beyond Maritime movement alone regardless of original commercial. Port design limitations. Indigenous vessel development. The Strategic Mobility Framework would establish targeted maritime construction capability. 1. Strategic vessel type identification. The framework would implement analytical determination of critically required vessels beyond general maritime development, establishing priority designs, capability requirements, and production targets, creating focused development beyond comprehensive shipbuilding regardless of resource constraints. This identification would transform traditional approaches through strategic focus, creating critical capability beyond diffused effort regardless of limited construction resources. 2. Regional shipbuilding integration. The strategic mobility architecture would establish coordinated production across Muslim alliance shipyards beyond national programs, implementing appropriate specialization, component standardization, and technical coordination, creating enhanced total capability through collaboration. This integration would transform traditional isolation through systematic cooperation, creating sophisticated output beyond individual national capacity regardless of specific shipyard limitations. 3. Dual-use design implementation. The framework would implement vessel configuration supporting both commercial viability and military utility beyond single-purpose construction, establishing appropriate design features, conversion capabilities, and equipment compatibility, creating sustainable building programs beyond defense-only economic justification. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through innovative design, creating expanded fleet development beyond military budget constraints regardless of peacetime commercial requirements. 4. Modular construction enhancement. The Strategic Mobility Framework would establish advanced shipbuilding approaches enabling rapid assembly and component interchangeability beyond traditional methods, implementing standardized sections, compatible interfaces, and distributed manufacturing, creating accelerated production despite individual facility limitations. This enhancement would transform traditional constraints through modern methodology, creating efficient construction beyond conventional approaches regardless of individual shipyard scale. 5. Life extension capability. The framework would implement sophisticated vessel maintenance and modernization beyond new construction focus, establishing appropriate overhaul facilities, technical expertise, and upgrade programs, creating extended service beyond original design life. This capability would transform traditional limitations through sustainment emphasis, creating persistent capacity beyond replacement dependency regardless of vessel age profiles. This indigenous vessel development would address the fundamental vulnerability where Muslim world maritime mobility depends overwhelmingly on foreign-built vessels despite the strategic sovereignty implications through procurement restrictions, maintenance leverage, or operational limitations. The resulting framework would transform maritime independence through strategic development, creating genuine autonomy in critical sea lift capabilities beyond comprehensive self-sufficiency regardless of resource constraints. Prepositioning strategy for equipment. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement sophisticated forward deployment, ensuring rapid response capability despite geographical challenges. Geographic distribution architecture. The Strategic Mobility Framework would establish optimized equipment positioning. 1. Threat-based distribution analysis. The framework would implement analytical positioning beyond political considerations alone, establishing forward deployment based on threat probability, response timelines, and operational requirements, creating optimized prepositioning beyond arbitrary location selection. This analysis would transform traditional approaches through systematic methodology, creating enhanced effectiveness through deliberate placement regardless of diplomatic convenience or historical patterns. 2. Tiered readiness implementation. The strategic mobility architecture would establish graduated equipment preparation states beyond binary ready or not ready categorization, implementing appropriate maintenance levels, activation timelines, and preservation methods, creating efficient resource allocation matched to likelihood of employment. This implementation would transform traditional approaches through nuanced readiness, creating appropriate status beyond universal preparation regardless of probability variation. 3. Cross-domain integration, the framework would implement coordinated positioning across land, sea, and air components beyond service-specific arrangements, establishing joint prepositioning, complementary capabilities, and unified management, creating comprehensive response packages beyond fragmented storage. This integration would transform traditional separation through systematic coordination, creating combined arms capability beyond component isolation regardless of organizational boundaries. For climate-appropriate storage development, the Strategic Mobility Framework would implement specialized facilities addressing regional environmental challenges beyond standardized storage, establishing appropriate protection against heat, humidity, sand, or other damaging factors, creating equipment preservation despite harsh conditions. This development would transform traditional degradation through environmental adaptation, creating maintained readiness beyond standard facility designs regardless of local climate extremes. 5. Indigenous production alignment. The framework would implement deliberate coordination between equipment manufacturing and prepositioning beyond separate planning processes, establishing factory-to-storage integration, production surge capacity, and rapid delivery mechanisms, creating synergistic capability beyond disconnected systems. This alignment would transform traditional separation through process integration, creating enhanced responsiveness beyond sequential planning regardless of organizational boundaries. This geographic distribution architecture would address the fundamental challenge where response speed remains constrained by movement limitations despite mobility assets through distance realities, infrastructure inadequacy, or clearance requirements. The resulting framework would transform crisis response through sophisticated prepositioning, creating rapid reaction capability beyond transportation dependence regardless of geographical challenges. Host nation integration. The Strategic Mobility Framework would establish unprecedented facility arrangements. 1. Islamic Partnership Framework. The framework would implement prepositioning agreements explicitly grounded in Islamic principles of brotherhood, mutual assistance, and collective security beyond transactional arrangements, establishing relationship foundation through religious bonds despite geopolitical complexity. This framework would transform traditional approaches through authentic connection, creating durable partnerships beyond political calculation regardless of international pressure variations. 2. Sovereign Equality Architecture. The Strategic Mobility Architecture would establish hosting arrangements respecting full sovereignty beyond traditional basing patterns, implementing appropriate consultation requirements, operational limitations, and jurisdiction delineation, creating acceptable presence despite political sensitivities. This architecture would transform traditional concerns through sovereignty emphasis, creating acceptable arrangements beyond foreign military base perceptions regardless of local political dynamics. 3. Economic Integration Enhancement. The framework would implement deliberate local benefit beyond security-only focus, establishing appropriate employment generation, technical training, infrastructure improvement, and business opportunity, creating multidimensional value proposition beyond military utility alone. This enhancement would transform traditional limitations through comprehensive approach, creating mutual advantage beyond security rationale regardless of economic development levels. For security responsibility sharing, the Strategic Mobility Framework would implement appropriate protection arrangements balancing host sovereignty with facility security beyond traditional approaches, establishing collaborative defense, intelligence sharing, and threat assessment, creating effective protection despite jurisdiction questions. This sharing would transform traditional tensions through cooperative security, creating effective protection beyond jurisdictional concerns regardless of local capability variations. 5. Cultural sensitivity implementation. The framework would establish comprehensive protocols addressing local cultural context beyond standardized procedures, implementing appropriate adjustments, relationship building, and community engagement, creating sustainable presence despite social differences. This implementation would transform traditional friction through deliberate adaptation, creating harmonious integration beyond cultural barriers regardless of societal variation. This host nation integration would address the fundamental challenge where foreign military presence creates sovereignty tensions despite shared security interests through historical experiences, political sensitivities, or cultural differences. The resulting framework would transform prepositioning effectiveness through sophisticated host-nation relationships, creating sustainable forward presence beyond traditional foreign basing models regardless of political complexities. Rapid distribution capability. The strategic mobility framework would establish sophisticated equipment employment beyond storage alone. 1. Last-mile delivery enhancement. The framework would implement specific capabilities addressing the critical final movement phase beyond main transportation networks, establishing appropriate tactical vehicles, specialized equipment, and operational procedures, creating complete delivery despite infrastructure limitations. This enhancement would transform traditional constraints through capability extension, creating comprehensive distribution beyond main routes regardless of local transportation challenges. 2. Rapid reconfiguration implementation. The strategic mobility architecture would establish specific capabilities adapting prepositioned equipment to diverse mission requirements beyond fixed configurations, implementing modular designs, conversion capacity, and on-site modification, creating versatile employment despite predetermined storage arrangements. This implementation would transform traditional limitations through equipment flexibility, creating adaptive capability beyond fixed preparation regardless of mission variation. 3. Cross-servicing standardization. The framework would implement interoperability between equipment sets and deploying forces beyond national compatibility limitations, establishing common interfaces, operational familiarization, and technical standardization, creating multinational usage despite equipment origin variation. This standardization would transform traditional constraints through systematic compatibility, creating flexible employment beyond national boundaries regardless of force composition. 4. Secure communication integration. The strategic mobility framework would implement advanced connectivity between storage facilities, transportation assets, and receiving forces beyond physical movement focus, establishing appropriate information systems, tracking capabilities, and coordination mechanisms, creating synchronized operations despite geographical dispersion. This integration would transform traditional limitations through information connection, creating coordinated employment beyond physical movement alone regardless of distance challenges. 5. Responsive security scaling. The framework would implement adaptable protection measures accommodating rapidly changing threat environments beyond static security arrangements, establishing appropriate force protection, surveillance systems, and defensive capabilities, creating operation continuation despite security deterioration. This scaling would transform traditional vulnerability through adaptive security, creating operational persistence beyond stable environment dependency regardless of local condition evolution. This rapid distribution capability would address the fundamental challenge where prepositioned equipment remains effectively unavailable despite physical presence through activation delays, transportation barriers, or security limitations. The resulting framework would transform equipment accessibility through sophisticated employment architecture, creating genuine rapid response capability beyond mere forward storage regardless of operational environment complexity. Strategic deployment exercises. The Muslim Security Alliance would implement comprehensive capability validation, ensuring genuine rather than theoretical mobility. Multinational Exercise Program. The Strategic Mobility Framework would establish sophisticated collaborative training. 1. Progressive complexity implementation. The framework would establish graduated exercise progression beyond immediate full-scale events, implementing appropriate complexity advancement, capability building, and sequential development, creating comprehensive proficiency through methodical improvement. This implementation would transform traditional approaches through systematic progression, creating genuine capability beyond perfunctory demonstration regardless of initial limitations. 2. End-to-end operation validation. The strategic mobility architecture would implement complete process testing beyond segment-focused exercises, establishing comprehensive evaluation from initial alert through planning, execution, and employment, creating validated effectiveness across entire mobility system. This validation would transform traditional limitations through holistic assessment, creating genuine evaluation beyond isolated component testing regardless of organizational complexity. 3. No-notice exercise integration. The framework would implement unpredictable mobility testing beyond scheduled events, establishing appropriate surprise evaluation, readiness verification, and realistic timing, creating genuine capability assessment beyond prepared performances. This integration would transform traditional preparation through authenticity, creating actual rather than rehearsed capability regardless of political sensitivity. 4. Constraint testing enhancement. The strategic mobility framework would implement deliberate limitation introduction within exercises beyond ideal conditions, establishing realistic challenges, resource constraints, and operational friction, creating practical evaluation beyond optimistic scenarios. This enhancement would transform traditional approaches through realistic challenge, creating genuine capability verification beyond simplified demonstration regardless of political presentation preferences. 5. After-action integration. The framework would implement systematic performance analysis beyond exercise completion, establishing appropriate data collection, outcome assessment, and finding incorporation, creating continuous enhancement through experience conversion. This integration would transform traditional limitations through structured learning, creating capability improvement beyond static systems regardless of initial performance. This multinational exercise program would address the fundamental challenge where mobility capabilities require comprehensive validation beyond theoretical effectiveness through system complexity, integration requirements, or operational realities. The resulting framework would transform deployment confidence through sophisticated testing, creating genuine capability verification beyond paper systems regardless of political or resource constraints. Realistic timeline validation. The strategic mobility framework would establish genuine temporal understanding. 1. Chronological documentation enhancement. The framework would implement comprehensive time measurement beyond simplified reporting, establishing detailed timeline recording, process duration analysis, and transition point identification, creating precise understanding of temporal requirements beyond generalized estimates. This enhancement would transform traditional approximation through precise measurement, creating accurate comprehension beyond optimistic projections regardless of political pressure for favorable assessments. 2. Delay point identification. The strategic mobility architecture would implement systematic analysis of movement, appropriate graduation criteria, transition processes, and evolution mechanisms, creating dynamic participation through developmental architecture. This development would transform traditional stagnation through deliberately defined progression, creating involvement evolution beyond fixed categorization regardless of initial hesitation. 4. Internal oversight balancing. The sovereignty architecture would establish appropriate influence distribution across different participation tiers beyond capability dominance, implementing suitable voice allocation, decision input, and perspective consideration, creating functional distribution despite contribution variation. This balancing would transform traditional imbalance through deliberate equity, creating appropriate influence beyond pure contribution measurement regardless of participation level diversity. 5. Non-member cooperation framework. The framework would implement structured engagement with external partners beyond alliance boundary limitation, establishing appropriate interaction mechanisms, cooperation protocols, and collaboration pathways, creating expanded reach through formalized external relationships. This framework would transform traditional isolation through deliberate extension, creating broader security architecture beyond membership limitations regardless of formal status constraints. This tiered membership architecture would address the fundamental challenge where uniform participation requirements create exclusion despite shared security interests through readiness variation, capability differences, or political constraint diversity. The resulting framework would transform alliance inclusivity through sophisticated structure, creating appropriate involvement options beyond standardized membership regardless of national circumstance diversity. Domain-specific participation options. The sovereignty framework would establish unprecedented functional segmentation. 1. Capability-based contribution. The framework would implement specialized involvement matching national strengths beyond uniform participation, establishing appropriate role distribution, capability utilization, and functional allocation, creating optimal employment through strategic assignment. This contribution approach would transform traditional specialization, creating uniformity efficient through cooperation deliberate beyond standardized expectations regardless of capability distribution variation. 2. Geographic limitation accommodation. The sovereignty architecture would establish regional participation options beyond global commitment requirement, implementing appropriate zone restriction, area limitation, and sector focus, creating realistic involvement through spatial boundary recognition. This accommodation would transform traditional barriers through deliberate limitation, creating participation pathways beyond universal geographic commitment regardless of regional priority variations. 3. Functional domain separation. The framework would implement capability area segmentation beyond unified treatment, establishing appropriate operational separation, domain distinction, and function categorization, creating selective participation options through deliberate differentiation. This separation would transform traditional aggregation through systematic classification, creating tailored involvement beyond comprehensive commitment regardless of domain-specific constraints. 4. Mission type selection. The sovereignty architecture would establish operation category choice beyond universal participation, implementing appropriate mission differentiation, activity categorization, and task selection, creating involvement flexibility through purpose-based options. This selection approach would transform traditional limitations through deliberate choice creation, developing appropriate participation pathways beyond all operations commitment regardless of mission-specific sensitivities. 5. Resource-specific contribution. The framework would implement differentiated resource provision beyond comprehensive support expectation, establishing appropriate capability separation, asset distinction, and support categorization, creating tailored contribution through deliberate disaggregation. This contribution approach would transform traditional totality through systematic segmentation, creating specific participation options beyond complete resource commitment regardless of capability-specific limitations. This domain-specific participation option would address the fundamental challenge where comprehensive involvement requirements create participation barriers despite shared security interests through capability limitations, regional priorities, or operational sensitivities. The resulting framework would transform alliance participation through sophisticated segmentation, creating tailored involvement options beyond uniform expectations regardless of national capability distribution or policy constraint diversity. Reputation protection integration. The sovereignty framework would establish unprecedented status preservation. 1. Would narrative management support. The framework implements specific assistance for domestic communication beyond individual struggle, establishing appropriate messaging development, explanation frameworks, and public engagement, creating effective management through collaborative approach. This support would transform traditional isolation through deliberate assistance, creating effective communication beyond individual capacity regardless of domestic complexity. 2. Face-saving mechanism development. The sovereignty architecture would establish specific provisions enabling dignified limitation presentation beyond embarrassing constraint exposure, implementing appropriate formulation, constructive framing, and positive presentation, creating reputation preservation through diplomatic handling. This development would transform traditional vulnerability through deliberate protection, creating dignified participation beyond damaging exposure regardless of limitation sensitivity. 3. Contribution emphasis protocol. The framework would implement balance recognition, highlighting positive involvement beyond constraint focus, establishing appropriate accomplishment visibility, capacity acknowledgement, and achievement prominence, creating favorable perception through deliberate balance. This protocol would transform traditional negativity through deliberate positivity, creating supportive environment beyond limitation emphasis regardless of participation restrictions. For non-attribution option integration, the sovereignty architecture would establish specific capability for unacknowledged participation beyond public involvement requirement, implementing appropriate confidentiality provision, contribution protection, and identity preservation, creating participation possibility through anonymity assurance. This integration would transform traditional exposure through deliberate protection, creating participation pathways beyond public acknowledgement requirement regardless of domestic political constraints. 5. Cultural sensitivity enhancement. The framework would implement specific provisions respecting diverse reputation considerations beyond universal standards, establishing appropriate cultural understanding, contextual awareness, and value recognition, creating comfortable participation through respectful environment. This enhancement would transform traditional friction through deliberate sensitivity, creating appropriate atmosphere beyond cultural blindness regardless of value system diversity. This reputation protection integration would address the fundamental challenge where appearance concerns create participation barriers despite shared security interests through domestic political vulnerabilities, cultural sensitivities, or historical sovereignty narratives. The resulting framework would transform alliance participation through sophisticated reputation management, creating involvement pathways beyond image concerns regardless of political constraints or cultural considerations. Conclusion: meaningful. Through sovereignty respect. Cooperation. The sovereignty concerns mitigation framework represents transformative implementation of Muslim security architecture principles in perhaps the most foundational domain, demonstrating how sophisticated approaches aligned with Islamic principles can reconcile robust national independence with effective collective action through innovative institutional design, graduated commitment options, and principled cooperation. This framework addresses the fundamental limitations undermining Muslim world unity despite shared security interests through unprecedented accommodation across decision-making structure, national caveats, constitutional requirements, and participation flexibility under coherent doctrine, balancing legitimate sovereignty with essential cooperation. Muslim. The framework directly applies Pakistan's unique qualifications for security leadership in sovereignty accommodation, combining principled independence with practical cooperation, clear sovereignty preservation with effective collective action, and domestic accountability with international commitment demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis. Pakistan's balanced approach integrating sovereignty protection within comprehensive security architecture provides precisely the doctrinal foundation required for genuine Muslim world cooperation beyond both independence, compromise, and ineffective coordination. Most significantly, the sovereignty concerns mitigation concept addresses all 6 critical security challenges facing the Muslim world, protecting territorial sovereignty through explicit independence preservation mechanisms, preventing external interventions by enabling effective collective defense without independence compromise, reducing economic vulnerabilities through cooperation without sovereignty surrender, developing technological self-sufficiency through shared capabilities respecting national control, protecting cultural heritage by enabling unified action without identity compromise, and overcoming strategic fragmentation through principled unity preserving legitimate diversity. Through this comprehensive approach, combining sophisticated decision structures with national caveat accommodation, constitutional recognition with public opinion management, and graduated participation options with reputation protection, the Pakistan-led sovereignty framework would transform Muslim world security effectiveness beyond both independence compromise, undermining fundamental values, and rigid sovereignty interpretation, preventing effective cooperation. This achievement would demonstrate the Muslim world's capacity to maintain authentic national independence while achieving unprecedented security cooperation through principled leadership, addressing rather than ignoring legitimate sovereignty concerns. The sovereignty concerns mitigation framework thus serves as powerful demonstration of the book's central thesis, that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation. By implementing sophisticated approaches to national independence, enabling comprehensive security cooperation rather than accepting ineffectiveness as the inevitable price of sovereignty preservation, the Muslim Security Alliance can achieve unprecedented effectiveness through cooperative approaches that protect rather than compromise fundamental independence. This framework provides not theoretical concept but practical implementation plan, transforming Muslim world sovereignty dynamics from barrier to enabler through approaches already established in Pakistan's domestic and international experience but requiring merely systematic application under principled leadership. Chapter 99. Resource disparity. Management. The believers are but a single brotherhood. So make peace and reconciliation between your brothers, and fear Allah, that you may receive mercy. Quran 49:10. The vision of a unified Muslim security architecture faces no greater internal challenge than the stark resource disparities that exist among potential alliance members. From wealthy Gulf states with modest populations but immense financial resources to populous nations with limited per capita wealth, the Muslim world represents perhaps the widest economic spectrum of any potential security alliance in history. This disparity, ranging from Qatar's per capita GDP exceeding $80,000 to Afghanistan's below $500, creates fundamental questions about burden sharing, capability development, and alliance cohesion that must be addressed through sophisticated institutional frameworks. The paradox embedded in this challenge reveals a deeper truth about effective alliance structures. Genuine security integration requires acknowledging and accommodating differences rather than demanding artificial equality. Unlike NATO's relatively homogeneous membership of developed economies, a Muslim security alliance must function across dramatic resource variations while maintaining both effectiveness and dignity for all participants. This chapter examines how the proposed security architecture would transform resource diversity from potential weakness into strategic strength through tailored frameworks, capability specialization, and innovative support mechanisms. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated this principle in action. Despite India's economy being nearly 10 times larger than Pakistan's focused investment in specific capabilities, particularly electronic warfare, precision strike systems, and nuclear deterrence, enabled effective response to Indian aggression. This experience provides both validation and template for how the broader Muslim security alliance can manage resource disparities while maintaining collective security effectiveness. Tailored contribution frameworks. The proposed Muslim security alliance rejects the simplistic approach of demanding equal percentage contributions from all members, recognizing that such frameworks inevitably create either unsustainable burdens on poorer states or insignificant commitments from wealthier ones. Instead, the alliance would implement sophisticated tailored contribution frameworks that accommodate economic realities while preserving sovereignty and dignity. 1. Progressive contribution scaling. Rather than fixed percentage requirements, contributions would follow a progressive scale where wealthier states contribute higher percentages of GDP while maintaining proportionality. This approach, drawing from Islamic principles of zakat where contribution scales with capacity, ensures meaningful participation without imposing unsustainable burdens. 2. Multidimensional contribution metrics. The alliance would recognize diverse contribution forms beyond financial commitments, including territory access, personnel deployment, training facility hosting, and natural resource sharing. This multidimensional approach allows resource-constrained states to make meaningful contributions aligned with their specific capabilities. 3. Islamic economic principles integration. Contribution frameworks would incorporate Islamic economic principles such as takaful, mutual support, rather than merely transactional approaches. Gulf states with substantial financial resources but smaller populations could fulfill defense obligations through financing mechanisms that honor Islamic prohibitions on interest while supporting broader alliance capabilities. 4. Regional subgroup arrangements. Within the broader alliance, regional subgroups with more homogeneous economic conditions would develop specialized arrangements addressing their particular circumstances. The Gulf Cooperation Council states might accept higher financial obligations while Central Asian members might emphasize territorial access and personnel contributions. 5. Transparent evaluation mechanisms. The alliance would implement sophisticated but transparent metrics for assessing relative contribution value across different dimensions, ensuring all members and their populations recognize the equitable nature of burden sharing despite apparent disparities. This transparency would prevent the resentment that often undermines alliance cohesion when contribution disparities appear arbitrary. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated how Pakistan, despite its economic constraints, effectively leveraged specific capabilities rather than attempting to match India's broader investments. Similar approaches would allow resource-constrained alliance members to make meaningful security contributions without unsustainable economic burdens, transforming apparent weakness into focused strength through institutional design. Support for less resource members. Beyond tailored contribution frameworks, the alliance would implement systematic support mechanisms for less resourced members that enhance collective security while respecting sovereignty and dignity. 1. Defense Capability Trust Funds. The alliance would establish Islamic finance-compliant trust funds dedicated to specific capability development in less resourced member states. These funds, governed by representative boards rather than donor control, would finance critical security capabilities while avoiding dependency relationships that undermine sovereignty. 2. Technical advisory teams. Rather than direct financial transfers alone, the alliance would deploy technical advisory teams from more capable members to assist less resourced states in developing specific capabilities. This approach, modeled on Pakistan's successful military advisory missions in Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and other Muslim states, transfers knowledge and skills while building indigenous capabilities. 3. Joint procurement mechanisms. Centralized alliance procurement would achieve economies of scale, making advanced systems accessible to less resourced members. For example, bulk acquisition of air defense systems would reduce per unit costs below what individual members could negotiate, while standardizing platforms across the alliance. 4. Infrastructure development coordination. The alliance would coordinate critical security infrastructure development in less resourced members through build-operate transfer arrangements that respect sovereignty while addressing immediate capability gaps. More resourced members might finance and initially operate air defense systems in border regions of less resourced states, with planned transition to full host nation operation. 5. Preferential access programs. More advanced members would provide preferential access to specialized training, education, and technology for personnel from less resourced states. This human capital development, focusing on qualitative improvement rather than quantitative expansion, would create disproportionate security benefits relative to resource investment. These support mechanisms would transform the alliance from mere aggregation of existing capabilities into a development framework enhancing collective security beyond what individual member resources could achieve independently. Pakistan's experience receiving Chinese technology transfer while maintaining strategic autonomy provides the model for how such support can enhance rather than compromise sovereignty. Capability specialization encouragement. Rather than attempting to develop comprehensive military capabilities within each member state, an approach that inevitably fails under resource constraints, the alliance would systematically encourage capability specialization aligned with each member's specific advantages. 1. National comparative advantage analysis. The alliance would conduct comprehensive assessments identifying specific domains where each member possesses natural advantages for security contribution. These might include geographical position, population demographics, industrial capacity, technological sophistication, or historical expertise in particular security dimensions. 2. Role specialization frameworks. Based on these assessments, the alliance would develop formal role specialization frameworks designating primary, secondary, and supporting responsibilities for each member across different capability domains. This would prevent wasteful duplication while ensuring all critical capabilities receive adequate development. 3. Centers of Excellence Network. The alliance would establish distributed centers of excellence hosted by members with specific expertise in particular domains. Pakistan might host the Special Operations Center of Excellence, Malaysia the Maritime Security Center, Turkey the Drone Warfare Center, and Egypt the Desert Warfare Center, creating a network of specialized expertise available to all members. But interoperability standards with specialization. While maintaining interoperability through common standards and protocols, the alliance would encourage distinctive specialization in specific capabilities. For example, Azerbaijan might focus on electronic warfare capabilities, Jordan on special operations, and Indonesia on maritime patrol, creating complementary strengths rather than standardized mediocrity. 5. Shared capability development projects. The alliance would implement shared development projects where multiple members contribute different specializations to create capabilities beyond what any single member could achieve. The JF-17 Thunder fighter development between Pakistan and China provides the template for such collaboration, creating advanced capabilities despite resource constraints. This specialization resource-constrained approach would allow even members to develop world-class capabilities in specific domains rather than spreading limited resources across all areas. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated how Pakistan's focused capabilities in electronic warfare and precision strike achieved asymmetric effects against India's broader but less specialized capabilities, validating specialization as strategic advantage rather than compromise. Training programs and equipment assistance. Building upon these frameworks, the alliance would implement sophisticated training and equipment assistance programs that enhance capabilities while preserving dignity and sovereignty. 1. Tiered training systems. The alliance would develop tiered training systems where more advanced members provide specialized instruction to less resourced partners through both in-country and regional programs. Pakistan's experience training Saudi, Jordanian, Bahraini, and other Muslim state forces provides the model for these programs, which would emphasize knowledge transfer rather than dependency creation. 2. Equipment lifecycle management assistance. Rather than simply providing equipment, the alliance would implement comprehensive lifecycle management assistance including maintenance training, spare parts supply chains, and eventual modernization pathways. This approach, focused on sustainability rather than initial acquisition, would prevent the equipment graveyards that often result from simplistic assistance programs. 3. Co-production arrangements. Whenever possible, equipment assistance would include co-production components where receiving nations participate in manufacturing with gradually increasing technological complexity. Pakistan's evolution from assembling Chinese aircraft to producing components and eventually complete systems provides the template for this approach, which builds industrial capability alongside military capacity. For phased technology transfer, the alliance would implement systematic technology transfer programs where receiving nations gain increasingly sophisticated capabilities through phased processes. Beginning with operation and maintenance, proceeding through component production, and eventually reaching design capability, these programs would build indigenous capacity rather than perpetual dependency. 5. Trainer prioritization. All training assistants would emphasize developing indigenous instructor cadres who can sustain capability development independently. This multiplicative approach, where each trained instructor subsequently trains numerous others, would create exponential capability growth from limited initial investment. The sophistication of these programs lies in their focus on developing independent capabilities rather than creating dependency relationships. Pakistan's experience receiving Chinese and American assistance at different periods, and the contrasting outcomes regarding sovereignty and indigenous capability, would inform alliance approaches ensuring assistance enhances rather than compromises member autonomy. Long-term capacity building approaches. Beyond immediate capability enhancement, the alliance would implement strategic approaches to long-term capacity building that addresses fundamental resource disparities. 1. Defense industrial base development. The alliance would coordinate development of specialized defense industrial capabilities across member states, with each focusing on specific components within integrated supply chains. Morocco might specialize in electronic components, Pakistan in missile systems, Malaysia in maritime equipment, and Egypt in ground vehicles, creating collective industrial capability exceeding what any member could achieve independently. 2. Human capital development programs. Recognizing human capital as the ultimate force multiplier, the alliance would implement comprehensive development programs including military academy exchanges, staff college integration, technical training standardization, and specialized skill development. These programs, emphasizing quality improvement over mass production, would create disproportionate capability enhancement relative to resource investment. 3. Research and development collaboration. The alliance would establish multinational research centers focusing on technologies with asymmetric potential against more resourced adversaries. These centers, funded collectively but distributed geographically across member states, would develop capabilities specifically designed for effectiveness despite resource constraints. 4. Resource pooling for strategic systems. For particularly expensive strategic systems beyond individual member capabilities, the alliance would implement resource pooling mechanisms where multiple states contribute to capabilities benefiting all. Early warning systems, space-based surveillance, and advanced air defense networks would utilize this approach, with costs distributed according to graduated scales reflecting member resources. 5. Knowledge management systems. The alliance would develop sophisticated knowledge management systems capturing and disseminating best practices, lessons learned, and innovative approaches across all members regardless of resource levels. This institutional learning capability, transferring knowledge rather than just equipment or funds, would systematically reduce the impact of resource disparities through quality improvement. These long-term approaches would progressively reduce the operative impact of resource disparities by focusing on qualitative development rather than quantitative competition. Pakistan's own experience achieving strategic parity with India despite massive resource disadvantages provides the template and validation for this approach, demonstrating how focused quality development can overcome resource constraints through institutional frameworks and strategic patience. Conclusion: transforming disparity into strategic advantage. The resource disparities among potential Muslim alliance members represent not fundamental obstacles but opportunities for strategic innovation through institutional design. By implementing tailored contribution frameworks, systematic support mechanisms, capability specialization, sophisticated assistance programs, and long-term capacity building approaches, the alliance would transform apparent weakness into distinctive strength. This approach directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing the impossible goal of resource parity with potential adversaries, the alliance would systematically develop qualitative advantages through specialization, focused development, and innovative organizational capabilities, asymmetrically frameworks. Effective the resulting despite resource constraints would provide genuine security enhancement for all members regardless of individual economic circumstances. Pakistan's leadership qualification for this alliance stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in this precise domain. No Muslim majority state has more successfully managed resource constraints while developing effective security capabilities. From its nuclear development despite international opposition to its maintenance of conventional parity with a much larger adversary, Pakistan has consistently demonstrated how quality can defeat quantity through focused development, organizational excellence, and strategic patience. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of these principles. Despite India's economy being nearly 10 times larger, Pakistan's calibrated response through Operation Bunyan Mahsoos demonstrated how focused capability development in specific domains can effectively counter broader but less specialized advantages. This experience offers both inspiration and practical template for how the broader Muslim security architecture can manage resource disparities while maintaining effective collective security. By institutionalizing Pakistan's demonstrated approach to resource constraint management, the proposed alliance would not merely accommodate member disparities but transform them into unique strategic advantage through diversity, specialization, and focused excellence. The resulting security architecture would provide authentic protection for the Muslim world not despite resource constraints but through the innovative approaches those very constraints inspire. Chapter 100. Conflicting threat. Perceptions. Reconciliation. And hold firmly to the rope of Allah altogether, and do not become divided. And remember the favor of Allah upon you when you were enemies, and He brought your hearts together, and you became, by His favor, brothers. Quran 3:103. The Muslim world today encompasses nations spanning multiple continents, diverse historical experiences, varying regional dynamics, and distinct strategic environments. From Morocco's focus on Western Mediterranean security to Bangladesh's concerns with climate-driven migration, from Saudi Arabia's prioritization of Iranian containment to Kazakhstan's management of Russian influence, Muslim-majority states inhabit radically different threat environments. This diversity of security challenges creates one of the most significant obstacles to unified security architecture: the problem of conflicting threat perceptions among potential alliance members. Unlike NATO's formation against the singular Soviet threat or even ASEAN's relative consensus on regional challenges, a Muslim security alliance must accommodate significantly divergent views on which entities constitute primary threats, which challenges demand immediate attention, and which security dimensions require prioritization. The Moroccan perspective on security bears little resemblance to the Malaysian view. The Pakistani threat assessment shares minimal overlap with the Tunisian analysis. This divergence, if unaddressed through sophisticated institutional frameworks, would render collective security cooperation ineffective or impossible. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan illuminated this challenge in microcosm. While Pakistan perceived existential threat in India's Operation Sindoor, many Arab states maintained neutrality given their growing economic ties with India, and Southeast Asian Muslim nations balanced between regional stability concerns and historical Indian relationships. Even Bangladesh, sharing religious identity with Pakistan, prioritized geographical proximity and economic integration with India in its response. This divergence demonstrates the fundamental challenge: without reconciliation mechanisms, different threat perceptions inevitably produce fragmented or contradictory responses that undermine collective security. This chapter examines how the proposed Muslim security alliance would transform this apparent weakness into distinctive strength through comprehensive threat assessment methodologies, inclusive security dialogue processes, intelligence sharing frameworks, tiered response options, and flexible coalition arrangements. Rather than demanding artificial consensus, the architecture would systematically accommodate diversity while enabling unified action on genuinely shared threats, creating resilience and adaptability superior to more homogeneous alliance structures. Comprehensive methodology. Threat assessment. The foundation for reconciling divergent threat perceptions lies in developing sophisticated assessment methodologies that accommodate diversity while identifying genuine convergence points. 1. Multidimensional threat matrix. The alliance would implement a comprehensive assessment framework evaluating potential threats across multiple dimensions beyond traditional military factors, including economic coercion vectors, information warfare capabilities, religious site vulnerabilities, technological dependencies, and resource security challenges. This multidimensional approach would reveal convergence points among members with otherwise divergent traditional security concerns. 2. Tiered threat classification system. Rather than binary threat and non-threat designations that force artificial consensus, the alliance would utilize sophisticated tiered classification including primary threats, requiring unified response, significant concerns, warranting coordinated monitoring, regional challenges affecting specific member subgroups, and emerging issues requiring preparatory planning. This nuanced categorization would accommodate diversity without forcing false equivalencies. 3. Religious secular integration framework. The assessment methodology would systematically integrate religious dimensions with traditional security analysis, recognizing threats to sacred sites, religious practices, or Islamic values alongside conventional military threats. This integrated approach, distinct from Western alliance methodologies that typically separate these dimensions, would reveal shared concerns among members with otherwise divergent conventional threat perceptions. For cross-regional impact analysis, the alliance would develop sophisticated analysis protocols examining how regional threats to specific members potentially impact other members through cascade effects across security dimensions. For example, threats to Gulf energy infrastructure would be analyzed for impacts on energy-importing Muslim states, revealing indirect shared interests despite geographical separation. 5. Temporal Horizon Framework. Assessment methodologies would systematically evaluate threats across multiple time horizons: immediate, 2 years, medium term, 25 years, and strategic, 5-10+ years, with corresponding confidence levels. This temporal analysis often reveals convergence at strategic levels among members with divergent immediate concerns, creating foundations for long-term alignment despite short-term differences. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated this multidimensional approach in action. While many Muslim states perceived minimal direct military threat from India-Pakistan tensions, the crisis revealed shared vulnerabilities in energy security, financial system stability, and potential refugee consequences that affected numerous Muslim states beyond South Asia. These shared indirect concerns created unexpected cooperation potential despite divergent direct threat assessments. Precisely the approach the alliance assessment methodology would institutionalize. Inclusive security dialogue processes. Beyond assessment methodologies, the alliance would implement sophisticated dialogue processes specifically designed to reconcile divergent perceptions through structured engagement rather than imposed consensus. 1. Track 1.5 Dialogue Integration. The alliance would systematically integrate official security dialogues, Track 1, with semi-official expert engagements, Track 1.5, and non-governmental discussions, Track 2, creating multiple venues where threat perceptions can be articulated, examined, and reconciled without immediate policy commitments. This layered approach allows exploration of convergence points that might remain obscured in purely official channels constrained by formal positions. 2. Strategic culture exchange programs. Recognizing that divergent threat perceptions often stem from different strategic cultures rather than objective disagreements, the alliance would implement systematic exchange programs for security professionals across member states. These programs, including extended embeddings in partner security institutions, would develop cross-cultural understanding that facilitates perception reconciliation without requiring artificial agreement. 3. Islamic scholarly integration. Security dialogues would systematically incorporate religious scholars alongside traditional security professionals, creating unique venues for examining shared concerns regarding Islamic sacred sites, religious practices, and cultural heritage that transcend conventional geopolitical divisions. This integration of religious and security dimensions, distinctive to the Muslim alliance concept, would reveal convergence points among members with otherwise divergent conventional security perspectives. 4. Would structured alternative analysis. Dialogue protocols incorporate sophisticated alternative analysis methodologies, including red teaming, devil's advocacy, and competing hypotheses analysis that systematically challenge established threat perceptions. These structured techniques often reveal unstated assumptions and cognitive biases that drive perception differences, creating space for reconciliation through analytical rigor rather than political pressure. 5. Scenario-based planning integration. The alliance would utilize sophisticated scenario planning exercises that allow members to explore potential future security environments without committing to specific threat designations in the present. This approach, focusing on capabilities required for diverse contingencies rather than agreement on specific threats, often reveals practical cooperation pathways despite theoretical disagreements about current threat prioritization. These dialogue processes would transform threat perception differences from alliance weakness into strategic strength by generating more comprehensive understanding than homogeneous perspectives could produce. Pakistan's experience navigating between Chinese, American, Gulf, and Central Asian security relationships, maintaining productive engagement despite their conflicting threat assessments, provides both model and qualification for leading these complex processes within the broader alliance. Intelligence sharing to develop common picture. Divergent threat perceptions often stem from information asymmetries rather than fundamental disagreements about objective reality. The alliance would address this through sophisticated intelligence sharing frameworks that reduce perception gaps without compromising sovereign sensitivity. 1. Tiered classification integration. The alliance would develop a distinctive classification system integrating traditional security levels with religious sensitivity designations, creating nuanced information sharing frameworks beyond Western models. This system would include specialized handling protocols for intelligence affecting Islamic sacred sites or religious concerns, enabling sharing on these distinctive dimensions even among members with divergent conventional security relationships. 2. Fusion Center Network. Rather than a single centralized intelligence entity that forces standardized assessments, the alliance would establish a distributed network of specialized fusion centers focusing on specific threat dimensions: cyber threats, sacred site protection, economic coercion vectors, technological vulnerabilities, and conventional military developments. This distributed approach allows members to participate in specific centers aligned with their security priorities while maintaining distance from others handling sensitive relationships. 3. Source-protected analytical product system. The alliance would implement sophisticated protocols for sharing analytical judgments without revealing sensitive collection methods or sources. These tradecraft methodologies, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated excellence in intelligence sharing with diverse partners holding conflicting interests, would enable threat assessment convergence without forcing exposure of sensitive capabilities or relationships. 4. Technical intelligence specialization exchange. Recognizing that different members possess comparative advantages in specific intelligence collection domains, the alliance would facilitate specialized capability sharing in non-controversial areas while respecting sensitivities in others. For example, Gulf states might provide sophisticated signals intelligence while Pakistan offers human intelligence expertise in specific regions, creating collective capability exceeding individual capacities without forcing comprehensive sharing. 5. Early warning focus prioritization. Intelligence sharing would emphasize early warning of imminent threats, where tactical cooperation provides clear mutual benefit, while maintaining greater sovereignty over strategic assessment. This pragmatic approach recognizes that members can cooperate effectively on detecting and monitoring specific developments even when disagreeing about their broader strategic implications. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated the potential effectiveness of such frameworks. Despite divergent overall perspectives on India-Pakistan tensions, several Muslim states shared specific intelligence regarding Indian military deployments, providing Pakistan valuable early warning while maintaining their formal neutrality in the broader conflict. The alliance intelligence framework would institutionalize and expand such practical cooperation despite broader perception differences. Tiered response options for different threats. Rather than requiring uniform response to all threats, an approach that inevitably fails under perception diversity, the alliance would implement sophisticated tiered response frameworks that accommodate divergent priorities while enabling unified action where genuine consensus exists. 1. Graduated obligation structure. The alliance treaty would establish differentiated response obligations ranging from mandatory collective defense against direct attack on member territory to optional participation in operations addressing regional threats. This graduated structure, distinct from NATO's rigid Article 5 model, would allow unified action on fundamental shared concerns while accommodating divergence on more contested issues. 2. Regional security subgroup authorization. Within the broader alliance framework, regional subgroups sharing common threat perceptions would receive authorization for coordinated action with alliance support but without requiring full member participation. For example, Gulf Cooperation Council members might implement collective responses to regional maritime threats with alliance intelligence support but without operational involvement from geographically distant members. 3. Capability-based rather than threat-based planning. The alliance would emphasize developing capabilities relevant across multiple threat scenarios rather than requiring agreement on specific adversaries. This approach, focusing on defensive systems, information sharing networks, and interoperability protocols with broad applicability, enables meaningful security enhancement despite divergent threat prioritization. 4. Islamic sacred site special protocols. Regardless of other perception differences, the alliance would establish specialized rapid response protocols for threats to Islamic sacred sites that bypass normal requirements. This distinct consensus framework, recognizing the unique significance of religious heritage protection across otherwise divided members, would enable unified action in this specific domain while accommodating divergence in others. 5. Diplomatic military integration options. For situations with partially aligned threat perceptions, the alliance would offer integrated packages combining diplomatic initiatives from some members with military support from others. This approach, allowing different members to contribute according to their specific security perspectives and domestic constraints, enables collective impact despite divergent individual assessments. These tiered response frameworks would transform perception diversity from structural weakness into strategic flexibility by enabling multiple simultaneous approaches tailored to specific contexts. Pakistan's experience maintaining effective security cooperation with both China and Gulf states despite their conflicting perspectives demonstrates the practical potential of such frameworks when implemented with sophisticated diplomatic management. Flexibility in coalition off-willing operations. As the ultimate accommodation of perception diversity, the alliance would establish formal frameworks for coalition of the willing operations that enable effective action by aligned subgroups without requiring artificial consensus. 1. Standardized enabling framework. The alliance would develop standardized protocols for communication systems, intelligence sharing, logistics support, and command arrangements that enable rapid formation of operational coalitions among willing members. These frameworks, maintained through regular exercises and contingency planning, would allow effective cooperation when threat perceptions align among specific members without requiring comprehensive agreement. 2. Non-participating support options. Members not directly joining operations would still contribute through clearly defined support mechanisms including intelligence sharing, overflight rights, logistics access, and diplomatic coverage. This approach, allowing graduated participation based on specific threat assessments rather than binary in-out decisions, would maximize collective contribution despite perception differences. 3. Command rotation systems. To prevent dominance by specific threat perceptions, coalition operations would implement sophisticated command rotation systems ensuring leadership diversity across operations. This approach, preventing the alliance from becoming permanently oriented toward any single member's security perspective, would maintain balanced threat environments. 4. Orientation. Legitimacy enhancement coalition operations. Across diverse frameworks would include systematic integration of religious authorities, legal experts, and diplomatic representatives to enhance legitimacy beyond participating military forces. This comprehensive approach, distinct from purely military coalitions, would create stabilizing influence exceeding conventional capabilities while reflecting Islamic principles regarding just conflict conduct. 5. Reintegration mechanisms. Most importantly, coalition frameworks would include specific mechanisms for reintegrating non-participating members into post-operation security arrangements, preventing permanent fragmentation based on specific disagreements. This strategic patience, recognizing that threat perceptions evolve over time, would maintain alliance cohesion through inevitable periods of perception divergence. The practical effectiveness of such flexible frameworks was demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis. While some Muslim states maintained strict neutrality based on their specific regional interests, others provided crucial intelligence support, several offered diplomatic intervention, and a few positioned forces to deter potential escalation. This diverse but complementary response, despite the absence of formal coordination mechanisms, suggests the potential effectiveness of institutionalized coalition frameworks that would enhance such cooperation without requiring artificial consensus. Conclusion: unity with diversity in security. Perspective. The reconciliation of conflicting threat perceptions represents perhaps the most sophisticated challenge facing the proposed Muslim Security Alliance, yet addressing this challenge through institutional innovation rather than forced consensus would create distinctive strategic advantages. By implementing comprehensive assessment methodologies, inclusive dialogue processes, sophisticated intelligence sharing, tiered response options, and flexible coalition frameworks, the alliance would transform perception diversity from apparent weakness into genuine strength. This approach directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing numerical consensus through political pressure, inevitably producing fragile agreements that collapse under pressure, the alliance would develop qualitative frameworks accommodating diversity while enabling unified action where genuine convergence exists. The resulting architecture would demonstrate superior resilience and adaptability compared to more homogeneous alliances whose apparent unity often conceals fragility when confronting complex challenges. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in this precise domain. No Muslim-majority state has more successfully navigated diverse and often conflicting security relationships while maintaining effective cooperation with partners holding radically different threat perceptions. From balancing American and Chinese relationships during the Cold War to maintaining productive engagement with both Iran and Saudi Arabia despite their rivalry, Pakistan has consistently demonstrated the diplomatic sophistication required for managing diverse security perspectives within institutional frameworks. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of these principles. Pakistan's measured response to Indian aggression, focusing on specific violations rather than broader grievances, created space for Muslim states with diverse perspectives to provide support according to their particular positions. This sophisticated approach generated more effective collective response than demands for unified condemnation would have produced, demonstrating precisely the flexible frameworks the alliance would institutionalize. By systematically accommodating diverse threat perceptions while enabling effective action on genuinely shared concerns, the proposed security architecture would transcend the false choice between fragmentation and artificial consensus. The resulting alliance would represent genuine unity with diversity, maintaining distinctive perspectives while creating institutional frameworks for effective cooperation across multiple security dimensions. This sophisticated approach would enable the Muslim world to address its complex security challenges through complementary rather than contradictory responses, transforming apparent division into strategic advantage. Section B: External Opposition Management. Chapter 101: Abraham Accords Pressure and Counter-Strategy. They plan, and Allah plans. And Allah is the best of planners. Quran 8:30. The Abraham Accords, a series of normalization agreements between Israel and several Arab states beginning in 2020, represent perhaps the most significant external challenge to the proposed Muslim security architecture. Unlike conventional diplomatic initiatives, these agreements target the fundamental unity of the Muslim world by redefining its security relationships, economic partnerships, and geopolitical orientations. By positioning Israel as a regional security provider and technological hub with privileged access to Western support, the Abraham Accords create a competing vision for Muslim security that challenges Pakistan's leadership potential and the very premise of autonomous Muslim security architecture. This alternative framework presents a sophisticated challenge precisely because it offers genuine benefits, technological access, security cooperation, economic opportunities, and Western diplomatic support, in exchange for abandoning Muslim unity. The resulting pressure on Muslim states creates a fundamental strategic choice: accept Israeli and Western security guarantees with their associated compromises, or pursue the more challenging path of indigenous security capabilities under authentic Muslim leadership. This dilemma represents not merely diplomatic maneuvering but an existential question about the Muslim world's future orientation. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan illuminated this challenge with remarkable clarity. Western diplomatic messaging explicitly framed Pakistan's defense as potentially destabilizing while characterizing Indian actions as responsible security management, reflecting the broader pattern of characterizing Western-aligned security actions as legitimate while portraying indigenous Muslim security assertions as dangerous or extremist. Several Abraham Accords signatories maintained conspicuous silence despite clear Indian aggression, demonstrating how normalization reshapes political calculations beyond bilateral Israel relations into broader strategic reorientation. This chapter examines how the proposed Muslim security architecture would address Abraham Accords pressure through sophisticated diplomatic, economic, comparative, messaging, and capability strategies. Rather than simplistic rejection or accommodation, the architecture would implement nuanced approaches that acknowledge genuine benefits while demonstrating superior alternatives that preserve Islamic principles, sovereignty, and authentic security enhancement. Western promotion of Abraham Accords as sole security option. The sophisticated nature of Abraham Accords pressure stems from its presentation as the only viable security option for Muslim states in an increasingly complex regional environment. 1. Exclusive technology access framing. Western diplomatic messaging consistently portrays the Abraham Accords as the exclusive pathway to critical technologies, particularly advanced defense systems, cybersecurity capabilities, artificial intelligence applications, and precision weapons. This framing presents a false binary, normalization or technological isolation in an era where such capabilities increasingly determine security outcomes. 2. Security guarantee conditionality. Western powers systematically link their security guarantees and defense partnerships to Abraham Accords participation, creating perception of inevitable vulnerability for non-participating states. This conditionality extends beyond formal treaty commitments to intelligence sharing, military training access, and operational coordination, presenting comprehensive security isolation as the price of non-participation. 3. Regional inevitability narrative. Perhaps most effectively, Abraham Accords promotion emphasizes supposed regional consensus and historical inevitability, portraying holdout states as ideologically rigid outliers resisting pragmatic reality. This narrative creates psychological pressure through implied isolation while obscuring the significant majority of Muslim states maintaining principled positions on Palestine and Jerusalem. 4. Diplomatic cost escalation. Non-participating states face systematic diplomatic penalties including exclusion from regional initiatives, reduced access to Western leadership, negative media portrayal, and marginalization in international forums. These measures create impression of increasing isolation for states maintaining traditional positions, suggesting diplomatic irrelevance as the price of non-participation. 5. Economic incentive bundling. The Accord's economic dimensions deliberately bundle commercial opportunities, investment access, and development partnerships with political normalization, presenting economic development and principled positions as inherently contradictory rather than potentially complementary. This framing presents states prioritizing Palestinian rights as sacrificing their population's economic welfare for abstract principles. This multidimensional pressure creates sophisticated entrapment by presenting normalization as prerequisite for security, prosperity, and regional relevance rather than one option among alternatives. The framework positions indigenous Muslim security initiatives, including Pakistan's leadership potential, as inherently inferior, impractical, or ideologically motivated rather than serious strategic alternatives deserving equal consideration. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated this dynamic through Western diplomatic responses consistently characterizing Pakistan's self-defense initiatives as escalatory while demanding restraint despite clear Indian aggression. This framing, portraying indigenous Muslim security action as inherently destabilizing, reflects the broader pattern of delegitimizing autonomous Muslim security while privileging Western-approved frameworks like the Abraham Accords as the sole pathway to responsible security management. Diplomatic responses to normalization. Pressure. The proposed Muslim security architecture would implement sophisticated diplomatic countermeasures addressing Abraham Accords pressure without resorting to simplistic rejection or accommodation. 1. Strategic patience emphasis. Rather than reactive responses to each normalization announcement, the alliance would implement strategic patience, highlighting the preliminary nature of Abraham Accords arrangements compared to decades of proven Muslim security cooperation. This approach, emphasizing historical depth over diplomatic novelty, would position normalization as speculative experiment rather than established success, reducing pressure for immediate participation. 2. Selective engagement without compromise. The alliance would maintain practical diplomatic engagement with Abraham Accords participants while clearly distinguishing between functional cooperation and principled positions. This nuanced approach, rejecting false binary between total isolation and complete normalization, would demonstrate sophisticated diplomacy exceeding the simplistic with us or against us framing often surrounding the Accords. 3. Alternative multilateral framework development. Rather than merely criticizing the Abraham Accords, the alliance would accelerate development of alternative multilateral frameworks addressing genuine regional needs without normalization requirements. These frameworks, potentially including Red Sea security arrangements, regional disaster response mechanisms, and counterterrorism coordination, would demonstrate practical alternatives to Accords-based regionalism. 4. Palestinian rights internationalization. The alliance would implement sophisticated diplomatic campaigns elevating Palestinian rights beyond regional issue to global human rights, international law, and religious freedom dimensions. This approach, shifting from traditional Arab-Israeli framing to universal principles, would create broader international constituency challenging the presentation of normalization as inevitable historical evolution. 5. Would Islamic solidarity reinforcement. Most importantly, the alliance systematically strengthened diplomatic coordination among states maintaining principled positions on Palestine and Jerusalem, creating perception of principled majority rather than isolated resistance. This coordination, transcending traditional geopolitical divisions through religious solidarity, would counter the narrative of holdout states as ideological outliers bucking regional consensus. These diplomatic approaches would transform normalization pressure from strategic vulnerability into opportunity for demonstrating sophisticated Muslim-led diplomacy exceeding Western expectations. Pakistan's diplomatic experience balancing between competing power centers, maintaining principled positions while preserving practical relationships, provides both model and qualification for leading these nuanced responses within the alliance framework. Comparative analysis. Muslim NATO advantages. Demonstrating. Beyond reactive diplomatic measures, the alliance would implement proactive comparative analysis highlighting the Muslim NATO specific advantages over the Abraham Accord security model. 1. Sovereignty preservation contrast. Unlike the Abraham Accords model, where security provision creates dependency relationships limiting independent policy, the Muslim NATO would emphasize sovereignty reinforcement through capabilities that enhance rather than constrain national autonomy. This fundamental distinction would be systematically documented through comparative analysis of participant decisions before and after normalization, demonstrating sovereignty erosion across multiple policy domains. 2. Indigenous capability development versus managed access. The alliance would highlight the qualitative difference between developing indigenous capabilities through Muslim cooperation versus receiving managed access to external capabilities through Abraham Accords arrangements. This distinction between genuine capability development and conditional usage rights would demonstrate the long-term strategic advantages of capability ownership over dependence on external providers subject to political conditions. 3. Religious coherence advantages. The Muslim NATO would emphasize the strategic advantages of religious coherence, where security architecture aligns with rather than contradicts core Islamic principles regarding Palestine and Jerusalem. This alignment creates legitimacy, public support, and motivation advantages impossible within the Abraham Accords framework, which requires suppressing rather than expressing religious solidarity regarding these issues. For comprehensive versus selective security, the alliance would highlight the limitations of Abraham Accords security arrangements focusing predominantly on Iran while neglecting broader security challenges facing Muslim nations, from territorial disputes to sacred site protection. This comparative analysis would demonstrate the Muslim NATO's superior comprehensiveness in addressing the full spectrum of security challenges rather than privileging concerns aligned with external priorities. 5. Sustainable versus contingent arrangements. Most fundamentally, the alliance would emphasize the sustainability of arrangements based on shared Islamic identity and mutual interest versus the contingency of frameworks dependent on external power calculations subject to change. This distinction between enduring connection and temporary convenience would highlight the Muslim NATO's fundamental advantage in providing reliable security frameworks transcending electoral cycles or policy shifts in Western capitals. This comparative approach would transform the Abraham Accords from competitive challenge to foil, highlighting the Muslim NATO's distinctive advantages. By systematically documenting specific limitations and contradictions in the normalization security model, the alliance would demonstrate its superior alignment with authentic Muslim security needs rather than external priorities. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of these comparative advantages. While Abraham Accords signatories remained notably silent during Indian aggression against Pakistan, several Muslim states maintaining principled positions offered diplomatic support, intelligence sharing, and practical assistance, demonstrating the reliability advantage of arrangements based on shared religious identity versus those contingent on external approval. Economic alternatives to normalization. Incentives. To counter the economic inducements bundled with Abraham Accords participation, the Muslim security architecture would develop specific economic alternatives demonstrating that principled positions need not require material sacrifice. 1. Islamic finance mobilization. The alliance would implement sophisticated Islamic finance mechanisms mobilizing the Muslim world's substantial capital resources for development projects that maintain principled positions. These approaches, including sukuk bonds for infrastructure development, Sharia-compliant investment funds for technology sectors, and zakat-based social development, would create economic alternatives without normalization requirements. 2. Alternative technology access pathways. Rather than accepting technological isolation as the price of principle, the alliance would develop alternative access pathways through partnerships with China, Russia, emerging powers, and indigenous air development initiatives. These alternatives, focusing on critical security technologies including defense systems, electronic warfare capabilities, drone technologies, and cyber defense, would demonstrate the false premise of normalization as the sole path to technological advancement. 3. Muslim market integration acceleration. The alliance would implement systematic economic integration among Muslim markets, reducing regulatory barriers, harmonizing standards, developing preferential trade arrangements, and creating logistics corridors that generate economic benefits exceeding those offered through normalization. This approach would leverage the Muslim world's 2 billion population and substantial aggregate resources to create economic scale advantages unavailable through external dependency. 4. Strategic economic corridors development. Building on Pakistan's experience with the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, the alliance would develop multidirectional economic corridors creating infrastructure integration independent from normalization frameworks. These corridors, potentially linking Central Asia, South Asia, the Gulf states, and Africa through integrated transportation, energy, and communication infrastructure, would generate development exceeding normalization inducements. Benefits. 5. Resource security frameworks. The alliance would develop sophisticated arrangements for energy, water, food, and critical resource security among Muslim states that address fundamental economic vulnerabilities without normalization requirements. These frameworks, focusing on mutual support rather than external dependency, would demonstrate the practical advantages of intra-Muslim cooperation on core economic security issues compared to frameworks prioritizing external interests. These economic alternatives would transform the apparent binary choice, principles or prosperity, into false dichotomy by demonstrating practical pathways to development that maintain religious and political integrity. Pakistan's experience developing economic frameworks with China despite Western pressure provides both model and qualification for leading these alternative arrangements within the broader alliance. Strategic messaging highlighting Islamic principles preservation. Beyond practical arrangements, the alliance would implement sophisticated messaging strategies highlighting the preservation of Islamic principles as strategic advantage rather than ideological constraint. 1. Religious strategic integration frameworks. Alliance messaging would systematically demonstrate how adherence to Islamic principles regarding Palestine, Jerusalem, and Muslim unity create strategic advantages beyond moral correctness. This approach, connecting religious integrity to practical benefits including population support, fighter motivation, and alliance cohesion, would transform principles from perceived liability into recognized asset. 2. Authenticity as strategic resource. The alliance would develop sophisticated communication frameworks positioning authenticity, where words align with actions regarding Palestine and Jerusalem, as strategic resource generating trust, legitimacy, and influence exceeding material capabilities. This messaging would highlight how contradictions between private sympathy and public accommodation regarding Palestinian rights create strategic vulnerabilities for Abraham Accords participants despite apparent gains. 3. Sacred geography protection framing. Alliance communications would emphasize the unprecedented arrangements placing those occupying Islam's third holiest site in security provider role for Muslim nations, highlighting the fundamental contradictions this creates within Islamic religious frameworks. This messaging would transform Jerusalem from diplomatic abstraction into concrete sacred geography requiring protection rather than partnership with occupiers. For indigenous leadership valorization, the alliance would implement sophisticated messaging celebrating indigenous Muslim security leadership, particularly Pakistan's nuclear achievement, conventional capabilities, and asymmetric excellence as inspiration rather than ideology. This approach would counter narratives presenting external security providers as inherently superior to Muslim capabilities through concrete examples of indigenous excellence. 5. Generational commitment framing. Most importantly, alliance messaging would position principled positions on Palestine and Jerusalem as generational commitments transcending immediate calculations, contrasting this patient approach with short-term transactional frameworks inherently subject to renegotiation when conditions change. This temporal framing would highlight the spiritual and strategic advantages of arrangements aligned with enduring values rather than temporary circumstances. These messaging approaches would transform perceived disadvantage, maintaining principled positions while others compromise, into recognized strategic advantage generating authenticity, legitimacy, and resilience unavailable to normalization participants. Pakistan's consistent position on Palestinian rights despite significant pressure provides both model and qualification for leading this values-based messaging within the alliance framework. Creating competitive security advantages over Abraham Accords model. Ultimately, the most effective counter to Abraham Accords pressure lies in developing concrete security capabilities demonstrating the Muslim NATO's practical superiority beyond comparative analysis or messaging. 1. Nuclear umbrella extension mechanisms. The alliance would develop specific frameworks extending Pakistan's nuclear deterrence to member states through graduated consultation, deployment, and guarantee arrangements that provide existential security without proliferation. This capability, unavailable through Abraham Accords regardless of normalization depth, would demonstrate concrete security advantage available exclusively through Muslim alliance participation. 2. Sacred site protection specialization. The alliance would develop specialized capabilities for protecting Islamic sacred sites, including both physical security arrangements and international legal frameworks that address core religious security concerns neglected within Abraham Accords frameworks. These capabilities would demonstrate the Muslim NATO's superior alignment with genuine Muslim security priorities beyond conventional military dimensions. 3. Asymmetric capability development. Rather than attempting to match conventional Western capabilities through normalization, the alliance would accelerate development of asymmetric advantages in electronic warfare, cyber operations, drone systems, and precision strike capabilities that achieve strategic effects despite resource constraints. These Capabilities, building on Pakistan's demonstrated excellence in asymmetric approaches, would provide concrete security enhancement independent from normalization frameworks. 4. Would intelligence sovereignty frameworks, the alliance implement sophisticated intelligence sharing arrangements that enhance collective capabilities while preserving sovereign control, contrasting with intelligence dependency relationships inherent in Abraham Accords participation. These arrangements would demonstrate practical advantages of cooperative frameworks that enhance rather than compromise member autonomy. 5. Muslim-centered security innovation. Most fundamentally, the alliance would accelerate development of security innovation specifically designed for Muslim context rather than adapting Western models, including doctrine integrating religious motivation as force multiplier, technologies aligned with Islamic ethical frameworks, and organizational approaches reflecting Muslim societal structures. These innovations would demonstrate qualitative advantages unavailable through normalization frameworks that inherently position Muslim states as security consumers rather than security innovators. These capability developments would transform the competitive dynamic by demonstrating concrete advantages unavailable through normalization regardless of depth or scope. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of this approach, as Pakistan's indigenous capabilities, particularly in electronic warfare, drone operations, and precision strike, demonstrated effectiveness exceeding what normalization arrangements could provide to Abraham Accords participants. Conclusion: authentic alternatives to dependency relationships. The Abraham Accords represent sophisticated strategic challenge precisely because they offer genuine benefits, technological access, security cooperation, economic opportunities, and Western support, in exchange for compromising traditional positions on Palestine, Jerusalem, and Muslim unity. The proposed Muslim security architecture under Pakistani leadership would address this challenge not through simplistic rejection but through developing authentic alternatives demonstrating superior advantages across multiple dimensions. By implementing sophisticated diplomatic responses, comparative analysis frameworks, economic alternatives, principled messaging, and competitive capabilities, the alliance would transform the apparent binary choice, principles or security, into false dichotomy. The resulting architecture would demonstrate in concrete terms how quality can defeat quantity through frameworks that align with rather than contradict Islamic principles while providing genuine security enhancement through collective capabilities. Pakistan's qualification for leading this counter-strategy stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in maintaining principled positions while developing effective security capabilities despite external pressure. From its consistent support for Palestinian rights despite significant diplomatic and economic costs to its development of nuclear deterrence despite international opposition, Pakistan has consistently demonstrated the precise combination of principle and pragmatism required for responding to Abraham Accords pressure. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of these principles. Pakistan's effective defense against Indian aggression, achieved through indigenous capabilities developed despite Western restrictions, demonstrated the false premise that security requires dependency relationships with external powers. This experience offers both inspiration and practical template for how the broader Muslim security architecture can maintain principled positions while achieving genuine security enhancement through collective capabilities under authentic Muslim leadership. The fundamental choice facing the Muslim world, between Abraham Accords dependency and indigenous security under Pakistani leadership, thus represents not merely diplomatic calculation but existential decision about identity, sovereignty, and authentic security. By developing sophisticated counter-strategies addressing normalization pressure while demonstrating superior alternatives, the proposed alliance would transform apparent challenge into opportunity for establishing genuine Muslim security independence aligned with core Islamic principles. Chapter 102. Major Power Relationship. Management. And it is he who withheld their hands from you and your hands from them within the valley of Mecca after he had made you victorious over them. And Allah is seeing of what you do. Quran 48:24, the establishment of an autonomous Muslim security architecture under Pakistan's leadership inevitably raises a fundamental question: how would such an alliance manage relationships with established global powers? Unlike historical Muslim empires operating in relatively isolated geopolitical environments, the proposed security framework would emerge within an interconnected global system where major powers maintain substantial interests, capabilities, and influence across the Muslim world. This reality creates complex challenges requiring sophisticated management rather than simplistic confrontation or acquiescence. The strategic dilemma is profound. The alliance must maintain sufficient independence to represent authentic Muslim interests while avoiding unnecessary antagonism that would trigger counterproductive opposition from powers possessing substantial resources to undermine its development. This requires navigation between the Scylla of provocative defiance and the Charybdis of compromising accommodation, a narrow path demanding diplomatic sophistication, strategic patience, and astute communication. Conventional analysis often presents Muslim states with false binary choices: alignment with America or Russia, partnership with China or the West, integration with global systems or isolation from international structures. The proposed security architecture rejects these artificial dichotomies, instead pursuing balanced engagement with all major powers based on sovereign equality, mutual respect, and core interest protection. This approach, distinct from both rigid non-alignment and subservient partnership, represents perhaps the most sophisticated dimension of the proposed alliance. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated both the challenges and potential of this approach. Throughout the confrontation, Pakistan maintained communication channels with the United States despite American criticism, deepened operational coordination with China without becoming dependent, engaged Russian diplomatic support while managing Moscow's Indian relationship, and utilized European channels for de-escalation despite critical statements from several EU members. This multidirectional engagement, preserving relationships across competing power centers while maintaining independent action, provides both template and validation for the broader alliance approach. This chapter examines the sophisticated frameworks through which the proposed Muslim security architecture would manage relationships with the United States, Russia, China, European powers, and emerging global actors. Rather than simplistic alignment or antagonism, the alliance would implement nuanced approaches balancing principled independence with practical engagement across all major relationships. This sophisticated management, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated diplomatic dexterity, represents a critical qualification for effective leadership of the proposed security architecture. United States relationship strategies. The relationship with America, combining unmatched military power, technological capabilities, economic influence, and cultural reach, presents perhaps the most complex challenge for the proposed Muslim security alliance. The United States has historically viewed autonomous security arrangements beyond its leadership with skepticism or hostility, while maintaining substantial relationships with numerous Muslim states that create both constraints and opportunities for the proposed architecture. The alliance would implement sophisticated strategies managing this relationship without falling into either antagonistic confrontation or dependent alignment. 1. Interest-based selective engagement. Rather than comprehensive partnership or categorical rejection, the alliance would develop frameworks for selective engagement with the United States based on genuinely shared interests while maintaining independence in divergent areas. This nuanced approach, identifying specific converging interests like counterterrorism, maritime security, and regional stability while preserving autonomy on Palestine, internal governance, and indigenous capability development, would create practical cooperation without requiring comprehensive alignment. 2. Multilevel engagement architecture. The alliance would establish sophisticated engagement mechanisms across multiple levels, from military to military professional exchanges to intelligence sharing on specific threats, diplomatic dialogue on regional issues, and Track 2 processes exploring potential convergence areas. This layered approach would maintain functional relationships below the political level that preserve communication and cooperation even during inevitable periods of policy divergence on high-profile issues. 3. Red line clarity with diplomatic messaging. The alliance would establish clear but privately communicated red lines regarding American engagement with Muslim security concerns, particularly regarding territorial integrity, sacred site protection, and sovereignty preservation. This approach, combining absolute clarity on core principles with diplomatic delivery avoiding public confrontation, would reduce misunderstanding risks management space. 4. While preserving relationship. Capability-based credibility development, recognizing that respect in international relations stems from capability rather than rhetoric, the alliance would prioritize developing specific capabilities giving credibility to its positions in American strategic calculations. These capabilities, focused on asymmetric advantages rather than symmetrical competition, would create specific deterrence against potential intervention while demonstrating the practical costs of confrontation versus benefits of cooperation. 5. Strategic narrative differentiation. Perhaps most importantly, the alliance would develop sophisticated communication frameworks clearly distinguishing between legitimate American security interests and unnecessary hegemonic aspirations in Muslim regions. This differentiation, rejecting both reflexive anti-Americanism and uncritical acceptance, would create space for engagement on genuine security concerns while maintaining principled positions on unwarranted intervention, demonstrating nuanced understanding rather than ideological rigidity. These strategies would transform the American relationship from binary choice between antagonism and alignment into sophisticated engagement preserving independence while enabling practical cooperation where genuinely beneficial. Pakistan's experience maintaining productive security cooperation with America during specific periods while preserving sovereign independence, particularly during the Soviet-Afghan War and early war on terror, provides both model and qualification for managing this complex relationship within the broader alliance framework. Russia engagement approach. Russia presents a distinctive challenge for the proposed Muslim security architecture given its complex historical relationship with the Muslim world, combining periods of imperial expansion, Soviet atheistic opposition, post-Cold War cooperation, and contemporary strategic engagement with specific Muslim states. This complicated legacy creates unique opportunities and management constraints requiring sophisticated. The alliance would implement nuanced approaches balancing historical awareness with contemporary pragmatism. 1. Historical context recognition with forward focus. Alliance engagement with Russia would acknowledge the complex historical relationship, including both imperial expansion against Muslim populations and Soviet support for certain Muslim causes, while emphasizing forward-looking pragmatism rather than historical grievance. This approach, demonstrating sophisticated understanding without being captive to historical narratives, would create space for practical cooperation despite complicated legacy. 2. Eurasian integration selective participation. The alliance would develop frameworks for selective participation in Russian-led Eurasian integration initiatives where these align with Muslim member interests while maintaining independence where they diverge. This nuanced approach, neither comprehensive embrace nor categorical rejection, would utilize specific Russian-led structures like the Shanghai Cooperation Organization for counterterrorism while maintaining separate positions on issues like Syria where significant divergence exists. 3. Defense technology access with autonomy preservation. Recognizing Russia's position as alternative supplier of advanced military technology without Western political conditions, the alliance would develop sophisticated acquisition frameworks accessing Russian systems while maintaining operational independence. This approach, utilizing Russian hardware with indigenous software, doctrine, and operational concepts, would leverage technical capabilities without creating dependency relationships. 4. Muslim minority protection communication. The alliance would implement specific diplomatic channels addressing Muslim minority conditions in Russia and post-Soviet space, combining principled advocacy with practical engagement rather than public confrontation. This sophisticated approach, prioritizing tangible improvement over rhetorical criticism, would address genuine concerns while preserving broader relationship parameters. 5. Energy cooperation framework development. The alliance would establish structured engagement with Russia on energy security, particularly regarding pipeline development, natural gas trade, and nuclear technology, creating mutual interests without strategic dependency. This cooperation, balanced across multiple providers rather than exclusive relationship, would utilize Russian capabilities while maintaining diversified energy security frameworks, preventing leverage development. These approaches would transform engagement with Russia from ideological position into pragmatic interest management, recognizing both complementary and divergent concerns requiring sophisticated balancing. Pakistan's successful navigation of Russian relationships despite the Cold War legacy, particularly its growing defense cooperation without compromising Chinese partnership or Western engagement, demonstrates the practical potential of balanced approaches to this complex relationship. China partnership maintenance. China represents the most natural major power partner for the proposed Muslim security architecture given its non-interventionist principles, absence of historical baggage with most Muslim regions, growing economic engagement across the Muslim world, and demonstrated willingness to support autonomous security frameworks beyond Western leadership. The Pakistan-China ironclad axis provides both foundation and model for how the broader Muslim alliance could engage Beijing without compromising independence. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches maximizing partnership benefits while preserving autonomy. 1. Strategic complementarity framework. The alliance would systematically identify and develop areas of genuine strategic complementarity between Muslim security interests and Chinese objectives, particularly regarding territorial integrity norms, sovereignty preservation, and multipolarity development. This approach, focusing on authentic shared interests rather than temporary convenience, would create sustainable partnership foundation transcending transactional arrangements. 2. Belt and Road integration with standards preservation. Rather than simplistic acceptance or rejection of China's Belt and Road initiative, the alliance would develop sophisticated integration frameworks ensuring infrastructure development serves Muslim member interests while maintaining environmental, financial, and sovereignty standards. This balanced approach, accessing Chinese capital and expertise while preserving control over implementation parameters, would transform apparent dependency risk into development opportunity. 3. Technology transfer acceleration with indigenous absorption. The alliance would establish structured technology transfer mechanisms with China focusing specifically on critical security capabilities including missile systems, electronic warfare, satellite technology, and cyber defense. This approach, prioritizing genuine technology transfer with indigenous absorption capabilities rather than mere acquisition, would develop autonomous capabilities through cooperative frameworks rather than perpetuating dependency. 4. Muslim minority dialogue with sovereignty recognition. The alliance would establish specialized diplomatic channels addressing Muslim minority concerns in China through private, structured dialogue emphasizing practical improvement rather than public confrontation. This approach, recognizing both legitimate religious freedom concerns and Chinese sovereignty, would address genuine issues while avoiding unnecessary relationship deterioration on particularly sensitive dimensions. 5. Security cooperation without alliance transformation. Most importantly, the alliance would maintain clear distinction between deep security cooperation with China and formal alignment within Chinese security frameworks. This crucial differentiation, partnering without becoming subordinate element in Chinese strategy, would preserve the Muslim alliance's distinctive identity and independent decision-making while maintaining China's position as privileged partner rather than directing authority. These sophisticated approaches would maximize benefits from Chinese partnership while preserving the proposed alliance's fundamental independence and distinctive Islamic identity. Pakistan's experience developing the ironclad axis relationship with China, accessing substantial support while maintaining sovereign decision-making, provides both model and qualification for managing this relationship within the broader alliance framework. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated this balanced approach in practice, as Pakistan received crucial Chinese support in multiple domains while making independent operational decisions without Beijing's direction or approval. This practical experience, maintaining partnership without dependency, offers valuable template for the broader alliance relationship with China. European powers diplomatic management. European powers present unique challenges for the proposed Muslim security architecture given their colonial legacy across much of the Muslim world, contemporary military interventions in several Muslim regions, substantial Muslim minority populations, significant economic relationships with Muslim states, and complex internal divisions on engagement with Islamic actors. This multidimensional relationship requires particularly sophisticated management frameworks. The alliance would implement nuanced approaches addressing these complexities. 1. Differentiated engagement across European diversity. Rather than treating Europe as a monolithic entity, the alliance would implement sophisticated differentiation between various European actors, distinguishing between France's post-colonial assertiveness, Germany's economic focus, Britain's post-Brexit repositioning, and Eastern European security concerns. This nuanced approach would leverage Europe's internal diversity to develop tailored relationships with specific European actors aligned with particular Muslim security interests. 2. Normative engagement with reciprocity emphasis. The alliance would implement structured normative engagement with European powers, acknowledging legitimate concerns regarding human rights, democratic governance, and religious freedom while demanding reciprocal attention to Islamophobia, Muslim minority protection, and double standards application. This balanced approach, rejecting both uncritical acceptance of European norms and categorical dismissal, would demonstrate sophisticated engagement beyond simplistic positioning. 3. Muslim diaspora strategic integration. Recognizing the substantial Muslim populations across Europe as potential bridge rather than solely vulnerability, the alliance would develop specific frameworks leveraging these communities for enhanced understanding, cultural engagement, and perception management without inappropriate interference in European domestic affairs. This approach would transform demographic reality from potential friction point into distinctive advantage unavailable to other security architectures. 4. Mediterranean security cooperative frameworks. The alliance would establish specific cooperation mechanisms addressing shared Mediterranean security concerns, including migration management, counterterrorism, disaster response, and environmental protection, that create practical partnership opportunities transcending political differences. These functional frameworks would maintain constructive engagement even during inevitable periods of political tension on high-profile issues. 5. Strategic communication dispelling civilizational conflict. Perhaps most importantly, the alliance would implement sophisticated strategic communication explicitly rejecting civilizational conflict narratives while demonstrating the compatibility of authentic Islamic security frameworks with legitimate European security interests. This communication, emphasizing shared concerns while acknowledging genuine differences, would systematically counter tendencies toward unnecessarily adversarial framing on both sides. These approaches would transform European engagement from post-colonial dynamic into partnership of equals based on mutual interest, respect, and practical cooperation without requiring artificial consensus on all issues. Pakistan's experience maintaining productive European relationships despite significant policy differences, particularly on nuclear development, regional security, and governance questions, provides practical template for managing these complex dynamics within the broader alliance framework. Strategic communication to reduce perceived threat. Beyond specific power relationships, the proposed Muslim security architecture would implement comprehensive strategic communication frameworks addressing the fundamental challenge, preventing perception of the alliance as threat requiring containment rather than legitimate security arrangement deserving respect. This sophisticated communication would focus on several key dimensions. 1. defensive nature emphasis with capabilities transparency, alliance communication would systematically emphasize its fundamentally defensive orientation while maintaining appropriate transparency about specific capabilities to enhance deterrence credibility. This balanced approach, neither provocatively advertising capabilities nor creating dangerous ambiguity, would reduce misperception risks while maintaining sufficient deterrence against potential aggression. 2. Legitimate security concerns articulation. Rather than abstract Islamic solidarity alone, alliance communication would clearly articulate the specific, concrete security challenges facing Muslim populations, from territorial occupation to external intervention, economic coercion to technological dependency, that necessitate collective arrangements. This specific articulation would transform perception from ideological project into legitimate response to genuine security requirements recognized under international law. 3. Islamic Universal Principles Alliance communication integration would systematically demonstrate how Islamic principles underlying the security architecture, including proportionate response, civilian protection, and preference for negotiated solutions, align with universal principles in international humanitarian law, United Nations frameworks, and broadly accepted international norms. This integration would counter attempts to portray Islamic security concepts as inherently incompatible with global security frameworks. 4. Cooperation pathways identification. The alliance would proactively identify and communicate specific cooperation opportunities with major powers across non-controversial domains: disaster response, counter-piracy, humanitarian assistance, and counter-terrorism, that demonstrate practical partnership potential despite differences on other issues. These tangible cooperation examples would counter abstract threat perceptions with concrete mutual benefit experiences. 5. Responsible stakeholder positioning. Most fundamentally, alliance communication would consistently position the Muslim security architecture as responsible stakeholder in international security with distinctive contribution potential rather than challenging force or parallel system. This positioning, emphasizing complementary rather than competitive relationship with existing security frameworks, would systematically reduce perception of inherent threat requiring containment. These communication approaches would address the fundamental challenge facing any new security architecture, establishing legitimacy within the existing international system while preserving distinctive identity and independent position. Pakistan's experience gradually normalizing its nuclear status despite initial international resistance, transforming perception from dangerous proliferation to responsible deterrence, provides both model and qualification for leading this sophisticated communication within the broader alliance framework. Conclusion: balanced engagement without compromise. The management of major power relationships represents perhaps the most sophisticated challenge facing the proposed Muslim security architecture. Unlike historical Muslim empires operating in relatively isolated environments, the alliance would emerge within an interconnected global system where major powers maintain substantial capabilities, interests, and influence across the Muslim world. Navigating these complex relationships requires diplomatic sophistication beyond either confrontational defiance or submissive accommodation. The proposed architecture under Pakistan's leadership would implement balanced engagement across all major power relationships, maintaining constructive interaction with the United States without alignment, developing partnership with China without dependency, engaging Russia without ideological positioning, and cooperating with European powers as equals rather than subordinates. This multidirectional approach, preserving relationships across competing power centers while maintaining independent action, represents sophisticated diplomacy exceeding simplistic alignment choices. This balanced approach directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than attempting to match major powers' material capabilities through overwhelming resources, quantity, the alliance would develop sophisticated diplomatic frameworks, quality, that leverage differences between major powers, identify specific convergence points, and maintain relationship diversity, preserving independence through balance. The resulting diplomatic architecture would achieve influence exceeding material capabilities through strategic sophistication rather than resource mobilization. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in this precise domain. No Muslim majority state has more successfully maintained balanced relationships across competing power centers while preserving independent action on core interests. From navigating between American and Chinese relationships during the Cold War to engaging Russia despite Moscow's Indian partnership, Pakistan has consistently demonstrated the diplomatic sophistication required for managing complex major power relationships without compromising sovereignty or core principles. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of these principles. Throughout the confrontation, Pakistan maintained communication channels with the United States despite American criticism, deepened operational coordination with China without becoming dependent, engaged Russian diplomatic support while managing Moscow's Indian relationship, and utilized European channels for de-escalation despite critical statements from several EU members. This multidirectional engagement, preserving relationships across competing power centers while maintaining independent action, provides both template and validation for the broader alliance approach. By implementing sophisticated relationship management across all major powers, the proposed security architecture would transform a potential vulnerability, limited resources compared to established powers, into distinctive advantage through diplomatic flexibility unavailable to rigid alignment structures. The resulting framework would maintain the independence required for authentic Muslim security leadership while avoiding unnecessary antagonism that would trigger counterproductive opposition from powers capable of undermining alliance development. Chapter 103. International Organizations. Engagement. O mankind, indeed we have created you from male and female and made you peoples and tribes that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you. Quran 49-13. The establishment of a Pakistan-led Muslim security alliance would occur within a complex global institutional landscape populated by numerous international organizations with substantial influence over security architecture legitimacy, operational parameters, and diplomatic standing. From the United Nations system to regional bodies, established multilateral frameworks to emerging arrangements, these organizations represent both potential constraints and opportunities requiring sophisticated engagement strategies beyond either uncritical integration or categorical rejection. The strategic challenge is multidimensional. The proposed alliance must establish legitimate standing within existing international frameworks while preserving its distinctive Islamic identity and independent decision-making. It must utilize organizational platforms for advancing Muslim security interests while managing institutional biases frequently favoring established powers. It must leverage institutional legitimacy without becoming paralyzed by procedural constraints or countermajority vetoes. This complexity demands nuanced approaches exceeding simplistic positioning. Conventional discourse often presents false binaries regarding international organizational engagement, integration versus isolation, compliance versus defiance, reform versus rejection. The proposed security architecture would transcend these artificial choices through sophisticated engagement tailored to specific organizations, particular issues, and strategic objectives. This approach, neither reflexively deferential nor categorically oppositional, would maximize influence while preserving independence across diverse institutional relationships. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated both the challenges and opportunities of this approach. Throughout the confrontation, Pakistan effectively utilized UN Security Council procedures despite structural disadvantages, leveraged the Organization of Islamic Cooperation for diplomatic support, engaged regional bodies for mediation pathways, and maintained legal positioning through careful compliance with international humanitarian law requirements. This multidimensional engagement, utilizing institutional platforms while maintaining independent action, provides both template and validation for the broader alliance approach. This chapter examines how the proposed Muslim security architecture would engage the United Nations system, regional organizations, international legal frameworks, diplomatic communication channels, and transparency mechanisms. Rather than simplistic compliance or defiance, the alliance would implement sophisticated approaches maximizing institutional benefits while preserving authentic Islamic security imperatives. This nuanced engagement, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated institutional dexterity, represents a critical qualification for effective leadership of the proposed architecture. United Nations Relationship Framework. The United Nations system, combining universal membership, charter-based legitimacy, Security Council authority, specialized agencies, and peacekeeping capabilities, represents the primary global security governance framework requiring sophisticated engagement from the proposed alliance. The UN's unique legitimacy creates opportunities for advancing Muslim security interests while its structural power imbalances, particularly the Permanent Security Council veto system, present significant constraints requiring strategic navigation. The alliance would develop a sophisticated relationship framework addressing these complexities. 1. Charter alignment with distinctive interpretation. The alliance would explicitly frame its formation and operations as aligned with UN Charter principles, particularly Article 51 self-defense provisions and Chapter 8's regional arrangement authorization, while maintaining distinctive Islamic interpretations of these provisions reflecting Muslim security imperatives. This approach would establish legitimacy within existing legal frameworks while preserving interpretive autonomy on application to specific Muslim security challenges. 2. Security Council engagement with reform advocacy. While respecting the Council's formal authority under the Charter, the alliance would systematically advocate structural reforms addressing representational deficiencies, particularly the absence of permanent Muslim majority state representation despite comprising over 25% of humanity. This balanced approach, engaging existing structures while advocating reformation, would maximize current influence while pursuing long-term structural improvements specifically addressing Muslim security architecture legitimization. 3. Peacekeeping contribution with deployment selectivity. The alliance would maintain and expand Muslim states' substantial peacekeeping contributions, building on Pakistan's position as leading troop contributor, while implementing sophisticated selectivity regarding deployment acceptance based on mission alignment with Muslim security interests. This approach would demonstrate responsible participation while preserving operational autonomy and preventing deployments potentially contradicting core alliance principles regarding Muslim security. 4. Specialized agency strategic utilization. Beyond security dimensions, the alliance would develop specific engagement strategies for UN specialized agencies particularly relevant to Muslim security concerns, including UNHCR, refugee protection, UNESCO, cultural heritage preservation, UNRWA, Palestinian support, and development programs addressing root causes of instability. This multidimensional engagement would leverage the full UN system beyond purely security frameworks to address comprehensive Muslim security challenges. 5. Islamic universal norms integration. Through systematic engagement in UN forums, the alliance would articulate sophisticated integration between Islamic security principles and universal norms embodied in UN frameworks, demonstrating complementarity rather than contradiction while preserving distinctive Islamic approaches to security challenges. This normative engagement would establish the alliance as contributor to global security governance evolution rather than merely recipient of existing frameworks. These approaches would transform UN engagement from potential constraint into strategic opportunity, utilizing institutional legitimacy while preserving distinctive security identity. Pakistan's extensive UN experience, including leadership in peacekeeping contributions, diplomatic engagement despite structural disadvantages, and navigation of complex Kashmir resolutions, provides both model and qualification for managing this multidimensional relationship within the broader alliance framework. Regional organizations coordination. Beyond the UN system, the proposed alliance would navigate complex relationships with diverse regional organizations across different geographical areas, functional domains, and membership compositions. These relationships require particularly nuanced approaches given the range from Muslim-majority organizations to those with minimal Islamic Representation, from security-focused bodies to economic integration frameworks. The alliance would implement tailored approaches addressing this organizational diversity. 1. Organization of Islamic Cooperation Transformation. The alliance would utilize the OIC as primary diplomatic platform and legitimizing framework while pursuing its transformation from rhetorical forum to operational security architecture as detailed in Chapter 28. This approach, building on existing legitimacy while enhancing practical capability, would create institutional continuity between established diplomatic frameworks and emerging security architecture rather than parallel competing structures. 2. Regional security organization structured engagement. With security-focused regional bodies like ASEAN Regional Forum, Gulf Cooperation Council, and Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the alliance would establish formal dialogue mechanisms, observer relationships, and functional cooperation frameworks without either seeking full integration or maintaining categorical distance. This calibrated engagement would enable practical cooperation while preserving the alliance's distinctive identity and decision autonomy. 3. Economic integration bodies partnership development. Recognizing security economic linkages, the alliance would establish structured partnerships with regional economic organizations including ASEAN, ECO, and African regional bodies, focusing on developmental security dimensions while maintaining clear boundary between economic integration and security architecture. This approach would leverage economic frameworks for comprehensive security enhancement while preserving the alliance's distinctive security focus. 4. Multi-regional representation mechanisms. To address its geographic dispersion across multiple regions, the alliance would develop sophisticated representation mechanisms in diverse regional forums, utilizing appropriate member states as primary interlocutors in specific regional bodies while maintaining collective position coordination. This distributed representation would enable effective engagement across multiple regional frameworks despite the alliance's trans-regional character. 5. Forum shopping avoidance protocols. To maintain institutional credibility, the alliance would establish clear protocols preventing inappropriate forum shopping where the same issue is presented to multiple organizations seeking favorable outcome rather than appropriate jurisdiction. These protocols, demonstrating procedural integrity despite advocacy for Muslim security interests, would establish the alliance as responsible institutional actor rather than merely instrumental user of organizational platforms. These approaches would transform engagement with regional organizations from potential fragmentation into coordinated strategy advancing Muslim security interests across multiple institutional platforms. Pakistan's experience navigating diverse regional frameworks, from SARC to SCO, ECO to ASEAN dialogue partnerships, provides practical template for managing these complex relationships within the broader alliance framework. Legal foundations under international law. The proposed alliance would operate within an international legal system combining significant opportunities for Muslim security advancement with structural biases often favoring established powers. This complex legal environment requires sophisticated navigation beyond either uncritical acceptance or categorical rejection of existing frameworks. The alliance would develop nuanced legal approaches establishing legitimacy while preserving distinctive security imperatives. 1. Multilateral treaty foundation with Islamic character. The alliance would establish its legal foundation through formal multilateral treaty incorporating both conventional international legal provisions and distinctive Islamic legal principles regarding collective security. This integrated approach, rather than either purely secular or exclusively Islamic framing, would establish dual legitimacy within both international and Islamic legal traditions while creating unique normative contribution to global security governance evolution. 2. Use of force doctrine development. The alliance would articulate sophisticated legal doctrine regarding use of force questions, including self-defense interpretation, anticipatory action parameters, and collective response authorization, that respects core international legal constraints while addressing Muslim security imperatives inadequately covered in existing frameworks. This doctrine development would create jurisprudential foundation for legitimate security. Actions responding to distinctive threats facing Muslim populations. 3. Occupation and intervention jurisprudence. The alliance would develop systematic legal approaches addressing military occupation and external intervention in Muslim lands, areas where existing international jurisprudence often reflects power imbalances rather than consistent principle application. This jurisprudential contribution would create more balanced legal framework specifically addressing central security challenges facing Muslim populations while maintaining connection to established legal principles. 4. Cultural heritage protection. Legal innovation. Recognizing international law's limited development regarding religious site protection, the alliance would pioneer innovative legal frameworks specifically addressing Islamic sacred site preservation, religious freedom protection, and cultural heritage security. This distinctive contribution, addressing protection gaps in existing frameworks, would establish the alliance as normative contributor to international legal evolution rather than merely constrained actor within static system. 5. Compliance demonstration with standard enhancement. Most importantly, the alliance would implement systematic compliance documentation with existing international humanitarian law and relevant legal frameworks while simultaneously advocating specific enhancements addressing Muslim security concerns. This balanced approach, demonstrating responsible actor status while pursuing legitimate reforms, would establish credibility essential for effective engagement with international legal institutions. These legal approaches would transform potential constraints into opportunities for both legitimacy enhancement and normative contribution to international system evolution. Pakistan's experience successfully defending its security actions within international legal frameworks, particularly during previous India confrontations, while maintaining distinctive security positions provides both model and qualification for leadership in this sophisticated legal navigation. Diplomatic messaging strategies. Beyond formal institutional engagement, the proposed alliance would implement comprehensive diplomatic communication strategies addressing the fundamental challenge, establishing legitimacy within the international system while maintaining distinctive Islamic security identity and independence. This sophisticated messaging would focus on several key dimensions. 1. Constructive contribution emphasis. Alliance diplomatic messaging would consistently emphasize constructive contributions to global security governance, including peacekeeping participation, counter-terrorism cooperation, and humanitarian response capabilities, rather than purely oppositional positioning. This approach would establish the alliance as responsible security actor enhancing rather than challenging global stability while advancing specific Muslim security interests. 2. Problem-solving partner positioning. Diplomatic communication would systematically position the alliance as problem-solving partner for regional security challenges rather than either security consumer requiring external protection or isolationist bloc rejecting international engagement. This framing would transform perception from potential challenge into practical contribution opportunity while advancing specific Muslim security objectives through cooperative frameworks. 3. Track 1.5 and Track 2 strategic utilization. Beyond formal diplomatic channels, the alliance would systematically utilize Track 1.5, semi-official, and Track 2, unofficial, diplomatic frameworks for exploring sensitive issues, preparing formal initiatives, and developing mutual understanding without official position constraints. This layered approach would create flexible engagement opportunities beyond formal institutional limitations while maintaining official position integrity on core principles. 4. Audience segmentation with message consistency. Alliance diplomatic communication would implement sophisticated audience segmentation addressing different constituencies, Western governments, Asian powers, Global South partners, Muslim publics, and international organizations, with tailored messaging maintaining positional consistency while emphasizing aspects most relevant to specific audiences. This approach would maximize effectiveness across diverse perception environments without sacrificing core position coherence. 5. Capability communication alignment. perhaps most importantly, alliance diplomatic messaging would maintain strict alignment between communicated positions and actual capabilities, avoiding both rhetorical overreach beyond implementation capacity and capability understatement diminishing deterrence credibility. This alignment, representing sophisticated communication restraint, would establish fundamental diplomatic credibility necessary for effective international organization engagement. These diplomatic approaches would transform potential opposition into engagement opportunity through sophisticated communication exceeding reflexive positioning. Pakistan's diplomatic experience articulating distinctive security positions while maintaining international legitimacy, particularly regarding its nuclear program, provides both model and qualification for leading this nuanced communication within the broader alliance framework. Transparency and confidence building measures. Addressing inevitable concerns regarding a new security architecture's intentions and operations, the alliance would implement comprehensive confidence-building measures, transparency exceeding unconventional expectations while preserving necessary operational security. 1. Tiered transparency framework. Rather than binary secret public classification, the alliance would implement sophisticated tiered transparency with graduated information sharing across different dimensions, from comprehensive disclosure regarding general doctrine and institutional structure to appropriate confidentiality on specific capabilities and operational plans. This graduated approach would demonstrate openness exceeding many existing security frameworks while maintaining essential security appropriate to any defense arrangement. 2. Preemptive concern identification and addressing. The alliance would systematically identify potential international concerns regarding its formation, objectives, and operations, developing specific transparency measures addressing these concerns before they become established perceptions or formal objections. This proactive approach, rather than reactive response to already formed opposition, would shape initial international organizational engagement from position of established credibility. 3. Verification mechanism integration. Where appropriate for confidence building without compromising core security, the alliance would integrate verification mechanisms allowing international confirmation of specific commitments, limitations, or operational parameters. These mechanisms, carefully designed to prevent intelligence compromise while providing legitimate verification, would establish credibility exceeding rhetorical assurances while preserving operational security. 4. Predictability enhancement protocols. The alliance would establish systematic protocols providing appropriate advance notification of major exercises, significant capability deployments, or substantial architectural developments to relevant international organizations. These predictability measures, exceeding requirements while preserving operational flexibility, would prevent unnecessary alarm while demonstrating responsible security actor status within international frameworks. 5. Regular dialogue institutionalization. Most fundamentally, the alliance would establish regularized dialogue mechanisms organizations, including with annual relevant international briefings, liaison arrangements, and information exchange protocols that institutionalize transparency beyond ad hoc communication. These structured engagements would create consistent information flow, preventing misperception development while establishing the alliance as transparent and accessible security actor. These measures would transform potential suspicion into engagement opportunity through transparency exceeding conventional expectations for new security architectures. Pakistan's experience gradually building international confidence regarding its nuclear program, transitioning from initial alarm to growing acceptance through systematic transparency within security limitations, provides practical template for implementing these measures within the broader alliance framework. Conclusion: legitimacy with independence. Engagement with international organizations represents perhaps the most sophisticated diplomatic challenge facing the proposed Muslim Security Alliance. Unlike historical Islamic empires operating with minimal institutional constraints, the alliance would emerge within a complex ecosystem of international organizations with substantial influence over security architecture, legitimacy, operational parameters, and diplomatic standing. Navigating these institutional relationships requires diplomatic sophistication beyond either uncritical integration or categorical rejection. The proposed architecture under Pakistan's leadership would implement nuanced approaches across diverse organizations, maintaining constructive UN engagement while advocating necessary reforms, developing tailored relationships with regional bodies while preserving distinctive identity, establishing legitimacy within international legal frameworks while advancing Muslim-specific security concerns, communicating sophisticated diplomatic positioning across diverse audiences, and implementing transparency measures exceeding conventional expectations while maintaining operational security. This multidimensional engagement, utilizing institutional platforms while preserving independence, represents sophisticated diplomacy exceeding simplistic positioning within international organizations. This approach directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing influence through overwhelming resource commitment to international organizations, quantity, the alliance would develop sophisticated engagement frameworks, quality, that maximize impact through strategic selectivity, normative contribution, and distinctive Islamic perspectives within established institutions. The resulting influence would exceed material capabilities through diplomatic sophistication rather than resource mobilization. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in this precise domain. Few Muslim-majority states have more successfully navigated complex international institutional relationships while maintaining independent action on core interests. From its substantial UN peacekeeping contributions to effective Security Council engagement despite structural disadvantages, from OIC leadership on key Muslim causes to balanced participation in diverse regional frameworks, Pakistan has consistently demonstrated the diplomatic sophistication required for effective international organization engagement while preserving sovereignty and core principles. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of these principles. Throughout the confrontation, Pakistan effectively utilized UN Security Council procedures despite structural disadvantages, leveraged the Organization of Islamic Cooperation for diplomatic support, engaged regional bodies for mediation pathways, and maintained legal positioning through careful compliance with international humanitarian law requirements. This multidimensional engagement, utilizing institutional platforms while maintaining independent action, provides both template and validation for the broader alliance approach. By implementing sophisticated engagement across diverse international organizations, the proposed security architecture would transform potential constraints into strategic opportunities, establishing legitimacy within existing frameworks while preserving the distinctive Islamic identity and independent decision-making essential for authentic Muslim security leadership. The resulting architecture would represent neither uncritical integration nor categorical rejection, but principled engagement advancing Muslim security interests through international institutional frameworks while maintaining the independence necessary for addressing their limitations. Chapter 104. Media and Public Perception Management. O you who have believed, if there comes to you a disobedient one with information, investigate, lest you harm a people out of ignorance and become, over what you have done, regretful. Quran 49-6. The establishment of a Pakistan-led Muslim security alliance would occur within a global information environment characterized by unprecedented media proliferation, narrative contestation, perception management campaigns, and strategic communication competition. This complex landscape, where security outcomes increasingly depend on perception alongside physical capabilities, presents both profound challenges and unique opportunities requiring sophisticated approaches beyond conventional public affairs or propaganda models. The strategic imperative is multidimensional. The alliance must articulate its security vision in terms resonating with diverse audiences from Western policy centers to Muslim populations. It must counter entrenched narratives portraying autonomous Muslim security arrangements as inherently threatening or extremist. It must develop distinctive Islamic communication approaches exceeding Western models in both ethical foundation and strategic effectiveness. These requirements demand communication sophistication matching or exceeding the alliance's military capabilities. Conventional security approaches often treat media and public perception as secondary considerations, tactical enablers rather than strategic determinants. The proposed alliance would fundamentally reject this outdated paradigm, instead recognizing perception management as central battle space where strategic advantage must be established alongside conventional capabilities. This recognition, elevating communication to core security function rather than support activity, represents crucial innovation in Muslim security architecture. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated this strategic reality with remarkable clarity. Despite India's overwhelming advantages in conventional media reach, international relationships, and narrative infrastructure, Pakistan achieved significant perception advantages through sophisticated communication approaches, focusing on proportionate response messaging, precise targeting documentation, civilian protection emphasis, and consistent international law references. These communication dimensions proved as consequential as kinetic operations in shaping crisis outcomes and international responses. This chapter examines how the proposed Muslim security alliance would implement comprehensive approaches to strategic communication planning, media engagement strategies, public diplomacy initiatives, information operations coordination, and narrative development. Rather than adapting Western models or improvising tactical responses, the alliance would develop distinctive Islamic approaches to perception management grounded in both religious principles and strategic effectiveness. This sophisticated capability, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated communication excellence, represents a critical qualification for effective leadership of the proposed architecture. Strategic communication planning. The foundation for effective perception management lies in comprehensive strategic communication planning exceeding reactive messaging or fragmented initiatives. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches integrating communication across all security dimensions. 1. Islamic Strategic Integration Framework. Unlike Western communication models artificially separating strategic objectives from ethical constraints, the alliance would develop integrated planning frameworks where Islamic principles regarding truthfulness, sidq, integrity, amanah, and proportionality, mizan, enhance rather than constrain strategic effectiveness. This integration, rejecting false dichotomy between ethical communication and strategic impact, would create distinctive advantage through authentic messaging resonating across diverse audiences while maintaining moral consistency. 2. Multi-audience simultaneous optimization. The alliance would implement sophisticated planning models simultaneously addressing diverse priority audiences, Western security establishments, Muslim populations, international organizations, potential adversaries, and member state constituencies, without contradictory messaging. This capability, maintaining position consistency while optimizing presentation for specific audience concerns, would exceed conventional approaches often creating contradictions across different audiences. 3. Messaging. Cross-domain communication integration. Strategic planning would systematically integrate communication across all operational domains, from conventional military activities to cyber operations, economic initiatives to cultural engagements, ensuring consistent messaging despite organizational specialization. This integration would prevent the domain fragmentation plaguing many security actors, where military, diplomatic, economic, and cultural communications often contradict despite shared objectives. 4. Proactive reactive balance management. The alliance would develop sophisticated frameworks balancing proactive narrative development with responsive crisis communication, maintaining strategic message continuity despite tactical adaptations to emerging situations. This balanced approach, neither exclusively proactive nor purely reactive, would create resilient messaging maintaining effectiveness across developments. 5. Anticipated and unanticipated. Strategic patience preservation. Perhaps most distinctively, alliance communication planning would implement frameworks preserving strategic messaging patience despite tactical pressures for immediate response or narrative adjustment. This patience, reflecting Islamic principles regarding deliberation, shura, and thoughtful action, hikmah, would create strategic advantage against adversaries whose communication often sacrifices long-term credibility for short-term tactical advantage. These planning approaches would transform potential perception vulnerability into strategic advantage through sophisticated frameworks exceeding conventional models. Pakistan's experience developing effective strategic communication despite limited resources, particularly during nuclear development, counterterrorism operations, and regional crises, provides both model and qualification for leading this sophisticated planning within the broader alliance framework. Media engagement strategies. Beyond strategic planning, the alliance would implement specific media engagement approaches addressing the fundamental challenge, establishing credible voice within a global media environment often structurally biased against autonomous Muslim security perspectives. This engagement would focus on several key dimensions. 1. Media sovereignty development. The alliance would systematically develop indigenous media capabilities, reducing dependency on Western-dominated international outlets for security narrative dissemination. This approach, investing in Muslim world media infrastructure across broadcast, digital, and print platforms, would create communication channels maintaining narrative sovereignty during critical security situations rather than filtering messages through often hostile external media frameworks. 2. Access reciprocity protocols. When engaging international media, the alliance would implement sophisticated reciprocity protocols establishing clear conditions for access, correction rights, and contextual representation. These protocols, neither naively open nor defensively closed, would ensure Muslim security perspectives receive fair representation while preventing manipulative editing, decontextualization, or narrative distortion common in security. Coverage. 3. Direct mediated channel balance. The alliance would maintain sophisticated balance between direct communication channels, official statements, authorized releases, verified social media, and engagement through established media. Interviews, background briefings, journalist access. This balanced approach, neither exclusively direct nor entirely mediated, would maximize message integrity while ensuring sufficient dissemination through maintaining broader credibility. 4. Recognized channels. Media literacy enhancement. Recognizing that audience capability determines communication effectiveness, the alliance would implement comprehensive media literacy programs across Muslim populations, enhancing critical evaluation skills regarding security narratives. This capability development, elevating audience sophistication alongside message quality, would create distinctive advantage through populations resistant to adversary manipulation while receptive to authentic alliance communication. 5. Rapid verification capability. The alliance would develop specialized rapid verification units capable of authenticating or debunking security-related information within operational timeframes rather than academic intervals. This capability, providing timely, credible reference points amid information contestation, would establish the alliance as authoritative security information source, creating strategic advantage beyond specific narrative control. These engagement strategies would transform media relationships from potential vulnerability into strategic asset through sophisticated approaches exceeding conventional models. Pakistan's experience effectively engaging global media despite structural disadvantages, particularly during the 2011 Abbottabad operation, various regional crises, and counterterrorism operations, provides practical template for managing these complex dynamics within the broader alliance framework. Public diplomacy initiatives. Beyond media engagement, the alliance would implement comprehensive public diplomacy initiatives establishing direct relationships with key constituencies without media intermediation. This multidimensional approach would focus on several strategic dimensions. 1. 2. 3. Religious leader engagement networks. The alliance would develop sophisticated networks engaging influential religious leaders across the Muslim world, from traditional ulama to contemporary religious intellectuals, established institutions to emerging voices, in security discourse integration. This engagement, recognizing religious leaders as critical opinion shapers beyond political figures, would create distinctive communication channels unavailable to conventional security frameworks separating religious and security dimensions. Academic and think tank integration. The alliance would implement structured engagement with academic institutions, policy research organizations, and strategic study centers worldwide, providing substantive access beyond public affairs superficiality. This sophisticated engagement, sharing actual strategic thinking rather than merely public positions, would develop informed analysis communities providing credible external perspectives on alliance activities beyond official messaging. Cultural diplomacy integration with security. Narrative. Unlike conventional approaches treating cultural engagement as separate from security communication, the alliance would develop integrated frameworks where cultural initiatives, including arts exhibitions, literary exchanges, film festivals, and historical commemorations, systematically support broader security narratives without propagandistic reduction. This integration would create distinctive advantage through cultural authenticity supporting security messaging. 4. 5. Youth-focused digital engagement. The alliance would implement specialized approaches engaging Muslim youth demographics through digital platforms, interactive formats, and conventional participatory top-down frameworks exceeding communication. This engagement, recognizing youth as both critical audience and potential security architecture participants, would create generational sustainability through meaningful incorporation rather than passive message reception. Visitor programs with strategic impact. Beyond symbolic exchanges, the alliance would develop substantive visitor programs bringing influential international figures, from security professionals to journalists, academics to religious leaders, into direct contact with alliance capabilities, leadership, and strategic thinking. These programs, exceeding tourism or superficial delegation visits, would create informed international constituencies with direct experience contradicting negative stereotypes about Muslim security approaches. These public diplomacy initiatives would transform perception development from media dependency into direct engagement advantage through sophisticated approaches transcending conventional models. Pakistan's successful navigation of public diplomacy challenges, particularly regarding nuclear program perception, counterterrorism narrative development, and Kashmir awareness, provides both model and qualification for leading these initiatives within the broader alliance framework. Information operations coordination. The proposed alliance would develop sophisticated capabilities coordinating information operations across multiple domains, audiences, and timeframes while maintaining ethical foundations distinguishing legitimate influence from manipulation. This capability would focus on several key dimensions. 1. Islamic ethical framework development. Unlike Western information operations often justifying manipulation through necessity, the alliance would develop comprehensive ethical frameworks based on Islamic principles regarding truthfulness, proportionality, and just cause. This ethical foundation, rejecting false necessity claims for deception, would create counterintuitive advantages through reputation for integrity, generating credibility advantages during critical information contestation periods. 2. Counter-disinformation specialized capabilities. The alliance would develop specialized capabilities identifying, analyzing, and countering disinformation targeting Muslim security interests, particularly narratives portraying legitimate security actions as extremism, characterizing Muslim victims as perpetrators, or framing defensive measures as aggression. These capabilities, focusing on factual correction rather than counter-propaganda, would establish the alliance as authoritative reference point amid deliberate narrative distortion. 3. Strategic narrative reinforcement operations. Beyond tactical messaging, the alliance would implement sophisticated operations systematically reinforcing strategic narratives regarding Muslim security legitimacy, Islamic principles in security affairs, and the alliance's defensive orientation. These operations, maintaining consistent strategic themes across diverse tactical implementations, would create cumulative perception advantages through narrative coherence exceeding reactive messaging. For cross-domain coordination mechanisms, the alliance would establish sophisticated coordination mechanisms integrating information operations across cyber, media, diplomatic, and military domains, ensuring consistent messaging despite organizational specialization. This integration, preventing the contradictory narratives often emerging in complex security organizations, would create distinctive advantage through synchronized effects across all influence domains. 5. Adversary narrative anticipation capabilities. Perhaps most importantly, the alliance would develop specialized capabilities anticipating adversary narratives before deployment, preparing preemptive frameworks rather than merely responding to established perception challenges. This anticipatory approach, moving beyond reactive posture to proactive positioning, would transform information contestation from vulnerability to advantage through superior preparation and positioning. These coordination approaches would transform information operations from potential ethical contradiction into strategic advantage through sophisticated frameworks exceeding conventional models. Pakistan's experience developing effective counter-narrative capabilities despite resource constraints, particularly regarding Indian disinformation campaigns, terrorism association efforts, and nuclear program mischaracterization, provides both model and qualification for leading this sophisticated coordination within the broader alliance. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated these capabilities in action, as Pakistan effectively countered initial Indian narratives characterizing Operation Sindoor as counter-terrorism by rapidly providing factual context, documentation of civilian targeting patterns, and consistent reference to international law violations. This narrative contestation proved as significant as kinetic operations in shaping international responses and crisis. Resolution parameters. Narrative development and dissemination. At the foundation of all perception management lies the quality of narrative, the coherent explanation of identity, actions, and objectives that provides framework for understanding specific events. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches to narrative development exceeding conventional messaging. 1. Islamic universal values integration. The alliance would develop narratives systematically integrating authentic Islamic security principles with universal values recognized across civilizational boundaries, demonstrating how Islamic concepts regarding proportionality, mizan, discrimination in targeting, tamiz, and just cause, Zarb-e-Azb, align with international humanitarian principles while maintaining distinctive religious foundation. This integration would create narratives resonating beyond Muslim audiences without compromising Islamic authenticity. 2. Visual documentation strategic integration. Recognizing contemporary perception environments' visual dominance, the alliance would implement sophisticated approaches integrating visual documentation of security operations, particularly regarding precision targeting, civilian protection measures, and proportionate response, into broader narrative frameworks. This integration, exceeding both propagandistic selective imagery and documentation avoidance, would create credibility through transparent visual evidence supporting narrative claims. 3. Metaphor and conceptual framing development. The alliance would systematically develop distinctive metaphors, analogies, and conceptual frameworks making complex security concepts accessible to non-specialist audiences without oversimplification. This capability, translating sophisticated security realities into comprehensible narratives without distortion, would create advantage through broader understanding of alliance positions beyond security. Professionals alone. For historical continuity with contemporary relevance, alliance narratives would establish sophisticated connections between Islamic historical traditions and contemporary security approaches, demonstrating how classical Islamic principles regarding proportionality, civilian protection, and just conduct provide foundation for modern operations. This historical integration would create narrative depth exceeding contemporary security discourse, often lacking civilizational context. 5. Distribution network diversification. Beyond narrative content, the alliance would develop comprehensive dissemination networks ensuring message resilience against platform manipulation, algorithm changes, or specific channel suppression. This diversified approach, maintaining narrative presence across traditional media, social platforms, religious networks, academic channels, and direct communication, would create distribution advantages ensuring message persistence despite potential suppression attempts. These narrative approaches would transform perception development from tactical messaging into strategic framework through sophisticated approaches exceeding conventional models. Pakistan's experience developing effective security narratives despite resource constraints, particularly regarding nuclear deterrence legitimacy, counter-terrorism operations, and defensive posture, provides both model and qualification for leading this sophisticated narrative development within the broader alliance. Conclusion. Battle space. Perception as central. Media and public perception management represents not peripheral concern but central strategic domain for the proposed Muslim security alliance. In contemporary security environment, perception increasingly determines operational outcomes alongside physical capabilities, establishing legitimacy, generating support, maintaining alliance cohesion, and shaping adversary calculations through narrative frameworks as consequential as military deployments or economic resources. The proposed architecture under Pakistan's leadership would implement sophisticated approaches across strategic communication planning, media engagement, public diplomacy, information operations, and narrative development. These capabilities, grounded in Islamic ethical principles while incorporating contemporary communication technologies and methodologies, would create distinctive advantages exceeding conventional Western models, often separating strategic effectiveness from ethical foundation. This approach directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing perception advantages through overwhelming resource commitment to media purchases, advertising expenditure, or propaganda volume, quantity, the alliance would develop sophisticated frameworks emphasizing narrative quality, ethical consistency, and strategic patience, quality. The resulting perception advantages would exceed material capabilities through communication excellence rather than resource mobilization. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in this precise domain. Despite facing adversaries with substantially greater media resources, international reach, and narrative infrastructure, particularly India's considerable advantages in these dimensions, Pakistan has consistently achieved perception objectives through superior strategic communication, narrative development, and information operation coordination. This capability, maintaining effective global communication despite resource constraints, represents crucial qualification for leading the broader alliance. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of these principles. Despite India's overwhelming advantages in conventional media relationships, international access, and communication resources, Pakistan achieved significant perception advantages through sophisticated approaches, focusing on proportionate response documentation, precise targeting evidence, civilian protection emphasis, and consistent international law references. These communication dimensions proved as consequential as kinetic operations in shaping crisis outcomes and international responses. By implementing sophisticated perception management across all dimensions, the proposed security architecture would transform potential vulnerability into distinctive advantage, establishing legitimacy, generating support, and shaping security environment through narrative frameworks as sophisticated as its military capabilities. The resulting architecture would command not merely physical resources but also narrative terrain, the central battle space in contemporary security affairs. Chapter 105. Economic pressure. Resistance. and prepare against them whatever you are able of power and of steeds of war, by which you may terrify the enemy of Allah and your enemy and others besides them whom you do not know but Allah knows. Quran 8 hours 60 minutes. The weaponization of economic systems against security objectives represents one of the most significant challenges facing the proposed Muslim Security Alliance. In contemporary international relations, economic sanctions, financial system access restrictions, trade limitations, technology denial regimes, and investment barriers have become primary instruments for constraining independent security architectures without direct military confrontation. This evolution, transforming economic domains from welfare enhancement to coercion vector, creates vulnerabilities potentially more significant than conventional military threats for emerging security frameworks. The strategic challenge is multidimensional. The alliance must develop resilience against financial system weaponization while maintaining global economic engagement. It must ensure critical material access despite potential supply restrictions without sacrificing economic efficiency. It must protect industrial capabilities from targeted degradation while preserving innovation through global knowledge flows. These requirements demand sophisticated economic security approaches beyond either isolation or uncritical integration within potentially weaponized systems. Conventional security discourse often presents false dichotomies regarding economic pressure, integration versus autarky, compliance versus defiance, development versus security. The proposed alliance would transcend these artificial choices through nuanced approaches, creating resilience without isolation, maintaining access without dependency, and ensuring security without sacrificing development. This sophisticated balance, neither naively open nor defensively closed, would transform potential vulnerability into distinctive strength. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated both the reality of economic weaponization and potential for effective countermeasures. Despite coordinated attempts to isolate Pakistan financially through correspondent banking restrictions, trade pathway disruption, and remittance channel interference, Pakistan's economic defense mechanisms, including alternative payment channels, strategic reserves deployment, and mutual support arrangements with key partners, maintained essential economic functionality throughout the confrontation. This resilience proved as consequential as military capabilities in preserving strategic independence during the crisis. This chapter examines how the proposed Muslim Security Alliance would implement comprehensive approaches to sanctions resilience planning, alternative financial mechanisms, critical material self-sufficiency, economic mutual support frameworks, and industrial base protection. Rather than pursuing impossible autarky or accepting vulnerability through uncritical integration, the alliance would develop sophisticated middle paths, creating specific resilience in strategic domains while maintaining beneficial global economic engagement. This balanced capability, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated economic defense experience, represents a critical qualification for effective leadership of the proposed architecture. Sanctions resilience planning. The foundation for economic pressure resistance lies in comprehensive planning that anticipates potential sanctions vectors, develops specific countermeasures, and implements resilience mechanisms before crisis emergence. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches, creating preemptive protection against economic coercion. 1. Vulnerability mapping and prioritization. The alliance would develop comprehensive economic vulnerability assessments identifying specific pressure points across financial systems, trade relationships, technology dependencies, and resource requirements. This systematic mapping, analyzing member state economic structures, individually and collectively, would prioritize vulnerabilities based on impact severity, probability, and mitigation difficulty, creating targeted resilience development rather than unfocused economic nationalism. 2. Graduated response framework development. Beyond binary preparation for complete economic isolation, the alliance would establish sophisticated graduated response frameworks addressing different sanction intensities, combinations, and targeting patterns. These frameworks, ranging from limited financial restrictions to comprehensive exclusion scenarios, would create proportionate, scalable countermeasures, avoiding both underpreparation and inefficient overreaction to specific pressure types. 3. early warning indicator systems, the alliance would implement specialized economic intelligence capabilities monitoring technical indicators of impending sanctions, including unusual correspondent banking queries, shipping insurance pattern changes, atypical regulatory inquiries, and suspicious inspection regime modifications. These early warning systems would provide critical preparation time before formal measures, enabling preemptive position adjustment rather than reactive scrambling after implementation. 4. Structured response playbooks. Beyond conceptual frameworks, the alliance would develop specific operational playbooks detailing immediate actions, responsible entities, coordination mechanisms, and decision authorities for different economic pressure scenarios. These structured responses, tested through regular exercises similar to military drills, would create implementation capability exceeding theoretical understanding, ensuring practical effectiveness. Theoretical resilience becomes operational necessity. When? 5. Legal countermeasure preparation. The alliance would establish comprehensive legal defense frameworks challenging illegitimate economic restrictions through multiple venues, from WTO mechanisms to international arbitration, UN frameworks to bilateral agreement provisions. These legal countermeasures, prepared in advance rather than improvised after implementation, would impose costs on sanctioning entities while creating legitimacy challenges, potentially deterring restriction imposition or facilitating earlier removal. These planning approaches would transform economic pressure from strategic surprise into anticipated challenge through sophisticated frameworks exceeding reactive improvisation. Pakistan's experience developing effective sanctions management despite limited resources, particularly regarding nuclear program restrictions, FATF challenges, and pressure during counter-terrorism operations, provides both model and qualification for leading this sophisticated planning within the broader alliance framework. Alternative financial mechanisms. Beyond planning, the alliance would develop specific alternative financial mechanisms insulating critical security functions from potential system weaponization without sacrificing beneficial integration in normal conditions. These sophisticated approaches would focus on creating selective resilience rather than comprehensive divorce from global financial architecture. 1. Parallel payment system development. The alliance would establish specialized payment mechanisms enabling direct settlement between member states without utilizing Western control channels vulnerable to interruption. This parallel system, utilizing blockchain technologies, bilateral currency arrangements, and commodity-backed instruments, would maintain critical transaction capability during restrictions while allowing efficient global system utilization during normal operations. 2. Strategic reserve composition adjustment. Member states would implement coordinated adjustments to strategic reserve composition, reducing vulnerability, creating concentrations in specific currencies, institutions, or jurisdictions subject to potential weaponization. These adjustments, calibrated to balance resilience enhancement against yield reduction, would create distributed reserve profiles resistant to targeted freezing while maintaining legitimate stabilization functions. 3. Critical financial infrastructure internalization. The alliance would develop indigenous capabilities for critical financial functions vulnerable to external interruption, including transaction clearing, trade finance documentation, shipping insurance, and commodity pricing. These capabilities, focused on strategic functionality rather than comprehensive replacement, would ensure essential operations during restriction periods while allowing more efficient external service utilization when available. 4. Islamic finance integration with resilience. Rather than creating entirely separate structures, the alliance would integrate resilience features within existing Islamic finance frameworks, utilizing Sharia-compliant instruments like Sukuk for critical infrastructure financing, Takaful for strategic risk management, and Murabaha for essential commodity acquisition. This integration would leverage established Islamic finance mechanisms for security enhancement while expanding their applications. Functionality. 5. Beyond conventional commercial digital currency strategic development. The alliance would implement coordinated approaches to central bank digital currencies and distributed ledger technologies specifically designed for sanction resilience while maintaining legitimate regulatory compliance. These digital systems, balancing anonymity features with necessary transparency, would create transaction capabilities resistant to conventional restriction mechanisms without triggering illegitimacy perceptions associated with completely anonymous financial channels. These financial mechanisms would transform potential system weaponization from crippling vulnerability into manageable challenge through sophisticated approaches exceeding both naive integration and defensive isolation. Pakistan's experience developing financial system resilience despite significant pressure, particularly its navigation of correspondent banking restrictions, alternative channel development for critical transactions, and strategic reserve management during crisis periods, provides practical template for these approaches within the broader alliance framework. Self-sufficiency in critical material. Economic pressure frequently targets access to essential materials required for security capabilities, from specialized metals for weapon systems to electronic components for command networks, chemical precursors for propellants to maintenance items for existing platforms. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches ensuring critical material availability without pursuing inefficient comprehensive self-sufficiency. 1. Strategic material identification and tiering. Rather than attempting universal self-sufficiency, the alliance would develop comprehensive assessment frameworks categorizing materials by criticality, vulnerability, substitutability, and development difficulty. This sophisticated tiering, distinguishing truly essential materials from preferred but replaceable inputs, would focus self-sufficiency efforts on genuine strategic requirements while maintaining efficient global sourcing for non-critical materials. 2. Distributed production network development. For identified critical materials, the alliance would establish distributed production capabilities across multiple member states based on comparative advantage principles. This network approach, rather than redundant national capabilities, would create collective self-sufficiency without individual autarky while distributing interdependence within the alliance rather than external vulnerability. 3. Strategic stockpile coordination. The alliance would implement sophisticated coordination of national strategic stockpiles, harmonizing composition, volume, rotation protocols, and access conditions to create mutual insurance without unnecessary duplication. This coordination would transform national reserves into collective resource while respecting sovereignty through careful protocol development regarding utilization under different scenarios. 4. Dual-use industry cultivation. Rather than creating dedicated military-only production capabilities subject to economic inefficiency and peacetime underutilization, the alliance would systematically develop dual-use industries where civilian applications create sustainable business models while preserving critical security production capability. This approach would maintain essential production without creating economic burdens while complicating targeting through legitimate civilian function integration. 5. Reverse engineering and adaptation capabilities. The alliance would develop sophisticated reverse engineering capabilities enabling adaptation to supply restrictions through indigenous reproduction of denied items or development of functional substitutes. These capabilities, focusing on understanding underlying principles rather than mere copying, would create adaptation potential exceeding specific preparation, generating resilience against unanticipated restrictions beyond identified vulnerabilities. These approaches would transform material access weaponization from decisive vulnerability into manageable challenge through sophisticated frameworks exceeding both inefficient autarky and naive dependency. Pakistan's experience developing critical material self-sufficiency in specific domains, particularly its indigenous development of specialized materials for its nuclear program, adaptation capabilities for defense platforms under sanction, and strategic stockpile management, provides both model and qualification for leading these initiatives within the broader alliance. Economic mutual support frameworks. Beyond national resilience, the alliance would develop sophisticated frameworks for mutual economic support during targeted pressure periods, recognizing that sanctions often target specific members rather than entire groupings, creating opportunities for asymmetric assistance that maintains essential functionality without triggering secondary sanctions. 1. Graduated assistance protocols. The alliance would establish detailed protocols specifying different support levels corresponding to pressure intensity, providing proportionate assistance without unnecessary risk to supporting members. These graduated frameworks, ranging from modest trade substitution during limited measures to comprehensive economic integration during severe isolation, would create predictable support expectations while preventing assistance fatigue through excessive commitments. 2. Indirect channel specialization. Member states would develop specialized capabilities for indirect support provision when direct assistance triggers secondary sanctions risk. These capabilities, including third-party transaction facilitation, neutral jurisdiction utilization, and specialized commodity routing, would create assistance pathways resistant to detection or interruption while maintaining legitimate deniability regarding sanction circumvention versus legitimate sovereign economic relations. 3. Burden-sharing distribution systems. The alliance would implement sophisticated mechanisms ensuring mutual support costs are distributed proportionally according to member state capacity, preventing undue concentration on specific contributors. These distribution systems, potentially including compensation mechanisms, rotational responsibilities, and specialized role assignments, would maintain assistance sustainability through equitable burden allocation, preventing resentment or assistance exhaustion. 4. Private sector participation frameworks. Beyond government mechanisms, the alliance would develop structured approaches for private sector participation in economic resilience without creating undue commercial risk or regulatory exposure. These frameworks, potentially including special legal protections, insurance programs, and compliance guidance, would mobilize private economic capacity alongside official channels, creating response depth exceeding government resources alone. 5. Humanitarian exemption utilization. The alliance would systematically develop legitimate humanitarian channels that maintain essential civilian economic functions while navigating legal exemptions typically present even in comprehensive sanction regimes. These approaches, strictly separating legitimate humanitarian activities from prohibited domains while maintaining comprehensive documentation, would preserve essential civilian economic functions while reducing sanctions' effectiveness against broader security objectives. These mutual support frameworks would transform individualized pressure into collective challenge through sophisticated cooperation exceeding both unsustainable commitments and inadequate assistance. Pakistan's experience both receiving and providing economic support during pressure periods, particularly its development of specialized channels with China during restriction periods, provision of essential commodities to Iran during sanctions, and receipt of Gulf state assistance during financial challenges, provides practical template for these approaches within the broader alliance. Industrial base protection measures. The ultimate foundation for economic pressure resistance lies in preserving the industrial capabilities required for both security provision and civilian prosperity. The alliance would implement comprehensive approaches protecting this foundation against targeted degradation. 1. Critical industry identification and protection. The alliance would develop sophisticated frameworks identifying industries with direct security implications, from specialized metallurgy to advanced electronics, propulsion systems to communication networks, for targeted protection measures. This identification, based on security relevance rather than merely economic significance, would focus limited protection resources on capabilities with direct defense implications while allowing normal market function in non-critical sectors. 2. Supply chain mapping and vulnerability reduction. For identified critical industries, the alliance would implement comprehensive supply chain mapping identifying hidden dependencies, single-source vulnerabilities, and potential interruption vectors beyond direct sanctions. This mapping, examining multiple supply levels rather than merely direct inputs, would reveal cascading vulnerabilities requiring mitigation through redundancy development, alternative sourcing, or strategic stockpiling. 3. Technology indigenization prioritization. The alliance would develop sophisticated frameworks prioritizing technology indigenization efforts based on security criticality, development feasibility, and resource requirements. This prioritization focused on breakthrough capabilities enabling Broader development rather than comprehensive technology nationalism would create indigenous foundations for critical functions while maintaining beneficial engagement for non-critical technologies. 4. International. Industrial knowledge preservation systems. Beyond physical capabilities, the alliance would develop systematic approaches preserving critical industrial knowledge, including specialized training programs, technical documentation systems, and expertise retention incentives for critical workforce categories. These knowledge systems would maintain capability continuity despite personnel changes while creating regeneration potential if physical capacity experiences disruption. 5. Would legitimate dual-use justification development. The alliance established sophisticated frameworks documenting legitimate civilian applications for dual-use technologies and industries vulnerable to restriction under security pretexts. These justification frameworks, developed preemptively rather than reactively, would create legal and diplomatic foundations for protecting legitimate industrial capabilities against overbroad restrictions while distinguishing genuine security-appropriate activities civilian applications from. These industrial protection approaches would transform targeted degradation attempts into manageable challenges through sophisticated frameworks exceeding both unrealistic comprehensive protection and naive vulnerability acceptance. Pakistan's experience protecting critical industrial capabilities despite significant pressure, particularly its maintenance of specific defense industrial capacities during sanction periods, development of indigenous alternatives for restricted technologies, and cultivation of dual-use justifications for legitimate industrial activities, provides both model and qualification for leading these protection efforts within the broader alliance. Conclusion: economic security as strategic foundation. Economic pressure resistance represents not peripheral concern but foundational requirement for the proposed Muslim security alliance. In contemporary international environment where financial systems, trade relationships, and technology access face increasing weaponization, economic resilience becomes prerequisite for authentic security independence rather than merely commercial consideration. Without specific capability to withstand targeted economic pressure, even sophisticated military capabilities remain vulnerable to non-kinetic neutralization through their economic foundations. The proposed architecture under Pakistan's leadership would implement sophisticated approaches across sanctions resilience planning, alternative financial mechanisms, critical material self-sufficiency, mutual support frameworks, and industrial base protection. These capabilities, balanced between unrealistic autarky and naive vulnerability, would create specific resilience in strategic domains while maintaining beneficial global economic engagement where appropriate. This approach directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing economic resistance through overwhelming resource accumulation or comprehensive isolation, quantity, the alliance would develop sophisticated frameworks enabling precise resilience in critical domains while maintaining efficient integration elsewhere, quality. The resulting capability would achieve strategic independence through focused excellence rather than economic nationalism. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in this precise domain. Despite facing multiple sanction regimes, financial restrictions, technology denial arrangements, and economic pressure campaigns, Pakistan has consistently maintained essential economic functionality while developing specific capabilities in critical domains. From its nuclear program development despite comprehensive technology denial to its financial system adaptation during various restriction periods, Pakistan has demonstrated the precise capabilities required for leading economic pressure resistance within the broader alliance. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of these principles. Despite coordinated attempts to isolate Pakistan financially through correspondent banking restrictions, trade pathway disruption, and remittance channel interference, Pakistan's economic defense mechanisms, including alternative payment channels, strategic reserves deployment, and mutual support arrangements with key partners, maintained essential economic functionality throughout the confrontation. This resilience proved as consequential as military capabilities in preserving strategic independence during the crisis. By implementing sophisticated economic pressure resistance across all dimensions, the proposed security architecture would transform potential vulnerability into distinctive capability, ensuring that military independence remains founded on economic resilience rather than undermined by financial vulnerability. The resulting alliance would represent truly comprehensive security architecture addressing both kinetic and non-kinetic dimensions with equal sophistication.